C297. The hall was deathly silent. The cold air was suffocating. With a cold face, Ditto slowly walked in through the door. Every step he took gave off an invisible pressure, and the person beside him took a step back. It made way for him. Chie-Shuan came back to her senses at this time, but she did not stand up. Anger gradually appeared in her eyes. To think that Ditto's was so ruthless when he first attacked. Although Chie-Shuan needed to be intimidated, she was not willing to use such a brutal and bloody method to intimidate him. With a gloomy expression, Ditto slowly walked up to Chie-Shuan. He lowered his eyes and looked at Chie-Shuan. His eyes were sharp and angry. "I told you not to get distracted by other things." Ditto's voice was dark and cold. Xiao-Shuan slowly stood up and looked coldly at Dentance. His gaze was also unusually sharp. The two of them just stared at each other without saying anything. The great hall was so quiet that the breathing of the crowd could be heard clearly. Jonathan was a little nervous. He could tell that Xiao-Shuan was really angry, and Ditto's was not in a good mood either. The faces of Tarina and her group of disciples were incomparably pale, and they didn't know what to do. They had heard of Ditto's strength and eccentric personality, and seeing this with their own eyes made them even more nervous. The blood on the floor slowly began to turn black and solidified. It looked so shocking. All the elders of the Tian Dao sect secretly swallowed their saliva, but no one dared to say anything. As a legendary figure, as long as he wanted to, he would probably be able to quickly flatten the Tian Dao sect to the ground. "I don't need you to worry about my own matters." After a long while, Xiao-Shuan finally said these words coldly. After Xiao-Shuan said this, the expression on Dentance's face darkened. His eyes became cold and he was about to say something. "You shouldn't be here. I have a sense of proportion to my own affairs." Xiao-Shuan didn't give Dentance any chance to speak, but continued speaking with an even colder tone. "Also, Dentance, I want to tell you that I will break through to the void-shattering realm before you, so you don't have to worry about me." Ditto's expression changed, and his eyes became even darker. Just like that, he glared at Chie-Shuan, who did not even bother to dodge. Her face was cold as she stared at Dentance. Everyone in the hall was extremely nervous, and the atmosphere was extremely stiff. Jonathan was anxious, his hands trembling into fists. Xiao-Shuan had truly angered Dentance. What would be the result if he did that? However, no matter what, he must not let Dylan hurt Chie-Shuan even the slightest bit. Tarina's face was deathly pale as well. She watched the scene in front of her with concern and nervousness. She was more worried than anyone else about the safety of Chie-Shuan. Just like that, the atmosphere in the hall froze. No one dared to speak, and no one dared to move. It was as if a long time had passed. "Ha ha 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 ha." Ditto suddenly smiled. Just like that, he suddenly laughed. Chie-Shuan frowned, coldly looking at Dentance. "All right, I'll wait for you to step into the space-shattering realm. I'll wait for you to step in first. If you are after me, I will kill all the people who have anything to do with you." Dotens casually said so. Without any reaction from Chie-Shuan, he turned around and left with an indifferent expression. Everyone made way again, fear rising in their hearts. Xiao-Shuan stared at the back of Ditto's, her eyes turning colder and colder. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Chie-Shuan's mind. Sooner or later, she would have a battle with this man. Only when Ditto's figure had completely disappeared from the hall's entrance did Chie-Shuan retract her gaze and look at the silent crowd below. The way the crowd looked at her was very complicated, very complicated. The Star Academy's Dittons had chased Chie-Shuan to the Tian Dao sect, but for a laughable reason, he had started a massacre. What did this have to do with the Heaven's Path sect? Why did he make the people from the Heaven's Path sect die so easily? These complex emotions included anger, unwillingness, hatred, and resentment. However, no one dared to express their intentions, and no one dared to say anything. All of them were silently protesting with their eyes. Chie-Shuan looked at the crowd silently. Finally, he moved his lips slowly and managed to say one sentence. "Second elder, you should take over as the sect leader. You're the best." Fourth elder is a bit reckless, not suitable. The audience remained silent. No one dared to object. However, the expressions in everyone's eyes became even more complicated. After saying this, Chie-Shuan did not want to talk anymore. Looking at the corpses on the ground that had already cooled down, he let out a nearly inaudible sigh and then walked out. That person didn't need to die. Yet, because he had died in such a miserable manner. There was no need for all this to develop to this point. His original intention was to solve the problem, not to let things turn out this way. Xiao Aoshuang walked down the hall slowly towards the door. The second elder stood behind him, watching Qi Orshuang's back. He wanted to stop her, but Jonathan stepped forward and made a gesture to stop her. If the fourth elder glared at him and said something, this time, Jonathan didn't wave his hand. Instead, he made a move, causing the fourth elder to scratch his neck, but he couldn't say a word. Talana stared at Xiao Aoshuang's back in a daze, a heart-wrenching feeling spreading through her body. Why did he feel that the back of Qi Aoshuang was so bleak? Everyone in the great hall stared at Qi Aoshuang's departing figure with burning eyes, their gazes filled with ill intent. Tarina just stood there, her heart aching. She understood that from then on, the Heavenly Tao sect and Qi Aoshuang would gradually get further and further away, and they would probably never meet again in the future. Could it be that he had made the wrong choice to ask for the help of Qi Aoshuang this time around? Tarina's heart felt incomparably sour. Qi Aoshuang walked forward slowly, Jonathan following behind, maintaining a certain distance, neither landing nor catching up. He knew that what Qi Aoshuang needed right now was for him to calm down. Dylan's words still echoed in Qi Aoshuang's mind. This dangerous man. Would he have to kill everyone who had anything to do with him before he stepped into the space-shattering realm? This was unfathomable. Just like that, Qi Aoshuang walked forward silently, and Jonathan followed silently behind her. Xiao Aoshuang had been walking forward unconsciously. When she came back to her senses, the sky had already darkened, and she found herself in a strange place. In front of him was a wide canyon. Flowers covered the mountains and plains in all sorts of colors. The fragrance was intoxicating, the wind gently blew, and the petals that filled the sky gently flew about like a dream. Where is this? Xiao Aoshuang looked around, but there was no one around. Jonathan was not behind him at the moment, and he was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Aoshuang hesitated for a moment before slowly walking forward. At this time, Jonathan was still hopping around at the mouth of the canyon. What the hell is this place? So strange. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break through the barrier. No matter what he did, he would not be able to move it in the slightest. However, Qi Aoshuang did not seem to be affected in the slightest as she passed through without any problems. When Jonathan wanted to continue following her, he found that he could not move forward anymore. He opened his mouth to call out to Qi Aoshuang, but she did not react. It was as if that barrier could block everything, including the sound. Just like that, Qi Aoshuang entered the canyon and slowly walked forward. Multicolored fragrant petals filled the air, gradually becoming more and more mesmerizing. Suddenly, a strong wind blew by, causing the petals in the sky to fall into disorder. Qi Aoshuang raised her hand to block her eyes from opening. The wind stopped, the flowers fell. Qi Aoshuang lowered her hand, opened her eyes, and saw a man dressed in black standing before her. His back was facing her. The man did not turn his head around. He only said lightly, "You're here." Not a question, just a faint acknowledgement. It was as if he knew that Xiao Aoshuang would definitely come. "Who are you?" Xiao Aoshuang asked in a low voice. "You smell of her. That's why you came in." The man in black did not reply to Xiao Aoshuang. Instead, he said something so deep and low that Xiao Aoshuang did not understand. Her taste. Xiao Aoshuang repeated the words of the man in black hesitantly, trying to guess who he was referring to. However, all of this is fated. The man in black seemed to be sighing and regretting at the same time. After he finished speaking, he slowly turned around, revealing a handsome face that was full of shock. Qi Aoshuang stared at the person in front of her, her heart filled with doubt. Who is he? What was he talking about? Suddenly, Xiao Aoshuang felt the abnormality in her body. It was the sky. At this time, the originally slumbering sky unexpectedly began to react. He seemed to be trembling, as if afraid. "Oh, he actually likes you, too. Does he follow you?" The man in black smiled faintly, causing the world to pale. Reaching out his hand to grasp at thin air, Qi Aoshuang instantly felt her body empty. When she looked up, she saw the black-clothed man effortless grabbing the sky while the sky was trembling. Who, exactly, are you? There was a trace of vigilance in Qi Aoshuang's heart. Me, haha, my name is Jing Feng. The man in black smiled, looking at Xiao Aoshuang and said, I am Po's relative. So, I won't hurt you and your little thing. With a smile, he tossed the trembling Chang Kong to Xiao Aoshuang. Qi Aoshuang hurriedly reached out to catch it, because she could tell that even the sky was scared silly. If she hadn't caught the sky, it would have definitely fallen to the ground. After the sky was caught by Qi Aoshuang, he finally regained his senses and slipped into Qi Aoshuang's body, no longer reacting. Bao's family. Qi Aoshuang looked up at the smiling man in black, and finally understood that she was Bao. It was natural to say that she smelled like her. This was because Bao had been with her for a very long time, and for quite some time, he was still in her body. Yes, I am Bao's only family. As Jing Feng spoke up to hear, a gentle smile appeared on his face. You, Qi Aoshuang frowned as she looked at the frightening wind in front of her. Her intuition told her that this person was definitely not simple. Because there was no trace of aura on his body, no surging power could be felt. The person in front of him was like an ancient well, serene and unperturbed. Suddenly, he felt as if he had become one with his surroundings. It was as if he was a tranquil ancient painting, as if it had been created by the heavens. It was as if the world was him, and he was the world. It was a very strange feeling, and there was also a hint of fear. Qi Aoshuang, are you ready to face your fate? Jing Feng looked at the puzzled Qi Aoshuang as he asked indifferently, what? Xiao Aoshuang was even more surprised. Why did the person in front of her talk as if he knew so much? The path of destiny full of thorns. Jing Feng seemed to be sighing. Have you thought about retreating? Never, not in the past, not now, not in the future. Qi Aoshuang shook her head resolutely and said seriously, I will continue walking, and will not stop. No one can stop me. Haha, I think so. That's why he's so determined to wait. Jing Feng lowered his gaze, murmuring to himself. He seemed to be talking to Qi Aoshuang, but at the same time, to himself. What do you know? Xiao Aoshuang was a little anxious. She felt that the man in front of her seemed to know more than she thought. Why did he know that there was someone waiting for her? Xiao Aoshuang asked again, and who are you? Who is it? Me, I am the guardian of this plane. Jing Feng smiled. He raised his head and looked at the blue sky. He said softly, it has never changed since ancient times. Qi Aoshuang was stunned. She looked at the person in front of her and was speechless. Why did he see a faint sadness in this person's eyes? It was a faint sadness of loneliness. However, your appearance may break this unchanging rule. Jing Feng's eyes were filled with sorrow for a moment, then he lowered his head and looked at Xiao Aoshuang as he spoke softly. What exactly is in that plane? Break through the void. Is there really an unknown conspiracy after stepping in? This was the first time Xiao Aoshuang asked such a question urgently about a person. Can't you see it yourself? However, Jing Feng didn't directly answer him. Instead, he said those words with a slight smile. Just as Xiao Aoshuang was about to continue asking, Jing Feng said in a low voice, the person you are looking for is still waiting for you. To be fast. Otherwise, even that person wouldn't be able to protect himself. As soon as he said those words, a fierce wind blew, causing Qi Aoshuang to almost be unable to stand properly. What? What do you mean? That person couldn't protect himself. Was it Camille? Is this? Qi Aoshuang shouted towards the wind, her heart full of anxiety. The person in front of him definitely knew something. But why didn't he explain it clearly? Instead, he said something that seemed to be true and false. The wind stopped, but there was no longer any sign of the wind. The surroundings were still filled with fragrant flowers, and their eyes were brilliant. But there was no one there, as if the appearance of the wind was just an illusion. The person you're looking for is still waiting for you. To be fast. Otherwise, even that person wouldn't be able to protect himself. Was that Camille? Camille? Camille can't protect himself. How could this be? What had happened to Camille? Suddenly, Qi Aoshuang's heart was filled with a monstrous impatience. He must break through as soon as possible. He had to go to that plane. Leng Lingyan's words are still fresh in my mind. We will wait for you. Xiao Aoshuang took a deep breath, trying her best to calm herself down. He then slowly sat down and began to organize his thoughts. From the Star Academy's actions to the mysterious man in white's attempts to stop them, to Jing Feng's meaningful words. Gradually, his thoughts became clearer and clearer, but at the same time, there seemed to be a key point that he could not grasp. What was it? Just like that, Xiao Orshuang sat there quietly, forgetting everything around her. Time and space seemed to cease to exist at this moment. Just like that, she slowly entered a wondrous state that could not be described with words. He forgot everything, even himself. What she couldn't see was a few gentle gusts of wind swirling around her. Finally, it slowly entered her body and disappeared. When Qi Orshuang woke up again, a bright sun was hanging in the sky. Qi Orshuang slowly stood up and looked around, but there didn't seem to be any change. She raised her head to look at the depths of the canyon, but in the end, she didn't plan to enter. Instead, she turned around and walked out. When he walked to the entrance of the canyon, he was surprised to find the haggard Jonathan sitting at the side, dozing off. "Jonathan, why are you here?" Xiao Aoshuang asked in surprise. "Huh?" Jonathan shuddered as if waking from a dream and immediately stood up. "Aoshuang, you've finally come out." "What? How did you know I was here? What are you looking for me for? How long? Why don't you go in and look for me?" Qi Aoshuang's words left Jonathan at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He could only rub his head and say, "Aoshuang, did you forget that after you left the Tian Dao sect, you were so focused on moving forward that you didn't even notice me following you? After that, I came here. There is a barrier here, so you can enter it as you wish. However, I can't enter no matter what, so I can only wait for you here. It's been half a month, and you've finally come out." "What, half a month?" Qi Aoshuang was shocked. She only felt that she had been sitting for an entire night. How could it be that half a month had passed? "Yeah, or you'd think I'd be so haggard. I'm so worried about you, but I can't get in. Are you all right? What happened in there?" Jonathan looked her up and down, more and more amazed. Xiao Aoshuang seemed a little different, but what was different about her? "I'm fine." Qi Aoshuang smiled, looked at the haggard Jonathan and patted him on the shoulder. "Thank you. Aoshuang, you seem to be different." Jonathan looked at Qi Aoshuang with a frown. He stroked his chin and stared at Qi Aoshuang with widened eyes. "Let's go back. I think things have to be solved." Qi Aoshuang revealed a faint smile as she looked up into the sky, her eyes filled with determination. "Aoshuang." Jonathan was puzzled, but he could feel that Qi Aoshuang's mood had changed a little during this half a month. "It's a good thing to know you, Jonathan." Qi Aoshuang smiled, and with a light tap of her feet, she flew up into the sky. She didn't wait for Jonathan to regain his senses, and flew directly in the direction of Star Academy. Jonathan watched Qi Aoshuang's back for a while before coming back to his senses. Then he smiled foolishly and chased after her. When Qi Orshuang returned to the exit of the Star Academy, she was stunned by the sight before her. Two people sat listlessly on the stone steps, one on each side. To the left was Palina, to the right was Tarina. Both of them were in a bad mood. They rested their hands on their chins and occasionally paused for a moment. Both of them were dozing off. What was going on? Qi Aoshuang looked at the two with a puzzled expression. At this time, Jonathan landed as well. He squinted his eyes and yawned loudly. "I'm so tired. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to sleep like hell today. I'm going to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights without getting up." The two men on the steps were awakened by Jonathan's voice. They looked up and saw the man they had been waiting for. "Qi Aoshuang, junior brother." The two women stood up at the same time and ran towards Qi Aoshuang. His face was filled with wild joy, and the worry in his eyes was slowly dissipating. Apparently, the two of them were waiting for Qi Aoshuang's return. Qi Aoshuang's heart suddenly had an ominous feeling and she quickly retreated. The two women did not care too much, and their targets were both Qi Aoshuang's arms. They moved quickly, and were about to pounce onto Qi Aoshuang's arms. When Jonathan saw this, his expression changed and he immediately rushed forward bravely like a bolt of lightning. He pulled Qi Orshuang behind him and then shamelessly opened his arms. The two ladies jumped into Jonathan's arms without stopping. Qi Aoshuang stood behind Jonathan with her mouth wide open in shock. The two girls threw themselves into Jonathan's arms. Jonathan looked as if he was sacrificing his life. "Why are you so warm?" "Ha ha, although I Jonathan, am handsome and extraordinary. I can't bear to pounce on two of them at once. Jonathan laughed and exclaimed this sentence with apparent excitement. C298. Junior brother, I'm sorry. It was all because of me that things turned out that way. Sorry. Talana stood in front of Chiao Shuang and looked at her with a miserable expression. Junior brother, I'm so worried about you disappearing these days. So I've been waiting for you here. Tears began to form at the corners of her eyes. She no longer cared about her so-called modesty. Ever since Chiao Shuang left the Tian Dao sect, Talina had been extremely worried and rushed back to the academy. However, there was no sign of Chiao Shuang in the academy. No one knew where he had gone. In this half a month, Tanina had been in constant fear and worry all day, and she finally understood the position Chiao Shuang held in her heart. No one could take her place any longer. He completely understood what he was thinking. That was, she had really fallen for Chiao Shuang. Why are you so warm? Ha. Although I, Jonathan, am handsome and extraordinary, I can't bear to pounce on two of them at once. Jonathan laughed and exclaimed this sentence with apparent excitement. The two girls quickly bounced away from Jonathan's arms as if they were springs. They glared at him and shouted angrily, "Who's so warm about you? Run up here yourself, you liar, bastard!" Needless to say, the second voice was Perina's. The more she thought about it, the more it seemed to her that the way she had been coerced away by Jonathan. Recalling the expression on Chiao Shuang's face back then, it was obvious that she was trying her best to hold it in. Perina's final conclusion was that Chiao Shuang was not that kind of hobby. She just wanted to reject him that way. TSK, how can you be so heartless? I was so enthusiastic just now, but now you're saying such heartless words to me. I'm so sad. Jonathan looked at the exasperated Perina with an aggrieved expression, feeling extremely wronged. Xiao Shuang felt a chill run down her spine. It was as though what this fellow said was true. Damn it! I don't believe your bullshit. Perina stomped her feet and angrily shouted at Jonathan, "Get out of the way. Why should I move aside?" Jonathan thought to himself. It seemed the girl in front of him knew he was lying to her. This wasn't too good. Her feelings towards Chiao Shuang were something that Chiao Shuang couldn't accept. Because Xiao Shuang is also a girl. Get out of the way. Perina was so angry that she stepped forward and tried to push Jonathan away. Of course, Jonathan was willing to defend it with his life, but he wouldn't let it go. However, she was able to defend against Perina, and could not defend against Tinasha. Taking advantage of this, she rushed past the two of them and arrived in front of Xiao Shuang. Junior brother, I'm sorry. It was all because of me that things turned out that way. Sorry. Talana stood in front of Chiao Shuang, looking at Chiao Shuang with a miserable expression. Junior brother, I'm really worried about you disappearing these days. So I've been waiting for you here. Tears began to form at the corners of her eyes. She no longer cared about her so-called modesty. Ever since Chiao Shuang left the Tian Dao sect, Talina had been extremely worried and rushed back to the academy. However, there was no sign of Chiao Shuang in the academy. No one knew where he had gone. In this half a month, Tanina had been in constant fear and worry all day, and she finally understood the position Chiao Shuang held in her heart. No one could take her place any longer. He completely understood what he was thinking. That was, she had really fallen for Chiao Shuang. Tarina, stop being so pretentious. Seeing that Tarina had seized the initiative, she became anxious. Unsure of where she had gotten her strength from, she pushed Jonathan away and rushed over. Jonathan gaped at the scene in front of him, not knowing what to do. As for Chiao Shuang, she had a headache. She knew that today's matter would not be so simple to avoid. Junior brother, I'm really worried about you. I don't want to see you in trouble. I just want to see you safe. Talina didn't pay any attention to Perina. Instead, she looked at Xiao Shuang and earnestly said these words. She was no longer as sad as before, standing far away and watching Chiao Shuang and Perina together. She had to act, or nothing would ever happen again. People must strive for once. If he didn't try once, how could he know if he would succeed? Chiao Shuang, Perina raised her voice, her tone angry and worried. Didn't you see how many days I've been waiting for you? Don't you understand my intentions? Chiao Shuang rubbed her head, suddenly feeling the darkness of the world, flying sand, stones, and extreme pain. You should understand my intentions as well, Chi Aoshuang said with a headache. Are you going to refuse me again? Tell me the reason. Is it because of her? Is it because of your so-called senior sister? Perina was both anxious and angry. She pointed a finger at Tanina and asked in a flustered and exasperated tone. However, his eyes were extremely complicated. There was hope and fear in them. Naturally, he was hoping that Chi Aoshuang would say no, afraid that Chi Aoshuang would admit her guesses. At this moment, Tanina was extremely nervous. She stared at Chi Aoshuang, waiting for her reply. Chi Aoshuang was very conflicted. She looked at Perina, who was even more conflicted, then looked at the hopeful look on Tanina's face. Finally, she softly replied, no. Hearing these words, Tarina's eyes were filled with disappointment. Perina was secretly delighted. That's great, Chi Aoshuang doesn't like this so-called senior sister, but I won't accept you either. Chi Aoshuang sighed softly, looking at the two women solemnly, before saying, I will tell you all clearly now. I truly only treat you two as little sisters, and have no other intentions. I won't respond to your wishes, nor will I like you. The two girls stared blankly at the solemn expression of Chi Aoshuang, the bitterness in their hearts slowly increasing. Why? Why? The two ladies asked the same question at the same time, their faces filled with unwillingness and impatience. Because she was a woman. Jonathan was silent, but he was shouting in his heart. Of course, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He could only stand by the side and watch silently. It was impossible to do it now for the same reason that had sent Perina away. Looking at the two eager ladies in front of her, Chi Aoshuang sighed and said seriously, do you two know why I had to step into the void-shattering realm? Why? Tarina was startled, and then she immediately asked, is it because of the unceasing pursuit of power? Perina asked doubtfully, but in her heart, she had already rejected her conjecture. Chi Aoshuang did have a pursuit for power, but it was definitely not that sort of sick pursuit. I want to go to another plane. Someone is waiting for me there. I have to go. I have to go. Chi Aoshuang raised her head and looked at the endless sky. Her eyes were filled with disappointment and sadness, and her voice was filled with sadness. Someone's waiting for you? Who is it? Your sweetheart. Seeing the expression on Chi Aoshuang's face, Perina immediately asked anxiously. However, the expression on Tanina's face when she looked at Chi Aoshuang fell silent. She remembered the first time she saw this youth before her eyes, and she saw the faint sadness in his eyes. So, the source of sadness is here. The person he loved had already stepped into the space-shattering realm and was waiting for him in that world. Had he always been so sad because he had never been able to reach that level before the two of them had left each other like this? In that case, that person must be very important in his heart, very important. Chi Aoshuang lowered her head and looked at the anxious Palina. She smiled, but didn't deny nor admit it. However, such an attitude had already been tacitly accepted. You want to meet the person you love? You really have someone you like? Perina's eyes glittered with tears, her heart aching. However, she had already lowered her head, not saying a word. Looking at the scene before him, Jonathan listened to the conversation of the three of them. Jonathan did not know what was wrong with himself, after Perina had guessed that she would agree with him. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Xiao Aoshuang already had a lover. That was why he was pretending to be a man in order to prevent unnecessary trouble. And the reason why he entered the Star Academy was to step into the space-shattering realm as soon as possible to meet that person. What kind of person was that exactly? What kind of person was he that caused Xiao Aoshuang to be so reckless? Don't waste your time on me, understand? I won't like you, never will. Chi Aoshuang did not hesitate. Instead she said those words very seriously and decisively. She knew that the more she couldn't bear it, the more cruel it was. She had to completely cut off their thoughts. With tears in her eyes, she lowered her head in pain, not saying a word. Perina's face was also full of sadness, and her tears were already flowing uncontrollably down her face. Xiao Aoshuang furrowed her brow slightly, saying cruelly, I have said it clearly, please stop pestering me. I really don't have any feelings for you, nor will I ever again. After Xiao Aoshuang said this, she walked past the two people and headed up the stone stairs. The two women stood still on the spot. Jonathan looked at the two of them, and an indescribable bitterness welled up in his heart. With a sigh, he followed behind Xiao Aoshuang up the stairs. Chi Aoshuang was silent the whole way, and Jonathan was even more silent. The two of them returned to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Xiao Aoshuang threw herself onto the bed. After letting out a long breath, she stared blankly at the curtain of the bed above her head. A person's feelings were truly very subtle. However, Chi Aoshuang did not regret rejecting them so decisively. This should be the best way to deal with it. After closing her eyes and resting for a while, Chi Aoshuang got up and prepared to take a bath. At this time, Zhang Kong came out of his hiding place and said with lingering fear, "Chi Aoshuang, I was really scared today. I didn't expect to meet Lord Jingfeng. He's strong, I know." Chi Aoshuang took off her clothes and prepared to take a bath. "He's not just strong. He's actually the one supporting this plane. He is the guardian of this plane." The sky patted its chest and said with some fright, "Our race obeys his orders. I sneaked out, and if he blamed me, I was finished. He can make me disappear from this world in an instant. How terrible." The sky was full of fear. "I always feel that he knows a lot of hidden secrets. He even knows about the conspiracy behind all of this." Chi Aoshuang said in a low voice with a frown, "But I can't tell you the reason, right? We can't afford to mess with him. I don't want to know what he knows. What if he silences us?" Chi Aoshuang was silent as she thought. "Chi Aoshuang, what are you thinking about?" Zhang Kong asked, raising his voice. "I was thinking, Camille," Chi Aoshuang said softly. Who's Camille?" The sky was surprised. C299. This was not surprising. A long time ago, when the Star Academy chose the so-called 4 school beauties, Arnie had only come to report to the school before she had disappeared. And then we found out that the 4 school beauties were Lenny, a tragic figure who has died, Perina, often playing with a man with an aggrieved and adorable face, Bethufnib, a headstrong girl actually has a sweetheart in her heart. And then there was the one in front of him, Iber. However, it was only after they met up with Oisha that they said that she was the true beauty of the school. Her looks were the best, and she was the one who was the most benevolent. Iber was not as pretty as the other 3, and if Arnie was included, Abert would not be able to rate the Colonel's flowers. So Ibel had always been hostile to Ashanina. "I was thinking, Camille," Chi Aoshuang said softly. Who's Camille?" The sky was surprised. Chi Aoshuang was silent for a while. Her eyes were misty, and her thoughts were drifting away. Camille. Who was he? He was someone who had been with him all along. A good person? No. Not a bad guy, either. He is so habitually at his side, the person who has been gently smiling to make his own rose tea. He was the one who seemed to be toying with himself but was really worried about himself. Camille. Chi Aoshuang said this name softly in her heart. What did Jingfeng mean by that? Was Camille in trouble? Was Camille faced with a problem he couldn't solve? "Just don't tell me, Che. I'll ignore you." Seeing that Chi Aoshuang was only lost in her own thoughts, Chang was so angry that he ignored her and disappeared into Chi Aoshuang's body as soon as he said those words. Xiao Aoshuang washed her body quietly, slowly spreading out her hands, looking at these familiar and unfamiliar hands. Her heart was filled with complex emotions. A cold feeling came from his earlobes. This body belonged to Feng Yixuan, and the earring on the earlobe was from Leng Lingyan's eyes. Now, with them, the 3 of them were one. This feeling was very strange, very subtle. After taking a shower, Chi Aoshuang changed her clothes and went out. For some reason, she wanted a cup of rose tea. If he wanted to drink, he would have to find a tea house on the bustling street to the west of the academy. Walking out alone, he found an elegant tea house. Chi Aoshuang sat by the window and ordered a pot of rose tea, quietly savoring it. Sure enough, Camille's scented tea was the best. Or, should he say that he was already used to the smell? It was drizzling outside, and the windows were slowly becoming hazy. Chi Aoshuang looked through the hazy window and her thoughts flew far away. On that day, the weather was dark as well. When they met the eastern wind marquise, Camille had somehow gotten a small parasol to block the splashing sea water while everyone stood on the city wall to repel the sea beasts. It would have been funny, but the movements, displayed by Camille, were so elegant and natural. Even that fellow Arbel ran up to Camille to dodge the seawater. At that time, everyone was really happy together. But, happy time is always very short. When can everyone get together again? All sorts of memories surfaced in her mind. Thinking back to those happy days, a faint smile appeared on Chi Aoshuang's face. I thought you didn't know how to laugh." A charming and delicate voice suddenly reached Chi Aoshuang's ears. Following that, a wave of sweet fragrance assaulted her nose. Chi Aoshuang's eyes flashed. Aisha Nina giggled as she sat in front of Chi Aoshuang. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Chi Aoshuang in a flirtatious manner. The smile on Chi Aoshuang's face instantly disappeared. She looked coldly at the pretty girl in front of her, and said lightly, "Young Miss's appearance is indeed out of proportion to her inner qualities." What do you mean?" Aisha Nina's expression changed. She no longer had the smiling expression she had before. Instead, she looked at Xiao Aoshuang angrily and said, "Are you saying that my appearance is the opposite from my inner self? At the very least, I forget my courtesy. It's hard for me to compliment Miss on her upbringing." Xiao Aoshuang did not hesitate to speak. First, it was because the girl in front of him had interrupted her warm memories. Second, she had always been looking at her as if she was her prey. This woman was very curious about him. However, Chi Aoshuang would not give her the chance to understand. You talk to a lady like that?" Aisha Nina looked at Chi Aoshuang, her face slightly red. This was the first time someone had said that to her without any hesitation. Chi Aoshuang did not say anything. Instead, she picked up her teacup and took a sip of tea before turning her head to look out the hazy window. On the street, everything was wet with the long drizzle. Gradually, the air became fresher and fresher. "Chi Aoshuang, don't think that I don't know your secret, HMPH. You are not a man, you are a woman," she said in a low voice. After saying this, Asuna focused on observing the reaction of Chi Aoshuang. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Chi Aoshuang remained calm and did not even turn her head to look at him. "Chi Aoshuang, you're so rude. You put a lady aside and put the back of your head against her." Annoyed by Chi Aoshuang's cold attitude, Arena clenched her teeth and said these words. "Who is the impolite person?" "This lady. You sat opposite me without my permission, and said a few insulting things to me. I'm already very polite to you for not having an attack." Chi Aoshuang only turned her head slightly, the corner of her mouth curling into a mocking smile as she spoke. Aisha Nina was speechless. She sat there in a daze for a while, unable to say a word. Our goddess Aisha Nina will be humiliated one day." Suddenly, a high-pitched voice filled with a sense of schadenfreude was heard. Chi Aoshuang frowned as she looked out the window at the rain, feeling a little depressed. Why is it so difficult to find a quiet place and be alone for a while? He didn't want to stir up trouble, but the gossips came one by one. Who was this woman? Iber. It's better for me to be humiliated than someone else's lover. You shameless woman, what else can you do but seduce men? Why did you end up deflated after getting your eye on Chi Aoshuang today? The woman sat down next to Chi Aoshuang and started to curse. Then, she started to mock Chi Aoshuang for taking joy in his misfortune. Chi Aoshuang did not turn her head around, only staring at the rain outside. The two women's eyes met each other in midair with lightning speed. This was not surprising. A long time ago, when the Star Academy chose the so-called 4 school beauties, Arnie had only come to report to the school before she had disappeared. And then we found out that the 4 school beauties were Lenny, a tragic figure who has died, Perina, often playing with a man with an aggrieved and adorable face, Bethufnib, a headstrong girl actually has a sweetheart in her heart. And then there was the one in front of him, Iber. However, it was only after they met up with Oisha that they said that she was the true beauty of the school. Her looks were the best, and she was the one who was the most benevolent. Iber was not as pretty as the other 3, and if Arnie was included, Abert would not be able to rate the Colonel's flowers. So Ibel had always been hostile to Aisha Nina. This was not the direct reason why Ibel hated Arnie so much. It was because Abert had a sweetheart, but the lover changed his mind when he saw her and pursued her fiercely. After being played with by Aisha Nina, she abandoned him. She wanted to turn around to find Ibel, but she was beaten half to death by him and told him to scram again. But the 2 men's beams had come to an end. "I never seduce men. It's those cheap men who put it up themselves." Asina's words were filled with thorns, and her spearhead was naturally aimed straight at that unfaithful lover of Ibel's. Ibel's face turned red in anger as he slammed the table. He stood up angrily, pointed at Arnie's nose and said, "That's because men like women." "Excuse me." Xiao Aoshuang stood up helplessly as she looked at the rossetti that had been spilled on the table, and said in a low voice to Abel. At this moment, Iber was fuming. How could she listen to what Xiao Aoshuang said? She crossed her arms and shouted angrily, "What are you letting me do? Can't you see that I'm in trouble right now?" Xiao Aoshuang did not say anything. With a gentle wave of her hand, Ibel lost his balance and flew up into the air, pouncing towards Aisha who were waiting for a good show. The two women exclaimed and fell into confusion. Xiao Aoshuang just stood up, called the waiter over and changed her seat. After he sat down, he immediately set up a barrier to prevent any noise from happening in the outside world. It wasn't until nightfall that Chi Aoshuang stood up, paid her and slowly walked out. Walking to the entrance, looking at the hazy rain outside, Chi Aoshuang smiled and stepped into the drizzle. At the same time, Ashanina was in Johansson's dorm room, angrily accusing Chi Aoshuang of her crime in the tea house. Jonathan yawned and listened absent-mindedly. "Are you listening to me, you damn boy?" "I was bullied. I was bullied." "You're still so indifferent." Ashanina grabbed Jonathan by the neck and shook him desperately. Jonathan came back to his senses, but he said something that made Arnie almost spit out blood. "I say, witch, it's okay if the person who provoked you was someone else. I can beat him up. But, Chi Aoshuang, I can't beat him. Pa." Aranina was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Her grip became stronger and she shook it desperately. "You useless one. You have no ambition. You actually dare to say such useless words." "I'm telling the truth." Jonathan scratched his hair and answered nonchalantly, You're pissing me off." Aranina suddenly let go of Jonathan's collar and sat down beside him in a huff. "I say, witch, is there anything else you need? If it's all right, just shut the door while you're out and I'll go back to sleep." Jonathan yawned. "Stupid pig, you only know how to sleep." Azina was about to leave when she suddenly remembered something. She turned to Jonathan and asked, "How's the work I asked you to do?" "What?" Jonathan still looked confused. "I told you to use the mirror to see what Aoshuang really looks like." "What did you say?" Ashanina wanted nothing more than to kick Jonathan in the face. Jonathan shuddered, remembering. "What results?" Azina looked at Jonathan and asked doubtfully. "No, I saw him, but he's really a man, and he's a man with a normal orientation. And he's very popular," Jonathan answered, with a wry smile. Perina pursued him relentlessly, and his senior sister put down her pride to pursue him. Unfortunately, his vision was too high. Furthermore, Jonathan's eyes dimmed as he said this. "And what?" Azina asked quickly. "Besides, he has a sweetheart." Jonathan looked up. "Who is it? How is that possible?" "I didn't see who he was close to." Azina frowned, puzzled. "Just like you said, it seems that the relationship between Perina and Tarina is one-sided. I don't see what kind of woman he has special feelings for," Azina thought. "No way, you're still going to investigate about that." Jonathan pursed his lips. "What do you know? The first time I saw this man, I knew he was a man of love and loyalty." As she said this, she was taken over by Jonathan. "Positive interpretation. You're right, I felt the same way when I first saw him." Jonathan said affirmatively. "Nonsense, how else could you be my little brother?" Azina rolled her eyes at Jonathan and continued, "Say, how could such a person be one of those beasts I mentioned? He was definitely not a man like Ditters. But if he has a sweetheart, why doesn't he look at me? Who says that he doesn't have one? It's just that you can't find the person he loves." Jonathan spoke in a strange tone, but for some reason he began to feel sour in his heart. "What do you mean?" Azina was shocked. "The person he loved has long gone to another realm. Before him, he stepped into the space-shattering realm. That's why he had to work so hard and continue cultivating. He's going to that plane to meet up with his sweetheart." Jonathan rolled his eyes impatiently. "Really?" Azina's face looked better. If so, it was no longer a matter of charm. "For real? All right, you can leave now. I want to sleep." Jonathan yawned, threw himself on the bed, and gave the order to leave. "Give me back the mirror." Ashanina held out her hand for what she wanted. "Keep it for me for now. It's such a fun thing, I'll only give it to you after playing for a while. Jonathan closed his eyes and stopped her before she could say anything else. I say, Sister Witch, you're not so stingy, are you? It's just a little thing. Lending it to my only little brother to play with for a while isn't a big deal. TCH, damn child. Azana stared at Jonathan, who was lying on the bed, turned around and left helplessly. He closed the door behind him. The footsteps in the corridor gradually faded away. Johansson then took out the mirror and carefully touched it. He didn't want to borrow the mirror for fun. He was afraid that if he gave the mirror back to Aisha Nina and she went to check on him, his true identity would be exposed. We can't let that happen. He had just put the mirror back when there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Johansson asked impatiently. Just as he was about to say that he was sleeping, he tactfully disappeared into the distance. But then he heard the familiar voice. It's me. Let's go. It's dinner time. You've slept all afternoon. It's about time. When Zaya returned from the tea house, she came to find Jonathan and went to the cafeteria for dinner. It seemed like it had been a while since he had been to the cafeteria. In the afternoon, he ate some pastries to fill his stomach. Coming. Jonathan hurriedly dressed and went to open the door. Jonathan was not reserved in front of Asharana, nor in front of Chi Aoshuan, but it was different now. Now that he knew that she was a woman, Jonathan began to notice. He would definitely not appear in front of Chi Aoshuan so blatantly. Have you rested well? After opening the door, Chi Aoshuan stood in front of him and asked with some concern. All right, let's go and eat. It's been so many days since I've had dinner in the cafeteria that I've started to miss it. Jonathan grinned, hiding his panic. The days began to go by in such a methodical manner. Xiao Aoshuan and Jonathan frequently went into the academy's library and material storage. More often than not, the two of them would enter the stellar heavenly pagoda together, and it was unknown what they were doing there. All of this was witnessed by Dittos. He only looked at their actions with approval, not moving forward with them. However, the person who was the happiest was the headmaster. When the headmaster saw all of this, he was extremely happy as he watched the strength of Chi Aoshuan and Jonathan grow stronger day by day. On the other hand, Brill, who had already entered the Sky Tower, had never shown any signs of breaking through. It was better for them to place their hopes on Chi Aoshuan and the rest. Dylan, Chi Aoshuan, and Jonathan were indeed the top 3 students in the academy. Their strength was increasing by the day, and it wouldn't be long before they completed the mission. Furthermore, with their talent, they would definitely be able to. The dean stood in front of the window, looking down at the silhouettes of Chi Aoshuan and Jonathan. The two were on their way to the Sky Tower. A satisfied smile appeared on the dean's face. After nodding slightly, he turned around and met the pair of gloomy eyes. Heh, Elder Valentine, why are you looking so gloomy? Our mission is about to be completed. Shouldn't we be happy? A smile appeared on the dean's handsome face as he walked past the person standing in front of him and sat on the sofa beside him. I hope this mission will never be completed. The elder named Valentine wore a gloomy expression as he slowly walked to the window. Looking at the backs of Chi Aoshuan and Jonathan, his heart sank. Hee, don't tell me you want to stay here forever and not think about our hometown. Don't you miss your family? The dean shook his head and smiled sarcastically. Valentine, have you forgotten the pain we have to suffer every year if we don't complete the task? Life is worse than death. I'd rather die in that battle. Valentine's face grew darker and darker, and he put his right hand to his empty left sleeve. TSK, you can't say that. If you die here, your soul will never return to our homeland. The dean tried to comfort her, but a hint of sadness flashed across his eyes. Does that require so many lives and souls to bear? Valentine suddenly turned and raised his voice. Valentine, pay attention to the tone of your voice. Also, I'm the one in charge here. Get out of here. Do not act without my orders. The dean stood up angrily and shouted back at Valentine. If you didn't let that person go back then, why would we be on our guard now? It doesn't matter if you don't want to go back alone, but you have to think about the other brothers. That's all I can say. Think about it yourself. Without waiting for Valentine to leave, he slammed the door and left. Valentine was left alone in the room. Valentine looked at the closed door of the room, and his eyes faded and faded. Finally, he let out a long sigh and turned to look at the blue sky through the window. When will things start? Jonathan, Didn't you not want to step into the space-shattering realm? Why are you working so hard now? After Xiao Orshuang and Jonathan entered the heavenly tower again, Xiao Orshuang asked curiously, "I've changed my mind now." Jonathan blinked and rolled his eyes. "What made you change your mind? You know it's dangerous, but you still want to go?" Xiao Shuang walked forward while Jonathan followed closely behind. "No reason, I just want to go with you." Jonathan seemed to be perfunctory, but there was a voice in his heart telling him that because he didn't want to see anything wrong with Xiao Shuang, he had to follow her. Xiao Shuang did not pursue the matter any further. She could tell that Jonathan was being perfunctory. There wouldn't be any result if he continued asking, so he decided to just leave it at that. However, Xiao Shuang, do you feel any changes in your body right now? Yeah, to be honest, how far do you think you are from breaking through? Jonathan sounded anxious as he suddenly saw a figure in the distance. That's Ditto's. Jonathan clearly remembered the bet between Xiao Shuang and Dittonch in the main hall of the Tian Dao sect. If Xiao Shuang breaks through after Dittonch, then Dittonch will kill everyone related to Xiao Shuang. He was one of them. Jonathan subconsciously touched his neck and swallowed his saliva. Not far. Yes, Xiao Aohan replied in a low voice. Then he raised his head and looked at the Dittos in the distance. Xiao Shuang's gaze turned cold. Although this man was lonely and sorrowful, he was not from the same world as him. This paranoid person would never be able to become friends, and would never be able to become friends. Dittos heard the voices of the two men and stopped where he was, waiting for them to come forward. Xiao Shuang and Jonathan stopped as well. The three of them stared at each other in silence. Xiao Shuang, after a long time, Dittos finally spoke first, calling out Xiao Shuang's name in a low voice. This was the first direct exchange between the two of them since they left the Tian Dao sect. C300, C300, Xiao Shuang, after a long time, Dittos finally spoke first, calling out Xiao Shuang's name in a low voice. This was the first direct exchange between the two of them since they left the Tian Dao sect. Jonathan looked at Xiao Shuang nervously before looking at Dittos. Ever since the return of the Tian Dao sect, the relationship between the two had dropped to a freezing point. They had not spoken a word, but now that they had met face to face, what would happen? Xiao Shuang looked coldly at Dentance and asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter? How do you feel now?" This was what had originally been Diance's main concern. He was concerned about how Xiao Shuang was feeling right now. In short, he was still far from breaking through. "I will break through before you," Xiao Shuang said without any hesitation. "Good, very good. Before me, anyone you have anything to do with doesn't have to die. But if you break through with me, they are still going to die. The existence of those people will prevent you from advancing any further." Before he could finish his words, a strong gale instantly arose in the surroundings. The fierce gale blew away everyone's clothes, and their hair was in disarray. And all of this was done with Xiao Shuang as the center. Innumerable gusts of wind gushed out from Xiao Shuang's body, filling the surroundings. Xiao Shuang's expression sank to the bottom, and her eyes became even colder. He just stared at Ditto's coldly. A gust of wind instantly cut a bloody wound on Ditto's handsome face, and blood began to slowly flow out. Dottons didn't move, nor did he move. He just stood there quietly, staring at Xiao Shuang. The atmosphere was extremely stiff, and only the sound of the wind could be heard. Jonathan's palms were moist with sweat. They couldn't fight like this. Although Xiao Shuang had improved a lot during this period of time, the other party was still a dent in. He did not want anything to happen to Xiao Shuang, not even a little bit of damage. "Xiao Shuang, get stronger." The wind suddenly stopped after Ditton said those words in a low voice. The surroundings quieted down, and Dittos did not say anything else. He turned around and left alone. Xiao Shuang stood still, but her eyes became colder and colder. She understood that the battle with this man wouldn't be too far off. Xiao Shuang, are you all right?" Jonathan asked nervously. "What can I do?" Xiao Shuang replied snappily, then walked away with a sullen face. Jonathan shivered and hurried after him. After some discussion with Brill, Xiao Shuang and Jonathan came out of the tower again. However, the mysterious man in white clothes did not appear again, causing Xiao Shuang to be bewildered. What was that man doing? Why did it never appear again? A month flew by. Chi Aoshuang sat on the bed with her eyes closed, feeling the strange feeling that had just disappeared. It seemed that the breakthrough wasn't too far off. Tomorrow, he would go to the Sky Tower and the 9th floor. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Chi Aoshuang slowly opened her eyes, filled with doubt. Who could it be? Opening the door, he saw Perina's extremely haggard appearance. Her eyes were bloodshot and dark circles covered them. Her face was pale and a little green. However, her eyes were extremely firm. Perina, what's wrong? If you want to ask about your brother, then don't worry. Your brother is fine right now. Chi Aoshuang did not move aside, but stood in front of the door and said, Is that so? Thank you. I came here today because I have something that I want to talk to you about. Perina pursed her lips, seemingly trying to cheer herself up. What is it? Chi Aoshuang asked indifferently. She knew that she could not give the person in front of her a shred of hope, or else, in the end, she would be filled with endless despair. Tonight, you must come to the grove by the lake, the place where we first met. Please, I have something important to tell you. Perina looked up and said seriously while biting her somewhat pale lips. What can't I say here? Xiao Aoshuang turned her head slightly, not looking at Perina, and said these words in a low voice. Not here. It's a very important matter. She turned around and quickly ran away. After running a few steps, she turned around and added, I'll be waiting for you there tonight. It's really important. You have to come. Without waiting for any reaction from Chi Aoshuang, Perina quickly ran away. Looking at Perina's back, Xiao Aoshuang thought about what happened that made Perina react in such a way. Was it really important? Could this be related to the conspiracy behind the Star Academy? Thinking of this, Xiao Aoshuang's face turned solemn. If that was the case, then he really needed to see Perina and ask her what was going on. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Aoshuang went back and closed the door. Of course, what Xiao Aoshuang didn't see was that within Ditter's dorm, Ditters, who was sitting on his bed with his eyes closed and resting, suddenly opened his eyes, a faint sullen look in his eyes. That night, Chi Aoshuang and Jonathan left the cafeteria after dinner. Chi Aoshuang turned to Jonathan and said, Go back first, I still have some matters to attend to. What is it? Where are you going? Jonathan asked hastily. It's just a small matter, you can go back first. Xiao Aoshuang did not say anything more. She left Jonathan and turned around to leave. Sai, Aoshuang, Aoshuang, Jonathan called out to Chi Aoshuang, but Chi Aoshuang ignored him and continued to walk forward. Jonathan stood there for a long time, thinking, and then left. Chi Aoshuang slowly walked forward and arrived at the quiet little forest. Under the night sky, the forest seemed even quieter, with only the occasional sound of insects. At night, this place was deserted. It was a good place for peace and quiet. After sitting down, Chi Aoshuang waited for Perina to arrive. Pieces of leaves fluttered in the air. Chi Aoshuang extended her hand and grabbed a leaf, gently stroking it. Suddenly, light footsteps came from the forest. Chi Aoshuang did not move. She could tell that the footsteps belonged to Perina. Sure enough, after a while, Perina appeared in front of Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang, you're here. I beg of you, you will still come, won't you? Perina slowly approached Chi Aoshuang, a strange light flickering in her eyes. What do you want? Tell me. Is this something related to the Star Academy's conspiracy? Xiao Aoshuang frowned slightly, but didn't reply to Perina. Instead, she coldly asked this question. You think this is the reason? A look of disappointment appeared on Perina's face. What else do you think it is? I think I made it clear that it's absolutely impossible between you and me. Chi Aoshuang's expression turned colder and colder. If the reason Perina called him here was just to say these things, then he had really come at the wrong time. Chi Aoshuang said in a cold voice and was about to leave. Wait, Xiao Aoshuang, I called you here because I really have something to do. There really is a secret behind the Star Academy. Seeing that Chi Aoshuang was about to leave, she hurriedly opened her mouth and said those words. Sure enough, there was some astonishment on Chi Aoshuang's face. She turned to Perina, who had an anxious look on her face, and asked, What is it? I have a companion beast who heard the argument between the principal and the elder. They don't seem to belong to this world. They came to this world to work for a certain person or force. Perina stared fixedly at Xiao Orshuang and quickly told her what she found out. Qi Aoshuang's eyebrows furrowed together as her face grew serious. She slowly walked back to her seat and sat down. Patting the seat beside her, she said to Perina, "Sit down and let's talk." "All right." A smile appeared on Perina's face. She hurriedly went over and sat down, then began to explain the dispute between the headmaster and the elders in the headmaster's office. After Xiao Aoshuang heard this, her expression became more and more serious. Perina's news was startling, but when she thought about it carefully, she wasn't surprised. And the person that the dean spoke of, the person that the elder had released, could it be that mysterious white-clothed man? The white-clothed man was originally their prey, but he was still let go by that elder. At that time, it was likely a world-shaking fight that shook the entire Stellar Tower. Did that man in white know the dean's true purpose? They did not belong in this world, but in order to return to their original hometown, did they hold a position in the Star Academy? Where was their home? Could it be in another plane? Thinking of this, Qi Aoshuang's heart sank. The people or powers behind them probably wouldn't be so simple. The entire Chaos world was being toyed with by that person or force. One could imagine how terrifying that person's strength was. Qi Aoshuang, Qi Aoshuang. Perina carefully called out to the absent-minded Qi Aoshuang. "Ha, oh." Xiang Aoshuang came back to his senses, looking at the hopeful look on Perina's face. He smiled and said, "Perina, thank you for this news. It's very important, and very useful to me, as long as it's useful to you." A smile appeared on Perina's face. Only now did her haggard face brighten a little. One could imagine how miserable her life had been after being completely rejected by Qi Aoshuang. "Well, thank you. I will uncover the truth of this as soon as possible, not to mention your brother. I'll go back first." Xiao Orshuang stood up and was about to leave. She needed some time to properly digest the information that Perina had given her today. "Wait, Qi Aoshuang." Just as Qi Aoshuang stood up to leave, Perina stood up abruptly and threw herself into his arms. "Perina." Qi Aoshuang's expression changed immediately. She reached out her hand, trying to pull Perina out of her embrace. However, Perina used all the strength in her body to tightly hug Qi Aoshuang's waist, unwilling to let go no matter what. "Qi Aoshuang, I like you. I've never liked anyone before, and I've never been so worried about anyone. I really like you." Perina's subsequent desperate confession made Qi Aoshuang even more upset. C301. C301. Perina's confession was as stormy as the wind and rain, and as fiery as a flame. If it was an ordinary man, he would definitely be incomparably excited. However, Qi Aoshuang was extremely frustrated in her heart. "Perina, listen to me. I've made it very clear before, and now it's the same attitude, and it will be the same from now on. I won't accept you." Qi Aoshuang said patiently. I know. You have a sweetheart, and the reason why you worked so hard to break through is to meet her at that place. I know it all." Perina did not wait for Qi Aoshuang to finish before raising her voice and growling. However, her voice was already laced with tears. "So you should know very well that I can't accept you and I can't like you. I only regard you as my little sister. Don't you want me to completely cut off this last bit of love?" Qi Aoshuang's voice became colder and colder. "I know that no one can take the place of that person in your heart, and I will never be able to take the place of him. My request is very humble, and I only hope that before you go to that plane, I can quietly stay by your side." Perina finally cried. She raised her head and looked at Qi Aoshuang, her face full of tears as she asked, "Qi Aoshuang, can't you do this as well? Just use me as a substitute. Just treat me to your side during this period of time." Qi Aoshuang's heart was in a mess. Looking at how miserable Perina was feeling, she wanted to tell her, "I am not a man, and I cannot accept your love. In this world, everyone is a special existence. No one can take the place of anyone else." But would she believe it? He would only think that he was trying to fool her with such an absurd excuse. Things have the opposite effect. Qi Aoshuang closed her eyes helplessly, sorting out her thoughts in her mind, trying to think of a way to convince Perina if she refused. "Can't I? Xiao Orshuang, let me stay by your side before you go to that plane. Perina sobbed softly. Of course not, because you're going to die here tonight. A cold voice suddenly sounded in the silent night. Immediately following that, a terrifying force came through the air, heading straight for the Palina in Chi Aoshuang's arms. Chi Aoshuang's pupils contracted. She hugged Perina tightly and abruptly turned around, letting that terrifying power all land on her body. With a stuffy groan, Chi Aoshuang bore the brunt of the attack. He didn't even have to wait for this person to appear before he knew who it was. This person was Ditunch. He was actually following me. Xiao Aoshuang was furious in her heart. Furthermore, she wanted to kill Perina. Chi Aoshuang, are you alright? Perina raised her head and looked at the blood dripping from the corner of Chi Aoshuang's mouth in fear as she asked worriedly. It's fine. Xiao Aoshuang reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, then turned around and pulled Perina behind her. Looking at the figures gradually appearing in the night, she coldly said, Dylan, I warned you that you don't need to intervene in my matters, but she tried to block your progress, and she deserved to die. Dickens slowly approached them and appeared before their eyes. His expression was as cold as ice, and there was not a single ripple in his eyes when he said those words. Dittos. Chi Aoshuang was truly angry now. Again and again, Dittos had interfered in his own affairs, this time trying to kill Perina, and would not allow such a thing to happen. Chi Aoshuang, don't force me to hurt you. This woman can't stay, she will stop your progress. Ditto's tone was extremely calm. I told you I wouldn't fall in love with a woman. Xiao Aoshuang was furious in her heart. I don't have a shred of affection for Perina. You don't need to waste your time thinking about it. But she likes you, so she must die. Her entanglement can upset you. Shut up, I said you don't have to worry about my business. Xiao Aoshuang shouted in anger. It's not up to you. With a cold look on his face, Dylan was about to make his move. Chi Aoshuang's face sank. She knew that one day, she would fight with Dittos, but she didn't expect that this battle would come so quickly. Perina, who was standing behind Chi Aoshuang, had a face full of fear. She didn't think that she would become the direct cause of the fight between the two. At this moment, she was filled with regret. Ditto's strength had always been above Chi Aoshuang's. If Chi Aoshuang suffered damage due to her, how could she endure it? Ditto said no more, and his face fell. Chi Aoshuang lowered her body slightly, keeping her guard. In the next moment, no one saw how Dentance had made his move. A violent blast of air swept over the two of them. Chi Aoshuang's expression did not change at all, and with a casual wave of her hand, the violent shockwave disappeared. Seeing this, Dotens was slightly moved. He raised his eyebrows and a satisfied look appeared in his eyes. Chi Aoshuang's strength had risen so quickly, to his surprise. Perhaps, today's battle truly wasn't certain of victory or defeat. However, this didn't change his determination to kill Perina. When Ditters was about to make another move, an anxious shout came from the air. Stop! Stop it! Listen to me! It was Jonathan's voice. Ditto stopped what he was doing and frowned slightly as he looked at Jonathan, who was running over. Xiao Aoshuang also turned her head to look at Jonathan's anxious face, but she didn't move aside. She continued to protect Perina behind her. Perina looked dazedly at the back of Xiao Aoshuang and was extremely touched. What are you trying to say? Dittos looked at Jonathan with displeasure. Chi Aoshuang was also puzzled. Ditters, you're going to kill Perina because you're afraid of being bothered by Chi Aoshuang's feelings, aren't you? Jonathan asked instead of answering Dittos's question. Dittos did not say anything. His face was gloomy, but he had already tacitly accepted it. That's simple. There is no need for such a nuisance. Jonathan turned to look at Chi Aoshuang and said, Perina, compared to you losing your life due to Chi Aoshuang, and being plagued by feelings, I think it's better if I tell you the truth. What do you mean? A wave of uneasiness welled up in Perina's heart and grew in size. Xiao Aoshuang frowned as she looked at Jonathan, who had a conflicted expression. She did not understand what Jonathan was trying to do. Chi Aoshuang, if you tell me your secret, will you feel troubled? Jonathan asked carefully. After all, Chi Aoshuang definitely had her concerns regarding the status of a man. Xiao Aoshuang was stunned. She looked at Jonathan's face, wanting to know what he meant. Jonathan slowly took out a mirror and said to Chi Aoshuang, this mirror can see a person's true face. Last time, I stole a glance at you in the mirror." Before she could finish her words, Chao Shuang had already understood the meaning behind the so-called true face. He felt that Jonathan's recent attitude toward him was strange, that he had seen that he was a woman. "Yes, let Perina see for herself, because I said she wouldn't believe me." Xiao Aoshuan could not help but make such a decision, because she knew that if she didn't solve Perina's problem, she would only sink deeper and deeper into it. In the end, he would be beyond redemption. She might as well take advantage of the situation to make her completely give up. He believed that none of them would reveal his true identity. What? Perina started to panic, and the uneasiness in her heart threatened to overwhelm her. Dittos frowned and stood aside silently, looking at the scene in front of him. "Come and see, you will understand. Long pain is better than short pain. You don't have to worry about Chao Shuang in the future." Jonathan stepped forward and pointed the mirror at her. I won't look." Perina vaguely understood what was going on. Her heart was gradually filled with uneasiness and fear. She lowered her head, unwilling to look at the mirror. Chao Shuang's eyes met with the mirror, and she raised her eyebrows in shock. It had been a long time since he had seen himself like this. Black hair and black eyes. Jonathan looked over his shoulder and froze when he saw what the person in the mirror looked like. What a stunning face! Her hair was as black as ink, her eyes were bright and rarely seen, and her lips were rosy and small. It was just that the slight sadness between her eyebrows had not changed. Such a stunning, perfect face stunned Jonathan for a moment. He had thought that Chao Shuang's true face would be a beauty, and he could guess it from that stunning glimpse. However, he never thought that Chao Shuang would be so beautiful that it would cause people's hearts to ripple. Seeing Jonathan's soul leave his body, Dittos finally moved over, glanced into the mirror, and froze. What kind of mirror is this?" After a long time, Dickens finally spoke, but this time his tone was different. "It's a semi-divine artifact, a replica of the true knowledge mirror. It can't be wrong." Jonathan came back to himself and answered Dittos's question. Dittos became silent. His expression was unsettled and he did not move anymore. He just turned around and left silently. Perina kept her head down, not daring to look in the mirror. She was afraid that when she saw the mirror, everything would be different. "Perina, look, I'll be fine after reading it," Jonathan urged Perina impatiently, because Perina couldn't keep pestering Chao Shuang like this. Slowly, Perina raised her head. Jonathan held the mirror and waited patiently. As soon as she looked up, however, she looked down again. "I don't want to deceive your feelings, Perina, or hurt you, but you can't go on like this. It would only cause more damage. I'll tell you the truth today. I'm a woman. I look like a man now, but I'm a woman. And there would be a day when she could recover. Do you understand?" Chao Shuang tried her best to persuade him, but her tone slowed down. C302. Before she could finish her words, Perina covered her ears and shouted, "Shut up! Shut up! I didn't hear it. I didn't hear anything. You're not. Perina." Xiao Aoshuang wanted to say something. However, Perina was on the verge of collapse. She covered her ears and ran far away while crying. She didn't even look at the mirror, because there was no longer any need for it. Everyone's reactions and words had explained everything. Chao Shuang is a woman. She was really a woman. Chao Shuang looked at Perina's back and sighed. He had hurt her badly, but how could she believe him otherwise? If this went on any longer, it would only be a more devastating blow. He retracted his gaze and saw Jonathan still holding up the mirror, staring at the person in it. Xiao Aoshuang said exasperatedly, "What are you looking at? With everyone gone, this matter can finally be concluded." Oh. Jonathan reluctantly put away the mirror. However, his heart was filled with emotions. Chao Shuang was really a woman, and a woman so beautiful that it was impossible to describe. God, this world was crazy. When he thought of the times when he had hooked arms with her, Jonathan was tempted. Xiao Aoshuang walked forward with a sullen face. How could she be in a good mood after what happened tonight? Aoshuang, wait. Jonathan hurried after her, and they walked side by side. Jonathan was full of questions. He really wanted to know what Chao Shuang's current attitude was, because she had used some sort of treasure to change her appearance or some sort of divine artifact. However, seeing how Chi Aoshuan kept a straight face, he knew that this was not a good time to ask questions. Although Xiao Aoshuan was a little worried about Perina, she knew that Perina would eventually figure it out. It was just that the process would be a little longer and more painful. What she was thinking now was the news that Perina had brought. There really was a huge net behind the Star Academy. And what was the purpose of the man in the net? Just as Chi Aoshuan was pondering, a breeze suddenly blew by, and an abnormal aura could be felt. Xiao Aoshuan abruptly raised her head, and saw the mysterious man in white clothes silently standing in front of her. "It's you. You've finally appeared." Chi Aoshuan looked at the man in front of her, and a sense of calmness arose in her heart. "Yes, because it's time," the white-clothed man said softly. "It's time for you to understand your current strength." "Hey, what do you understand?" Jonathan frowned, puzzled. Why is this fellow acting so smug? He seems to be on good terms with Xiao Aoshuan. "You seem to know something about it tonight." The mysterious man in white smiled faintly. "Sit down, I'll tell you everything I know." After speaking, the white-clothed man sat down on a nearby stone bench and patted the seat beside him. Xiao Aoshuan did not hesitate as she walked over and sat beside the man in white. Jonathan pursed his lips and sat on the stool beside him. "Who are you?" Chi Aoshuan looked at the man in white clothes in front of her. She did not know why, but she felt that this man had a faint familiar scent, but she could not tell what it was exactly. The white-clothed man's face darkened slightly when he said this. He sighed softly. "Actually, I don't know who I am either." "What do you mean?" "What nonsense. How could he not know who he was? It's not like you've lost your memory," Jonathan retorted disdainfully. "Ha ha." The white-robed man laughed calmly, then said softly, "You are right, I do not have any memories from before. I really don't remember who I am." "What?" Jonathan was dumbfounded. He did not expect that he would be able to hit the nail on the head with just a few words. The white-clothed man's words rendered him speechless. "Don't you remember who you are? Where are you from?" Xiao Aoshuan asked curiously. "That's right. When I came back to my senses, I was already in this world. However, I feel that there is something calling me from the other plane. That's why I went to the Star Academy. I wanted to go to that plane after stepping into the void-shattering realm through the 9th level of the Sky Tower. But, however, you discovered the Star Academy's hidden identity, which is why you fought against the Star Academy's people. In the end, he almost overturned the Heavenly Pagoda, right?" Chi Aoshuan told him what she had expected. "That's right. What I discovered is that to step into the space-shattering realm, it doesn't have to be the 9th floor of the tower. It was the same on the outside. However, the Star Academy had gathered all the experts from this world and allowed them to pass through the 9th level of the Heavenly Pagoda. After entering the 9th level and making a breakthrough, he wouldn't be going to that plane, but would lose his life. His life will be devoured by the hidden power behind the Star Academy." The man in white slowly said. "That's why you stopped me from going to the 9th floor." Chi Aoshuan followed. "Why didn't you stop me?" Jonathan muttered. "That's because you always give me a very familiar feeling. I seem to know you, but I can't remember where I saw you. This feeling is very familiar, very nostalgic." The man in white looked at Chi Aoshuan with misty eyes. "Hey, you know that Xiao Aoshuan's real body is a beauty, that's why you're saying these words." Jonathan interrupted the man in white with disdain. He was sure that the man in white had seen everything that had happened in the forest and that he knew that Xiao Aoshuan was actually a breathtakingly beautiful woman. "Ha ha." The white-clothed man smiled faintly and didn't comment. However, Xiao Aoshuan understood that this was not what Jonathan was talking about. This was because not only did the white-clothed man feel this way, she herself felt the same. She felt that the person in front of her was very familiar, but she had never seen him before. It was a strange and subtle feeling. Back then, when I fought with the people from the Star Academy, I found out that these people were truly working for the power backing them, collecting these experts. And this was the goal of opening a Star Academy. However, there had always been too few people with good talent. This time, you showed up, along with Dittos and Jonathan. The Dean and the others were looking forward to it. Seems like the people they are looking for will be enough, the white-clothed man said in a deep voice. They seem to have descended from the previous plane. Didn't he say that he wouldn't be able to come down after he went up? But these people came down. Xiao Aoshuang thought for a while. It should be something that the people behind them can do. And it lowered their power, which is why they came to this plane. The white-robed man analyzed. Now, what's the most important thing? Jonathan interrupted their conversation. He had a nagging feeling that the atmosphere between Chi Aoshuang and this white-clothed man was so harmonious that it made him unhappy. The most important thing is to destroy the Star Academy's plan and unravel the Heavenly Pagoda's true appearance. I've been to the 9th floor many times and discovered quite a few formations, but the biggest one needs someone to work with me. As the man in white spoke to her, his gaze shifted to Chi Aoshuang. Xiao Aoshuang understood that what the man needed was her cooperation with him. Immediately, Chi Aoshuang nodded her head and agreed. Get rid of this. Only by getting rid of the interference from the school can we successfully enter the upper plane. The white-clothed man said. Yes, I have to go to that plane as well. Chi Aoshuang nodded and said solemnly and resolutely. Is it because someone is waiting for you? The man in white asked with a smile. Chi Aoshuang smiled and nodded gently. Yes. The man in white smiled and did not say anything else, but his heart felt empty. Okay, tell me when to start. Jonathan interrupted again. He was extremely displeased with this mysterious man in white clothes. Was there a need to get along so well with Chi Aoshuang? Really? Don't worry, this matter must be done in secret. The white-clothed man smiled faintly at Chi Aoshuang, saying, also, bring along your personal bodyguard. His strength is also not to be underestimated. He can enter that plane with us. What? How strong is he? Jonathan was incredulous. He's hiding his strength. The man in white stood up and looked at the night sky as he said, let's meet a week later at the entrance to the 9th floor of the Sky Tower. Okay, see you then. Xiao Aoshuang also stood up and agreed. Johansson remained silent with a dark face. He felt awkward as if the two of them were lovers. The wind blew past, and the white-robed man disappeared. Chi Aoshuang let out a long sigh, then turned around and walked back to her dorm. Aoshuang, you. Jonathan racked his brains to find a topic to talk about. Chi Aoshuang turned around and looked at him with an inquiring gaze. He held back for a long time before saying, are you hungry? Let's go have some supper. After saying this, he almost bit his tongue. What kind of words were those? Initially, he wanted to talk more with Chi Aoshuang, but he ended up saying such pointless words. I'm a little hungry, let's go. Unexpectedly, Xiao Aoshuang replied in such a manner. Jonathan was overjoyed. Alright, let's go have some barbecue and some wine. I'll treat you. The two of them walked along the street to the west of the school. At this time, Dittos was alone in his dorm, feeling conflicted. Chi Aoshuang is a woman. Xiao Aoshuang was actually a woman. The only person in the world who knew him and knew his heart was a woman. Dickens's thoughts went back to the first time he met Chi Aoshuang. At that time, before they could finish speaking, Chi Aoshuang had already pushed open the door with a calm face, and appeared in front of them coldly. And when she participated in the Heavenly Tower's smelting trial, she was the first person in all these years to comprehend the meaning behind her words. Furthermore, no matter what she did, she seemed to be able to guess that no matter how much the people around her were shocked, she would still act as if it was only natural. What should he do? The person he thought he was going with was actually a woman. C303. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this 1 week, Xiao Aoshuang's strength increased once again, and she could faintly feel that the bottleneck was not far away. In the course of this week, she thought for a moment, and only said a few understated words to Wins, and blessed him and Bethany. Wins was so confused that he did not know what exactly Chi Aoshuang was up to. As for Perina, Tarlina and Chi Aoshuang, they thought for a while but still did not bid farewell to the two. Meanwhile, on Heavenbreaker and Arbao's side, Chi Aoshuang wrote a few letters outlining her thoughts and decisions. She similarly blessed Heavenbreaker and Arbao. At the end of the letter, there was a message, if fate wills it, we will meet again. Heavenbreaker began to laugh after reading the letter. What a fate! Chi Aoshuang's decision did not mention anything to Arbao. He was afraid that Arbao would be hurt. What he feared the most were Arbao's tears. Chapter 49 Terror. Dittos is in love. Naturally, no one knew what was going on with Dittos. He sat cross-legged on the bed and stayed silent for the entire night. the person who had caused such a dilemma to fall into a comfortable sleep until dawn. At dawn, Chi Aoshuang stretched her body and got out of bed. Jin Yang waited for the situation on Win's side to stabilize before returning on this day. After eating breakfast, Chi Aoshuang told Jin Yang everything she knew, but Jin Yang wasn't too surprised, because he had met that mysterious man in white earlier. Jin Yang, I don't know why, but that person gave me a very familiar feeling, but I'm sure I don't know him. I've never seen him. Xiao Aoshuang rubbed her chin as she pondered. Miss, do you feel the same? Jin Yang was a little surprised. You, don't tell me you feel the same way. Upon hearing Jin Yang's words, Chi Aoshuang was stunned. Yes, and he seems to treat Miss differently. It was only then that Jin Yang told the events of that night to Chi Aoshuang. Xiao Aoshuang thought for a while, before saying, he also said that he felt that I was familiar with him, and that he did not have any memory of me. I'm beginning to wonder who he is. In any case, he is not hostile to Miss. Also, young lady, we'll head to the 9th floor in a week. When we see him, everything will be clear. Chi Aoshuang nodded, not saying anything else. At this time, Jonathan's voice called out from the distance, Aoshuang, Aoshuang tilde tilde. Jin Yang frowned at Jonathan's displeased expression as he walked over. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Jonathan sat down between them and asked. It has nothing to do with you. Xiao Aoshuang asked curiously. How come it has nothing to do with me? You know, I'm going to the 9th floor in a week. Jonathan laughed. You don't have to go. Xiao Aoshuang couldn't be bothered to waste her breath on Jonathan. Ever since this fellow found out her true identity, he had such a weird attitude towards her. He could think of a solution to this problem. How can I let you take the risk alone? Jonathan blurted it out without thinking. I'm not alone. There's Jin Yang, and there's that person. Xiao Aoshuang glanced at Jonathan. The more Jin Yang heard, the more he felt that something wasn't right. Why was this Jonathan speaking to his young mistress so strangely? Let's go, Jin Yang. Xiao Aoshuang couldn't be bothered to waste words with Jonathan. She got up and called for Jin Yang to leave. Jonathan didn't care and followed her eagerly. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this 1 week, Xiao Aoshuang's strength increased once again, and she could faintly feel that the bottleneck was not far away. In the course of this week, she thought for a moment, and only said a few understated words to Wins, and blessed him and Bethany. Wins was so confused that he did not know what exactly Chi Aoshuang was up to. As for Perina, Tarlina and Chi Aoshuang, they thought for a while but still did not bid farewell to the two. Meanwhile, on Heavenbreaker and Arbao's side, Chi Aoshuang wrote a few letters outlining her thoughts and decisions. She similarly blessed Heavenbreaker and Arbao. At the end of the letter, there was a message, if fate wills it, we will meet again. Heavenbreaker began to laugh after reading the letter. What a fate! Chi Aoshuang's decision did not mention anything to Arbao. He was afraid that Arbao would be hurt. What he feared the most were Arbao's tears. A week later, Jin Yang didn't enter the tower with Chi Aoshuang, but dived into the tower instead. Jonathan naturally followed Chi Aoshuang in. When Wei Aoshuang and Jonathan entered, they were surprised to find that Ditters was already there. He stood silently at the entrance, as if he had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw Chi Aoshuang, his body froze and his expression became unnatural. You're up early, Dittos. Jonathan yawned. Ditters only looked at Xiao Aoshuang without saying anything. Chi Aoshuang turned her face away and did not intend to talk to Ditters. She strode forward. Chi Aoshuang, however, Ditters grabbed Chi Aoshuang's arm and pulled her back. Xiao Aoshuang was shocked by this unexpected force. After recovering her senses, she let go of Ditter's hand, frowned and said, "What do you want?" Jonathan stared back at Dittos. Dittos hated physical contact, no matter who it was, but today, he actually took the initiative to pull Chi Aoshuang away. It's over. Things have changed. Dittos remained silent as he looked at Chi Aoshuang's face. After a long while, he finally said, "Regardless of whether you are a man or a woman, you must travel with me on the road ahead." After saying that, he turned around and walked away without giving any reaction. Jonathan stood staring after him, his mouth twitching, and suddenly a ridiculous thought occurred to him. Ditters is in love. Dittos, who did not know what love was probably in love. It was just that this guy didn't know how to express his thoughts, so he used such an awkward method to express his thoughts. He was truly willing to die. It would be strange if others would accept this chase after a girl. Sure enough, when he turned around, he saw Chiao Shuang frowning and rubbing the hands of Dita Sloton, coldly snorting and saying something out of place. Jonathan shrugged, looking as if it was true. Jin Yang quickly appeared in the sky tower as the three of them headed up. This heavenly pagoda wasn't big or small, but it wasn't small either. Going up to the 9th floor took them 4 days. By the time he reached the entrance to the 9th floor, Brill was already there, waiting as he had been promised. He had also reached a bottleneck. Dittos quietly sat by the side. Chiao Shuang looked around but didn't see the man in white robes appear. Seeing that Chiao Shuang had arrived, Di Tan's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to stand up, Chiao Shuang sat down and said, "He's not here yet. Let's wait a little longer." Ditto's face slightly darkened. He did not say anything and continued to sit and wait. Not long after, a breeze blew past and the white-clothed man appeared before everyone without a sound. Upon seeing this, Xiao Shuang revealed a smile as she went up to welcome him. "You're here. All right." The white-robed man smiled and nodded. "I don't know your name yet." Xiao Shuang suddenly thought of this question. "I don't know my name." The man in white answered helplessly. "Then I'll call you White Clothes. You always dress like that anyway." Chiao Shuang replied with a smile. For some reason, Chiao Shuang's heart felt at peace with this man in white. "Okay, White Clothes, White Clothes." After the man in white agreed, he repeated the words. Jonathan looked at them, pursed his lips, rolled his eyes, and turned away. And Dittos was frowning slightly, not knowing what was going on with the discomfort in his heart. This was a feeling that he had never felt before. It was as if someone had snatched away some precious treasure of his. Empty. "Then let's go in. It's not too late to push someone who doesn't want to go in." The man in white turned around and said to the crowd behind him. When no one spoke, Jonathan rolled his eyes. Seeing that no one was speaking, Bai Yi turned to nod at Chiao Shuang before heading into the light barrier, with Chiao Shuang following closely behind. The others filed in and got in. An intense white light blinded her, and when she opened her eyes, she felt a strange sensation beneath her feet. He lowered his head and saw that there was no support beneath his feet. Below him was the bottomless abyss. Just as Chiao Shuang's body fell down, both her arms were grabbed by someone. "Don't focus solely on what you see in your eyes. This place we are in is a place of chaos, and our will can be controlled a little. We think what is here is what, and consciousness is figurative." The white-robed man's voice rang out. After falling a distance, Embers and Brill immediately understood what was going on. They adjusted their body and gradually floated up. Chiao Shuang looked at her arm. On one side was Ditasla, and on the other was her white clothes. Jonathan scratched his head behind him. There was no place for him to pull. It was such a tragedy that he was too slow. His chance to show off had all been stolen. I know. Chiao Shuang immediately adjusted her body and floated in midair. Both Dittos and the man in white withdrew their hands. Everyone floated on the same line and looked ahead. Looking at the scene in front of her, Chiao Shuang was stunned. How could the 9th floor be as simple as a space? This place looked like the universe. The horizon was boundless and countless nebulae covered it. There were even some meteors floating in the air, moving at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to detect. In fact, and a black hole. As long as I can pass through this region, I'll be able to reach another plane. But to pass through here, one must break through the space-shattering realm. The white-robed man's long hair fluttered gently in the wind. He looked forward and said softly, "At the end, there is a dazzling ring of light. That is the exit. Be careful of the stones and the black swirl." At this moment, Dittos also opened his mouth in a low voice. Chiao Shuang gazed into the distance and saw that the stone and the black whirlpool that Duten spoke of were meteorites and black holes. Not bad. Some of the stones seem to be very slow, but when you get closer, you find that they are very fast. Or some stone has a terrible suction, will suck the person over, will never get rid of. And those black vortexes could devour people as well. The devoured people have yet to see any coming out. The man in white explained in detail. Jonathan blinked as he stared at the scene in front of him. Looking at the white-robed Dittos protecting both sides of Xiao Shuang, He felt extremely displeased. Jin Yang's expression darkened slightly as he silently followed behind. If we want to safely pass through this area, we'll have to spend quite a bit of time. Everyone, don't get separated. Everyone, be careful. After saying that, Bai Yi turned to smile at Xiao Aoshuang. Come, follow me, don't go away. All right, Xiao Aoshuang smiled back and nodded. The group then stepped into the vast danger zone. C304. The group of people slowly and cautiously moved forward in this area. On the way, Chi Aoshuang saw some bones on the meteorites, and many bones seemed to be struggling. That sinister look left everyone's heart palpitating. The meteors and black holes were moving forward slowly. Look, those are the formations that form this space. To be precise, they are one of the many formations. The group looked up and saw an octagonal formation hovering in the air. It flickered with a white light as it slowly rotated. If all the formations here are destroyed, this space will collapse and the entire sky tower will collapse. The white-clothed man frowned as he looked at the array formations, helplessness appearing between his brows. Chi Aoshuang frowned slightly, remembering what Bai Yi had said before. Bai Yi, I remember you said that you broke some formations. Millimeter, but, the white-robed man said depressingly, the formation has been reborn again. I remember clearly the few formations nearby, I destroyed them, but now, it has appeared once again. This space has the ability to repair itself. Ditto spat out a cold word. Then I'll be troubling you. Jonathan scratched his head. This isn't the most troublesome thing. Trouble will only appear after a while. The man in white smiled and stretched out his hand. With a flick of his finger, a visible physical force attacked the nearest formation. Bang asterisk after a loud explosion. A shock wave arose from the surroundings and the formation was shattered. What? What do you mean? Jonathan opened his eyes wide and asked. Who do you think will be the first to disapprove of destroying this place? Xiao Aoshuang asked passively. Oh, my God, it's those old bastards from Star Academy. Oh, no, it means that I'm going to start a war with them. If I lose, aren't I implicating my family? Jonathan came back to his senses and shouted. Brill's face changed slightly. So, if we start a battle later, I will definitely kill them all. So, if we start a battle later, I will definitely kill them all, cried Jonathan, making up his mind. The man in white smiled and no longer spoke. Instead, he led the group forward. Chi Aoshuang could gradually feel the change in the surrounding atmosphere. It seemed that the further ahead she flew, the more difficult it would be. All around them, invisible forces were suppressing them, pressuring them. It was as if his entire body was being squeezed by this force, and in the end, he was unable to breathe. Rest will do. The man in white noticed the embarrassment on the crowd and stopped. The faces of Ditters and Chi Aoshuang were slightly better, but the faces of the others were a little pale. Only Jin Yang's expression didn't change. Let's go there for a rest. It's safe over there, and you can feel the area here. Where is the best place for cultivation? Bai Yi flew to the right, and not far from him was a huge red meteorite. The meteorite was half the size of a football field. Didn't you say that meteorites are dangerous? Jonathan asked with a smile. The first time he came to this place, he was already dropping down. He had never come into contact with meteorites before. Some meteorites are dangerous, some are not. On the contrary, it's a place with dense elemental particles. The white robe explained. The back of this huge rock looks smooth, but you'll know when you see it. And the most important thing is that it's an unmoving rock. Everyone followed by Yixu and flew over. They saw that the front of the rock was indeed a different world. It was like a beehive, with many small nests. Let's each choose a cave to rest in. After saying that, Bai Yi nodded to Wei Orshuan, then pointed at one of the caves. You are of the wind attribute, that cave should be very suitable for you. After speaking, Bai Yixu ignored everyone else and flew straight into the cave he had his eyes on. Chi Aoshuan turned around and said to everyone before flying back into the cave. The others also found a suitable place to rest. As soon as Xiao Aoshuan flew into the cave, he woke up. He jumped out of Chi Aoshuan's body and shouted, "Oh my God, where is this place? Why is it so comfortable? Our holy land doesn't have such a rich fragrance." Xiao Aoshuan closed her eyes and a faint smile appeared on her face as she felt the surrounding strong wind elements. As expected, this was not only a good place to rest, but also a good place for cultivation. Was this the 9th floor? Benefits are at the same time as risks, and they are enormous. This was indeed the best place to break through. But what about after breaking through? What would be facing them? Chi Aoshuang sat down slowly and grabbed the still sniffing the air. All right, come over here. Jiang Kong, show us your true strength. How did you know? As if she knew she had never used her true strength, Jiang Kong was shocked. Enough nonsense, swallow the surrounding wind elementals. Xiao Aoshuang smiled cunningly, and then, give it all to me. Why did I give it all to you? I ate it but you still want me to spit it out. Don't you feel disgusted? There was no reply, only a whining sound of protest. However, the protests were futile. Chi Aoshuang covered the sky with her mouth and shook it vigorously, causing the sky to become dizzy. The sky finally gave in and took the initiative to enter Chi Aoshuang's body, madly absorbing the surrounding wind element. Chi Aoshuang's expression gradually returned to Ning sect. She closed her eyes and quickly digested the wind element that had been absorbed by the sky. The sky was like a terrifying vacuum cleaner as the surrounding wind elementals madly rushed over. No one saw the strange scene in the cave. Countless bright points of light slowly formed into a curtain of light, slowly surrounding Chi Aoshuang and enveloping her whole body. Beams of light were constantly seeping out from the walls of the cave as the wind element was being crazily absorbed. The man in white clothes, who was resting in another cave, suddenly opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. This time, he might be able to destroy this place and recover his lost memories. More importantly, he wanted to know if he knew Chi Aoshuang, and if she was related to him. Otherwise, why would he feel a sense of familiarity when he first met Chi Aoshuang? And the first time I saw her, she was trying to get to the 9th floor. He did not even think about it, and he immediately stopped Xiao Aoshuang from engaging in such a dangerous act, because she wasn't strong enough at the time. However, it should be enough by now, and it would be far more than that. That way, the old guys would soon notice. Things will get more interesting. However, deep in his heart, he did not wish for Chi Aoshuang to suffer any damage. What a wonderful feeling. Chi Aoshuang, who are you? The man in white slowly closed his eyes, sighing softly in his heart. At this moment, Chi Aoshuang's consciousness almost flew into the clouds. Enriched with the wind element, her body's potential was activated, inducing her spirit to expand. Gradually, a map appeared before his eyes. At first, it was very blurry, but gradually, it became clearer. When Chi Aoshuang saw everything in front of her, she was surprised. Wasn't this the map of the 9th floor? The entire area was enormous. Countless nebulae and meteorites were slowly moving, and those black holes were like the mouths of a ferocious monster. The cold wind blew in waves, creating an unfathomable depth. On closer look, many of the magical formations that had been destroyed by Baiyixu earlier filled this space. Some magical formations seemed to be supporting this space, but some magical formations were very strange, constantly erupting out a bright dot of light. Chi Aoshuang took a closer look, and she was shocked. Those bright spots were none other than the various elements. This space was actually constantly infusing elemental energy to provide the conditions for people to cultivate. Who created this place? What is the purpose? Chi Aoshuang's thoughts were expanding. At this time, her consciousness had reached the entrance to the 9th level and was continuing to spread out. The 8th level, the 7th level, the 6th level. A general picture of the Star Academy appeared in front of Chi Aoshuang's eyes. Although he closed his eyes, everything in front of him was so clear. Chi Aoshuang was surprised, but she was also happy. She knew that she was no longer the same. However, how could he have such strength in such a short period of time? Xiao Aoshuang was wrong about this. She thought it was only a short moment, but a whole year had already passed. Chi Aoshuang's consciousness roamed around the academy. She saw the sweetness of winds and Bethany, and saw the silence and sadness in Tinasha's heart. Seeing how apprehensive Perina was, she would go to the entrance of the Sky Tower and stay there for the rest of the day. His consciousness slowly drifted to the Star Academy's office. Inside the office, the dean was frowning as he looked at something. Suddenly, the dean raised his head and stared at the door in disbelief. However, Xiao Aoshuang could feel that the dean seemed to be looking at her. The dean's expression changed from shock to surprise as he jumped out and ran to the door. The scene in front of her eyes vanished, and Xiao Orshuang abruptly opened her eyes, only to see everyone sitting in front of her. "You're finally awake." Jonathan let out a long breath, relieved. "What's wrong? Why did you guys come to me instead of cultivating?" Xiao Aoshuang was puzzled. "Come on, do you know how long?" Jonathan looked speechless. Qi Aoshuang shifted her gaze to Jin Yang, who said in a deep voice, "Young master, you have been sitting here quietly for a year." "What?" Qi Aoshuang exclaimed. "It took so long. Didn't you notice the difference?" The man in white smiled. "Didn't you notice that you've changed?" Qi Aoshuang was stunned. She raised her head and looked around, only to discover that she seemed to be able to see through everything, even to the point where she could see the light coming from the exit. The scene from the exit, this was another world. Before, he had felt that it was far from his reach, but now, he felt that it was within his reach. He broke through. Xiao Aoshuang was surprised, her heart was filled with ecstasy. "The people who should come are finally here." The man in white turned his head and spoke to the outside of the cave with a disdainful smile. C305. C305. "The people who should come are finally here." The man in white turned his head and spoke to the outside of the cave with a disdainful smile. The expressions of everyone changed slightly as they sensed a few people approaching them. And these people weren't weak at all. "That person is here too." The man in white frowned slightly and said calmly, "Let's go first and destroy the formation. I owe Valentine a favor. I don't want to fight them here. But they don't seem to be planning to let us go." Jonathan shrugged. "They must be coming for us. What do they want?" "Activate a magical formation, capture us, and then report to the person behind them." The man in white answered simply, "Let's go, we'll destroy those magical formations before them." Now that we have so many people, destroying that magical formation should be an easy task. The person behind them, Qi Aoshuang, slowly stood up, murmuring to herself. For some reason, she suddenly thought of what Jing Feng had said. The wind seemed to know who was behind these people. Although he didn't say it out loud, it didn't matter. Soon, he would find out who it was himself. After speaking, Bai Yi stood up and took the lead in flying ahead. Everyone followed closely behind him. At this time, the voice of Chang Kong sounded out in Qi Aoshuang's mind. "Qi Aoshuang, you lied to me so bitterly. You're a woman, and, Chang Kong's voice rose up. "She's also a great beauty. Wah! I'm so happy. I'm in a great beauty's body." These words were so ambiguous. "You," Qi Aoshuang was puzzled, and she started to secretly chat with Chang Kong. "You're the one who allowed me to break through and not let me advance. You actually didn't tell me you were a beauty. Why should I tell you?" Qi Aoshuang replied disdainfully. "HMPH, I'll leave you alone. My life and death are all yours. Don't even think about leaving me behind. Also, Qi Aoshuang, I have my own form now. He, this young master is in the spotlight now, a super handsome brother. Oh, congratulations." However, Qi Aoshuang only said a few words before following Bai Yi and the others and flying forward. "Qi Aoshuang, when you see what I look like, don't fall in love with me." While laughter filled the air. "Stay here." After Xiao Aoshuang reprimanded him, Chang Bai shut his mouth and did not say anything else. Under the guidance of Bai Yi, the group of people flew straight into the middle. As for Qi Aoshuang, she could also feel a few people approaching from the other direction. The two sides finally met face to face. The dean paused when he saw the elders standing behind him. He smiled at Qi Aoshuang and said, "Congratulations, you have finally stepped into the space-shattering realm. Alright, there's no need to pretend anymore. Everyone knows that once one steps into the void-shattering realm, one will be forcefully pulled from the gravity of the upper plane to that plane. However, this area is really not bad. It can allow people to stay here. Dittos, Qi Aoshuang, Jonathan, Brill, don't listen to his nonsense. We will send you to that plane," the dean said amiably with a smile, while his hands were already moving behind his back. "This excuse of yours is really far-fetched," Jonathan said snappily. "Since you've already broken through, why do you need to send it out? I'm afraid the place you're sending us to isn't as simple as that plane, right? It is indeed going to that plane, but it should be the designated place, right?" Qi Aoshuang looked at the dean and said in a testing manner. The dean's expression changed slightly, but his hands behind his back formed an even more complicated hand gesture. Valentine, who had lost his arm, kept his head down, not moving. Sure enough, who is the person behind you? The purpose of your Star Academy is to gather experts and present them to the people behind you. What's his purpose? Xiao Aoshuang asked a series of questions. The dean smiled and said slowly, if you want to know, I'm afraid you'll be scared out of your wits. The dean smiled, but was actually stalling for time, for he saw that Valentine hesitated again at this moment, and did not move. Was the new method that their master had taught them a waste of time? Valentine, if you continue to hesitate, can you afford the consequences? Have you forgotten what I said? Even if you don't want to go back, even if you are willing to bear the pain your master has given you, it doesn't mean that we are willing to. Master sending you here was a mistake. How long will you wait before you make up for your mistake? The dean's face darkened as he spoke to Valentine in a private voice. Valentine's face changed again and again, but he was unwilling to make a move. Valentine! The dean could no longer be bothered about anything else as he shouted out. Open! Valentine finally shouted, pain flashing between his eyebrows. In an instant, his entire body burst out with light, then he turned into a huge net of light, enveloping all of them. At this moment, the dean and the other elders made a final hand gesture with their hands, and rays of light shot out from their hands to enclose the net of light, turning it into a ball of light and enveloping Qi Orshuan and the others within. This huge change didn't even leave Bai Yixu's mind. One person, if he said no, then he was gone. Moreover, he had transformed into the net of light that enveloped them. Beckham. Oh, no, you're not the real Beckham, we don't even know your name. Only then did the dean move his hand forward. That blinding light beam was emitted from the palm of his right hand. What about Valentine? The expression on Bai Yixu's face grew uglier as he asked word by word, his tone burning with rage. Dead, as you can see. Oh, it was a complete disappearance. No, he just turned his body and soul into this net. With his last remaining value, he did his last best for his master. Beckham, did you think we would activate this formation to capture you? The abbot laughed disdainfully, casually explaining Valentine's death. Even beasts are inferior. He's actually doing the same for his own people. Bai Yixu's calm face gradually turned angry. When he let you go, he had already committed the most heinous of sins, and now he is only doing it to atone for his sins. And I have to tell you, every time you attack this web, you hit Valentine, your benefactor. Isn't it interesting? The dean's handsome face gradually turned malevolent. Bai Yixu clenched his fists tightly and no longer spoke. With a cold expression on his face, Dylan started to attack the net of light that trapped them without saying a word. However, something surprising happened. The force of Ditto's attack on the web of light was like a small stone thrown into the ocean. There was no reaction at all. It seemed to have been absorbed. Ditto's frowned slightly as if he was thinking of something. Jonathan did not believe it and did it himself, but the same thing happened. All the power had been absorbed, and this sphere of light seemed to be growing stronger and stronger. Beckham, you're naive. Since we didn't capture you with a formation last time, do you think we'll still take the risk? You don't have to struggle anymore. In this world, no one can break free. In that plane, there weren't many people who could do anything to it, because it was given to me by that person. Ha ha. The dean laughed heartily, then looked at Xiao Aoshuang and Ditto's and laughed. The two of you are indeed outstanding. This time, we can finally go home. Just the two of you will be enough. Say what? What do you mean? Qi Aoshuang's face sank as she asked in a cold voice. Who exactly was that person? Why is the dean so sure? Brill used all his strength to attack the surrounding net of light, but to no avail. With a punch from Jin Yang, the light net slightly caved in and immediately returned to its original state. The curvature of the cave was hard to see with the naked eye. Jonathan spared no effort in bombarding the net. Ditto's calmed down and did not make another move. You'll know soon enough. You are about to vanish into nothingness and no longer exist. And it seems you shouldn't say that, either, but you should go back to the original. Alright, stop wasting your energy. The dean laughed proudly. What a joke. If these people in front of him could break through their master's net of light, it would be easier for them to convince him that the entire world was going to be destroyed. Dream on. Bai Yixu shouted angrily, and a blinding white light burst out from his body. He could no longer be seen clearly. "It's useless. I advise you not to waste it." Before the dean could finish his words, he was stunned. He was shocked to discover that the light on his white clothes was gradually turning purple. No, it was not right. A purple light gradually fused with the light on the white robe, causing the light on the white robe to turn purple. The dean turned to look at the source of the purple light in shock. The elders behind him were also extremely surprised. Everyone in the glowing net also cast their gazes towards the source of the purple light. They were shocked to see that it was actually from the earlobe of Chi Aoshuang. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched the purple light shoot out from his earlobe, growing bigger and bigger, becoming more and more dazzling. It was the crystal earring that Leng Lingyan had given him. It was also Leng Lingyan's eyes that were filled with her power. But why did he resonate with the power of the white robes now? Why is that? Jin Yang's expression changed abruptly as he looked at the white robes shrouded in purple light. He then looked at the dazzling earrings of Chi Aoshuang. Something seemed to be clear in his heart. Not good. Spatial distortion. The dean's face instantly turned extremely ugly to behold. He could clearly feel that the space within the light net was violently surging, as if it was about to tear apart. Don't let them escape. However, it was too late. The earrings on Chi Aoshuang's earlobes flew out automatically, flying straight into her body. Following that, the glowing net was completely submerged by a dazzling purple light. When the light disappeared, everyone in the light net had disappeared. C306. In front of his eyes, there was a dazzling purple color. Nothing could be seen. Suddenly, Chi Aoshuang felt that her body was as light as a floating duckweed, unable to calm down. Chi Aoshuang wanted to move, but she couldn't. She wanted to shout, but nothing came out. He could not feel anyone around him. The surroundings were deathly silent. It was as if everything had stopped. Time, life, breath, heart beating. Chi Aoshuang slowly closed her eyes and was about to fall asleep. Chi Aoshuang, hold on, you can't sleep. The voice of Zhang Kong sounded in her body with great difficulty, and her tone was anxious. What's going on? Where is this? Xiao Aoshuang still felt dizzy and she was on the verge of falling asleep. No sleep. This is a rift in space. You can't lose consciousness. Once you lose consciousness, you will fall into the torrent of space and time. I don't know where you will be taken to. You won't be able to come back. What? A rift in time? Xiao Aoshuang opened her eyes with some difficulty, and her surroundings were shrouded in mist. That's not right. It wasn't that she was blurry, but rather that she couldn't open her eyes. The scenery around her was constantly changing, and that was why it seemed so blurry. We're in a gap in space and time right now. Don't fall asleep, don't move around. Otherwise, if we were to enter the current of time and space, everything would be unknown. Vast Sky's voice was filled with fear. Chi Aoshuang's mind became more and more muddled. She remembered that after using her and Feng Yixuan's bodies as a medium, Leng Lingyan was trapped in a spatial rift. The final scene slowly appeared. Chi Aoshuang slowly thought of the events on the 9th floor. White clothes. White clothes. The white robe finally resonated with the purple crystal earrings on his earlobes. However, Bai Yi did not know who he was. Could it be that the man in white was actually Leng Lingyan? It must be. It must be. It was just that his form had changed. The earring had already disappeared. At the last moment, the earring flew out completely, fusing with the white robe. All sorts of signs indicated that the man in white was Leng Lingyan, and the woman in white was Leng Lingyan. If he thought about it again, Chi Aoshuang immediately deduced. Leng Lingyan was stuck in the space crack and was unable to move, but somehow, she fell into the space current and changed her appearance, or was it her original appearance? Finally, he arrived at the Chaos World. He arrived there before Chi Aoshuang left for the Chaos World, but he lost all of his memories. All of this made sense. Why did the sight of his white clothes feel so familiar to him? It turned out that he was someone they were familiar with, Leng Lingyan. But now, what about everyone? Xiao Aoshuang slowly looked up ahead. Could it be that she had been trapped here all this time? His consciousness seemed to become more and more blurry, and his eyelids became heavier and heavier. He really wanted to sleep. Chi Aoshuang, you can't sleep, but I'm going to die soon too. The voice from the sky came intermittently. We can't continue like this. Chi Aoshuang, you can't die. The sky, I'm so sleepy. Chi Aoshuang's consciousness gradually calmed down. Mother **Ka. I'll put my life on the line. At most, I'll just start over. The sound of the voice in the sky suddenly increased by several degrees. After a furious shout, Chi Aoshuang's chest burst forth with a brilliant ray of light, dispersing the fog in front of her. The front began to clear. Jiangkong, what are you doing? Xiao Aoshuang's voice was getting weaker and weaker, but she could feel that the sky seemed to have made some important decision. Chi Aoshuang, remember my name, Jiangkong. When I wake up again, tell me my name, tell me what happened between us. The voice of Jiangkong was filled with emotion as he quickly said those words, and the beam of light in front of him grew stronger and stronger. Chi Aoshuang's heart was filled with an ominous feeling. She suddenly felt that the sky would disappear like this, and that she would never come back. Your main body. The sky suddenly let out a low cry of shock. Then, the white light and golden light intertwined in front of his eyes. It was extremely dazzling. What main body? Chi Aoshuang's vision went black, and she lost her consciousness just like that. Everything was gone. In the air, in the gaps between the Saikong, everything around him seemed to have vanished completely. Mom, wake up, wake up. A familiar voice rang in Chi Aoshuang's ears. Golden Lotus, this voice, it must be the Golden Lotus. Was he dreaming? Yes, I haven't seen a Golden Lotus in a long time, but now I can hear his voice in my dream. She really missed him, claiming that he was her child's lackey. Grandma, wake up. If you don't wake up soon, Golden Lotus will cry. A sweet voice reached her ears again. Grandma. This name. Chi Aoshuang frowned slightly. This title was so weird. This was what that little girl Luli called him. But, didn't she do it to protect him? He had dreamed of her too, that adorable little girl who was afraid of loneliness. Nonsense, I won't cry. Women cry. Jin Lian scolded while Luli giggled. However, Chi Aoshuang opened her eyes in horror when she heard Jin Lian's next words. Mom, you're not dreaming. This is real. Wake up quickly. Blue sky, white clouds, fresh air, crisp bird calls, and even the sound of water in the distance. Also, in front of him was an enlarged face. Chi Aoshuang sat up abruptly, her forehead clashing beautifully with the head of the person in front of her. Mom, why is your head so hard? Gold Lotus covered her head and wailed. Chi Aoshuang opened her eyes wide, looking at the person in front of her. He had golden hair, golden eyes, and was crying out while covering his head with his hands. Next to her was Luli, who had a look of relief on her face. It was still that cute, soft, pink look. Dream? Chi Aoshuang opened her mouth and said one word, but her voice was hoarse. It was her own voice. A real girl's voice. Without saying anything, Jin Lian raised Chi Aoshuang's arm and bit down ferociously. Chi Aoshuang breathed in. It hurt. It was extremely painful. This feeling was very real. You know it's not a dream, right? HMPH. Seeing how Aoshuang was in so much pain that she was gasping for air, Jin Lian pursed her lips and said, Golden Lotus, Luli. Chi Aoshuang looked at the two golden girls in front of her, then lowered her head to look at her body. She reached out her hand to look at her palm, then turned it over and looked at the back of her hand. His hand had shrunk. This was no longer Feng Yixuan's hand. Xiao Aoshuang touched her throat again. There was no Adam's apple. Mom, you're touching your chest. It's bulging up. Golden Lotus giggled. You lily, next time, I'll peel off your petals and expose your flowery heart. Luli yelled from the side, while Golden Lotus stuck her tongue out repeatedly, no longer speaking. Chi Aoshuang took a while to come back to her senses. She finally accepted the fact that she had returned to her body. Then what about Feng Yixuan? What about Feng Yixuan's soul and body? Chi Aoshuang's expression changed. What exactly happened in the space-time torrent? What the hell is going on? Didn't you follow my body and Feng Yixuan to that plane? Where is this place? Chi Aoshuang turned around and looked around. There was a green forest around them, so lush and luscious that it was pleasant to look at. Not far away was a gurgling stream, by which two deer, one big and one small, were drinking water. Sensing the look in Chi Aoshuang's eyes, they only looked over and continued to drink. The little squirrel hopped around on the branches, holding pine cones in its paws, curiously sizing up Xiao Aoshuang and the rest. Behind the big tree, 2 rabbits were staring at them. Mom, listen to us slowly. Jin Lian's face turned serious. He sat opposite Chi Aoshuan, and Luli sat down next to him. What the hell is going on? What about the sky? The sky? Xiao Aoshuan's heart sank, thinking back to the last few words of Chang Kong, as if sacrificing himself to protect himself. Are you talking about the elemental body that helped us exchange bodies? His name is Chang Kong. The Golden Lotus seemed to understand. His power is extremely pure. It's the wind attribute, and I'm the fire attribute. Feng Yixuan's spirit heart is still wind, but your spirit heart is still fire. So we felt each other in the currents of space and time. I recognized you, too, so at a crucial moment, we all chose to fight it out and let the 2 bodies exchange back. In this way, the power will merge even more, and we, as appendages, will not disappear. Instead, we can rely on you to retain your consciousness and body. That sky had a few traces of courage. That's right, I like him. I'll spar with him when I see him in the future. Golden Lotus finished speaking quickly in one breath. Chi Aoshuan did not interrupt him and only listened attentively. Why is my body also in the flow of time and space? Didn't Camille take you away? And the others with me? What about Jin Yang and the others? Chi Aoshuan's face slightly darkened. Why did things turn out this way? Stopping in a space-time torrent is a very dangerous thing. Camille wouldn't have done such a dangerous thing. Why would he put himself in danger? I didn't see anyone else. I only saw you, Mom. The others must have been swept up by the currents of space and time in different places. We were taken by Camille. The Golden Lotus nodded. With him here, of course we wouldn't risk being left in a spatial rift. We'd be too deep in sleep to move at all. But in the end, he could no longer protect us. He himself was in danger, so he had to take the risk of sending us into a spatial rift to settle down. What? Camille's in danger? Chi Aoshuan was alarmed. Camille, who seemed to be able to control everything, was actually in danger. What kind of person could actually force him to this extent? C307. Golden Lotus. After you and Feng Yixuan disappeared together, Chi Aoshuan began to tell the story of their separation in detail to Jin Lian and Lu Li, listening to the 2 of them with unfathomable expressions. One moment he was worried, the other moment he was nervous, the other moment he was embarrassed. When they heard what had happened between Jonathan and Chi Aoshuan, they both held back their laughter until they were internally injured. Gold Lotus was on the verge of tears. His mother had used Breeze's body to ruin the sincerity of many pure girls. Should this account be given to his mother or to Breezy? In the end, the one in white was Leng Lingyun, and when the purple earrings on her earlobes twisted the space around them, Jin Lian and Lu Li looked at each other, complicated emotions in their eyes. How is Camille? Xiao Aoshuan asked anxiously. Mom, don't worry, Camille is definitely safe right now. The Golden Lotus quickly comforted him. He can travel through space and time at will. He can escape from that person. On the other hand, Mom, how did you get here? And you said someone else was with you. Who is it? Leng Lingyun, Jin Yang. Chi Aoshuan stood up uneasily, looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings. There's also Dittos, Jonathan, and Brill. They are all gone. Jin Lian tugged Chi Aoshuan's shirt. Mom, it's useless if you're worried right now. Sit down first. Tell us what it is. They will not die in the currents of space and time. To be trapped in a crevice is to fall into a deep sleep, to be carried to a certain space in a current of uncertain time, and to no danger. Don't worry, Mom, there's nothing you can't solve. Xiao Aoshuan was slightly shocked. She lowered her head and looked at the childish face of Jin Lian. Her perfect face had a pair of eyes full of calmness and determination. Xiao Aoshuan suddenly felt that the Golden Lotus had grown up and could take on the role of the Golden Lotus before she knew it. C308. Beautiful lady, are you lost? Just as Xiao Aoshuan was about to say what she wanted to say, she was interrupted by a man's voice. However, this voice didn't sound comfortable. It was clearly a man's voice, but it was a little coquettish. Jin Lian and Lu Li revealed disgusted expressions. The corners of their mouths twitched as they spat to the side. In their hearts, they cursed this damned sissy. Chi Aoshuan turned her head and saw a handsome man leaning against a tree, with a very handsome posture. That golden curly hair was gently blown by the wind. The corners of her face were sharp, her thin lips were sexy, and her blue eyes were as beautiful as the ocean. If he hadn't curled his orchid fingers, this man would look perfect from the outside. He would be the ideal lover in the hearts of most young girls. It was hard to imagine that the voice had been his. Of course, this was the Misayu that Gold Lotus had spoken of. Yes, I am lost. Where is this place? Chiao Shuang looked at King Misayu and asked softly with a smile. The flirtatious way he smiled almost made the king laugh until his bones softened. He almost slipped. Jin Lian and Lu Li pursed their lips. Jin Lian whispered, "Who cares what he does? I can't fly to the Heavenly King's castle right now. It should be very far away. Don't tell me you want me to walk. What's the use of having a ready-made coolie?" Chiao Shuang did not move her lips, forcing these words out from between her teeth. Granny is wise. When Lu Li heard this, she began to praise with a smile. The Golden Lotus's expression changed, and a bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. He felt that he would be miserable in the future. Lu Li would learn bad things from his mother, for sure, for sure. This is my back garden, I named it the Sky Realm. Miss, where are you from? The Misayu looked at Chiao Shuang without blinking, greedily sizing up her surroundings. What a beauty. I fell out of a spatial rift. Chiao Shuang told him the truth. Oh, how unfortunate. Mixiu looked pained. In fact, he had already sensed it long ago. Previously, there was a strange spatial ripple here, so he came over to take a look. When he saw Xiao Shuang and the rest, he had already guessed that they must have come here by accident from another plane. It all depended on how the other party replied. Now that Xiao Shuang had such an answer, he felt a sense of goodwill towards him. Miss, I haven't asked for your name yet. I'm so lacking in manners. My name is Mishu. The Misayu king smiled as he stepped forward. My name is Chiao Shuang. Xiao Lingshuang smiled and nodded her head once more. If Miss doesn't mind, please rest at my place first. Then tell me more about your plans. Misayu invited politely. Then I'll be troubling you. Chiao Shuang did not refuse and nodded with a smile. King Mi turned around and clapped his hands, and the sounds of tinkling could be heard in the distance. As he approached, the trio stared with wide eyes. What the hell is this? Two pretty deer were pulling a pink car with roses on the back. Suddenly, she understood that this man was not only beautiful, but also the best. Miss Aoshuan, please. With a smile, the king extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. Xiao Aoshuan nodded with a smile, lifted her leg and got into the deer carriage. Jin Lian and Lu Li also climbed up. Misayu looked at the two. He blinked his eyes and asked in confusion, "Who are these two?" When Jin Lian and Lu Li heard these words, they were furious. It seemed like this fellow had only just seen them. From the beginning to the end, all he saw in his eyes was Chiao Shuang. "She's my mother. Who do you think we are?" Jin Lian said angrily. The Misayu emperor was petrified, standing on the spot with his mouth wide open. Then, he quickly returned to his normal color and nodded with a smile. This was because he could see the true bodies of Golden Lotus and Lu Li. These two kids weren't human, so they definitely weren't Mrs. Children. Haha, let's go. With a grin on his face, the Misayu king squeezed himself onto the deer carriage, provoking Gold Soul to roll his eyes at him. The two deer kicked and clattered as they ran, and Chiao Shuang admired the beautiful scenery around her. Looking at the peaceful scene around her, Chiao Shuang gradually calmed down. Gradually, a huge snow-white palace came into view. A bell-like laugh came from afar. The harem is huge. Golden Lotus murmured softly. The king pretended not to hear and continued to smile. When they finally arrived at the huge palace, the deer carriage stopped. A group of women in snow-white dresses were playing in the fountain and ran over when they heard the commotion. After observing for a while, Chiao Shuang realized that there were all sorts of things in the world. Blonde, purple-haired, red-haired, white-skinned, black-skinned, petite, taller, tsk, they were all there. But one thing they all had in common was a happy smile on their faces. Wang, you're back. Wang, you promised to play with me tonight. Wang, it's my turn tomorrow night. The chirping sounds surrounded the Misayu emperor. Looking at this scene, Chiao Shuang sighed. A man was as big as two women, as big as three women's wallets, and with 4 women or more, that meant he was really capable. However, the next scene made Chiao sigh that not only did this Mizayu king have a good looks and position, but he was also a top-tier expert. This was because a woman discovered her and happily shouted, "Yi, one has brought back the sisters." Then, all the women rushed over to surround Chiao. "Little sister, the king is the best man in the world." "Yes, sister, you stay. To keep us company. Sister, life here is the happiest." Mizayu looked on with a satisfied smile. Chiao did not speak, only smiled silently. At this time, Jin Lian and Lu Li spoke up. "Are you done yet? Mom and I are just passing by, and we're going to find our father." "Mom, father." These two words were exceptionally ear-piercing, causing all the women to quieten down in an instant. However, it was only quiet for a short while. "Ah!" The scream almost deafened Chiao. Then he saw the crazed side of things. The women who were gentle earlier all squatted down and stared at the golden lotuses and glaze. "What a cute child. Let me hug you. I'll carry him first. I'll carry him first." The scene became chaotic. Chiao smiled as she threw a self-congratulatory look at Jin Lian and Lu Li before moving closer to King Mizayu. "I'm sorry." King Mizayu's voice was still as effeminate as ever. "It's fine." Chiao smiled as she followed the Mizayu emperor into the palace. All the servants in the palace were women, without a single man. Mizayu led Chiao to a beautiful large greenhouse. The maidservants served tea before leaving. "What's your relationship with Camille?" As soon as Chiao sat down, the smile on King Mizayu's face disappeared. Instead, he turned serious and asked, "Oh?" Chiao took a sip of her tea, intrigued. She looked at the Mizayu king, but didn't immediately answer his question. "Those two children, I sensed the power in their bodies from Camille." Only then did the Mizayu king voice out his reasons. "You know Camille?" "That's right." Chiao nodded and put down the teacup. "What's your relationship with him?" At this point in time, King Mizayu was getting nervous. "I like his rose tea best." Chiao smiled and replied. The expression on the face of the Mizayu king, however, changed drastically, to the point that there was a hint of fear in his expression. The woman in front of him had such a good relationship with Camille. He was still so frivolous towards her just a moment ago. Xiao looked confused, narrowing her eyes as she said, "You seem to be afraid of Camille. Did he do anything to you?" He doesn't need to do anything. His existence is terrifying." "No reason," Mizayu said solemnly with a frown. However, his heart was filled with sorrow. Camille, they did not know who he was. They only felt that he was mysterious, and the Heavenly King's attitude towards him seemed very strange. It seemed to be very respectful, but at the same time, it also seemed to be very respectful. Camille would occasionally come to their parties, but he was taciturn, smiling gently now and then. But the laughter made them shudder. Such a person would actually make tea for Chiao. He didn't even dare to think about it. Could she be Camille's woman? Mizayu was startled by his own thoughts. But it was possible. Xiao was stunned. What was the reason for this? Was Camille really so terrifying in this world? "I'm looking for him, and other friends." Xiao directly stated her purpose. "How do you want to find it?" The Mizayu king stood up. He suddenly disappeared a while ago, but he's always been missing. He was said to be out on a tour. "It's not easy to find. I can help you find the others. Tell me about their characteristics. Why are you willing to help me?" Xiao felt it was strange. It was the first time she had met the Mizayu king, so she didn't have any relationship with him. However, he was willing to spare no effort in helping her. He rolled his eyes, thinking to himself. He couldn't possibly tell her that Camille would make tea for her, could he? "I don't know why, I was just thinking." The reason that King Mizayu said was not a reason. Chiao didn't pursue the matter any further. She told all of the characteristics of Feng Yixuan, Leng Lingyuan, Jin Yang, Jonathan, Dittens and Brill to King Mizayu. As for Leng Lingyuan's appearance, Chiao described two things. One was the appearance of a person wearing white clothes, and the other was the appearance of a person with silver hair and purple eyes. Even the Mizayu emperor had memorized it. "This world is very big. I want to issue an inspection order and ask for the help of the other 6 kings. It would take a long time. You can stay here with me for now. Of course, I won't arrange for you to stay with my little pets." Chi Aoshuang smiled, but she did not say anything. Now, looking at the smile on Chi Aoshuang's face, he no longer felt that she was beautiful and attractive. What a joke, it was Camille's people. If it wasn't something he could mess with, he couldn't even think about it. What Xiao Aoshuang was concerned about was that the people she was looking for all fell into this world from the space and time torrent. Although she knew that the probability of them all being in this world was low, she still hoped so in her heart. C309. In the palace of the Mizayu king, Chi Aoshuang was living a boring life, waiting for the news of the Mizayu king. However, she did not wait for news of the others' whereabouts. Instead, she waited for a piece of news that surprised her. "Are you saying that the White King of the Seven Kings rebelled and killed the Heavenly King?" Chi Aoshuang looked at the sullen King Mizayu and confirmed the information he had just received from him. "That's right, the King of White rebelled and went to the Heavenly King Palace without summoning anyone. After killing the Heavenly King, we don't know how he absorbed all of the Heavenly King's power. Now he's going to rule the world," the king said in a low voice, his face turning uglier by the minute. "Do you choose to submit or to resist now?" Xiao Aoshuang asked curiously. "No, kill him." With a bitter smile, he continued, "There's no way he'll wait for us to submit. The White King had become the new Heavenly King, and he wanted to place his own power in the new place. Not only that, since the White King had become the Heavenly King, the new King White would also appear. Once the remaining 6 kings meet up with the new White King, they can activate the seal of Asura and exterminate the new Heavenly King. Then you all can't rebel in the past. In the past, you 7 kings gathered together to exterminate the Heavenly King back then." Xiao Aoshuang asked casually. "Yes, but we won't." A faint smile appeared on Mizayu's face as he spoke softly. "Heavenly King is a very good person." Chi Aoshuang did not say anything, because she could tell that the relationship between the two was indeed very good. It was because the light in the eyes of the Mizayu king flickered and slowly turned into anger. "I never would have thought that the White King would actually kill the Heavenly King. His relationship with the Heavenly King was clearly that good. Every year at the banquet, the two of them would drink to their heart's content. Sometimes, they would even hug each other and laugh. Why would the White King do such a thing? Why? At the end of his speech, the Mizayu emperor was so angry that he couldn't help himself. His hand pounded violently on the table, shaking it until everything on it jumped up. "Wouldn't it be better if you asked him this question yourself?" Xiao Aoshuang said in a deep voice. "I'm going to ask him myself, and I'm going to kill him myself." The king's face grew cold as he stood up. "Miss Aoshuang, I'm leaving to reunite with the other emperors. We need to find a new White King, activate the Asura seal, and kill the current Heavenly King." A flash of pain flickered in the eyes of the Mizayu emperor as he spoke. "So?" Chi Aoshuang thought for a while. "So all the people in this place will be dismissed. I don't think the Heavenly King would have done anything to these unrelated ordinary people. Do you want to go with me or do you want to?" Mizayu asked in a deep voice. "Of course I went with you. Do you think that the current Heavenly King will kindly invite me in? No matter what, you will protect me by your side. Why wouldn't I follow you if I had a bodyguard?" Mixiu was speechless. She nodded. "All right, let's get ready to set off. Also, we have to hide our whereabouts. The Heavenly King is currently sending people to chase us." "Understood." Chi Aoshuang nodded. Her current status was basically a drag on the bucket. What other conditions could she have in mind? "Then let's get ready," Mizayu said tiredly. "I keep my things in the ring." Xiao Aoshuang replied, then asked curiously, "What about your subordinates? How did you put it? What else can we do?" "I'm just warning them, if the Heavenly King's men come, it would be best to negotiate. Obey them. I don't want them to suffer any harm. As for them, they are in charge of the various small territories under me. If they sign a contract and swear loyalty to us, the Heavenly King should not make things difficult for them. It's just going to kill us all. You're a good leader." Looking at Mizayu's sad face, Chi Aoshuang said from the bottom of her heart. Although this person spoke with a womanly tone and looked very perverted, this person's heart was very soft and kind. "Ha ha, our Heavenly King is actually an even better person." After saying this, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he turned and waved his hands. "I'll be waiting for you at the entrance tonight." I still have matters to attend to. Ian, don't think too much. One day, everything will return to normal, Chi Aoshuang said comfortingly to the back of King Mizayu. The king simply waved his hand and said nothing more. Soon, the palace became noisy. There were crying sounds, noises, and hurried footsteps. Xiao Aoshuang leaned against the pillar, watching the palace change, feeling emotional in her heart. He could tell how everyone felt at this moment. Indeed, one could see the truth of the situation when faced with a difficult situation. There were women who cried bitterly and refused to leave King Mizayu, but there were also those who took the money and ran away in a hurry. Human nature, Chi Aoshuang sighed as she shook her head. Mom, this King Mizayu is actually quite a nice person. The golden lotus appeared beside Chi Aoshuang and sighed softly. Yeah, I hated him at first. I thought he was disgusting. I didn't expect him to be such a loyal person. Luli also came out. She laid on the back of the golden lotus, holding the golden lotus, stretching her neck as she watched the cold and warm scene in the palace. I'm very curious as to what sort of person the original heavenly king is. However, Chi Aoshuang said this. To be able to make such a person as this Emperor Mizayu revere him, he must be an extremely gentle and kind person. Mom, it's better to make the best use of your time to recover your strength. It's always so insecure for me. Golden Lotus pouted in protest. You're a man, you actually dare to say such things. Luli reached out her hand to grab onto the Golden Lotus's mouth, causing it to grimace, sunk in letting the boredom squeeze in to make the man. I'll show you now if I'm a man. After saying that, Golden Lotus disappeared together with Luli. Chi Aoshuang shook her head in amusement. Night gradually descended, and the palace gradually became empty. The last line was deathly silent, and only the whistling of the wind echoed in the palace. Chi Aoshuang stood beside the pillar and looked at the dispirited King Mizayu, sighing softly. Mizayu Emperor, everything is over. What is yours, and will come back. If you insist on staying, you will eventually leave as well. Now that this opportunity has presented itself, it might not be a bad thing to separate what is yours. Xiao Aoshuang comforted him. What is mine will ultimately be mine, not mine will ultimately leave, Mizayu muttered to himself, his eyes filled with confusion. You were blinded by what you had before. Don't you see a lot of things clearly now? Chi Aoshuang asked with a smile. Mizayu's eyes gradually became clear. He understood what Xiao Aoshuang was trying to say. He slowly raised his head and looked at her. I understand. Thank you. No need to thank me. Let's go. I still want you to help me find someone else. Protect me along the way and then find the entrance to space-time. Chi Aoshuang smiled. If you keep getting distracted, the one who will be in danger will be me. The Mizayu king smiled. Chi Aoshuang, no matter what, thank you. My name is not King Mishu, my name is Mishus. Okay, Mezus, let's go. Chi Aoshuang smiled at him and the two of them walked out of the hall. Standing outside the main hall, Mishun turned and stared at the hall. Chi Aoshuang thought that Misheng was remembering the things that had passed, so she stood still and waited. However, his eyes slowly widened. He watched as Mishus chanted some incantations and made two strange gestures. A transparent barrier slowly extended from the two sides of the palace, then closed towards the center, enveloping the palace inside. Following a rumbling sound, the palace began to sink, slowly vanishing into the ground. Chi Aoshuang was dumbfounded. She waited until Mishus turned around before she smiled and said, "This is how my palace is designed. It can become an underground palace. Even though the speed changes slower, the Wan Wang's palace can still move in the air. Each of your king's palaces has its own uniqueness." Chi Aoshuang was surprised. All right, Mishus nodded. Let's go. I have always forgotten to tell you that the appearance of a young man in the Moon King is very similar to the character of one of the people you told me about. He has red hair and is good at wind magic. King Yu felt that his future is limitless, so he wanted to take him under his banner. It's Feng Yixuan, Chi Aoshuang shouted excitedly. It seems to be that name. Moon King wanted to subdue him, but he kept saying that he had something important to do. When King Yu got angry, he threw him into his cultivation space. Seeing the nervous expression on Chi Aoshuang's face, Mezus quickly comforted her. Don't worry, that space was not dangerous at all. Rather, it was a good place for cultivation. We're going to find the Moon King and meet him first. Our territory is the furthest from the palace. Relatively speaking, it is the safest. After saying this, Mezes sighed helplessly. King Yu is still in his palace. Wouldn't that mean the target is obvious? Xiao Orshuang asked worriedly. No, King Yu received the news before me. He should have already settled everything. Matthews shook his head slightly. Then how do we meet? What about Feng Yixuan? What will happen to Feng Yixuan? This was what Xiao Orshuang was most concerned about. This was because Feng Yixuan should be the same as her. His strength had been drained by the torrent of time and space. Don't worry, the cultivation space of the Moon King could be carried around with him. No, the entrance can take it with you. It's a bracelet, so you don't have to worry about your friend, Matthews explained. When Xiao Orshuang heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. However, we have to be fast. Find the Moon King and quickly gather with the other kings. The worst thing is, White King, when and where the new White King will be born, we have no clue at all. This is the worst. When he thought of the most important question, he felt his head begin to spin. What are the conditions to become the White King? Xiao Aoshuang asked. No, why would it suddenly appear like this? He thought to himself in a strange way. Misha's face turned even uglier when he said this. It's said that everything is predestined. F***K. What do you mean by predestined? How do we know? Where are we going to find a new king of white? The more Matthew spoke, the angrier he became. However, Xiao Aoshuang was puzzled. Destined? Everything was destined. What does that mean? C310. Like this, Chi Aoshuang and Misha set off. The two mounts Mission had acquired had extraordinary endurance, and their appearance shocked Chi Aoshuang. They looked almost like Eastern Chilin. He could fly at a low altitude and could also march on the water. He could walk very steadily on the ground, but his speed was not very fast. After traveling on the road, Xiao Aoshuang realized how big the world is. At first glance, the endless mountain range continued to lengthen. Huge birds flew in the air, and their strange cries continued to echo in the air. The trees are green and intoxicating, and the fragrant earth is soft and rich. Mezes, can you tell me something about Camille? Chi Aoshuang broke the silence between the two. Like gods, like demons, and sometimes very gentle, like humans. But in essence, he is neither a god nor a demon, neither a human nor a demon. Yet, Mishas gave such a plausible answer. Xiao Aoshuang was stunned, and then asked, then Camille, are you worried about anything? For example, the person you're afraid of? Haha, are you joking? Who would he fear in this world? When Chi Aoshuang heard this, her heart skipped a beat. She realized that Mezes and the others probably didn't know who had forced Camille into exile. That person was also the Star Academy's backer. It seems that the masters of this world do not know this. Chi Aoshuang fell into silence once again. She lifted her head and looked ahead. Sunlight was shining through the trees, and the mottled sunlight made people feel slightly better. After a few days of dejection, the surrounding environment remained unchanged. It was still a towering tree. The forest seemed endless. On the other hand, Messias seemed to see through Chi Aoshuang's thoughts. He smiled at Chi Aoshuang and said, Chi Aoshuang, don't worry, we'll be able to reunite with the Moon King very soon. You'll see your friend soon enough. Where should we meet? Why do I feel as if this forest has no end? Chi Aoshuang lifted her head and looked in front of her, and asked with a hint of vexation, to the Moon Lake, King Yu's secret base. This forest is indeed rather large, but it's not without its limits. Everything will end and everything will end, and this forest will naturally end as well, he said. Chi Aoshuang's eyes lit up. She looked at the disappointed expression on Misha's face and didn't say anything. This Misha seemed to have a story as well. This forest really did have an end. After walking for 3 more days, they finally arrived at the edge of the forest. Beyond the forest was a vast expanse of desert. The wind blew and the sand danced in the sky. His eyes were misty. Moon Lake. In this place. Xiao Aoshuang looked curiously at the endless desert before her and asked. Of course, this is the Moon King's territory from the start. Only he and I know about his secret base. Come with me. Chi Aoshuang took out a cloak from her interspatial ring and put it on, then followed Mishas into the vast desert. Yellow sand, strong winds, huge cactuses, scorpions and snakes appeared at night. After 2 boring days of walking, Mishus looked up at the sky. We're finally here. Chiao Shuang looked up and saw a mirage not far away in the sky. It was a projection of a palace, about the size of Mishus, and surrounded by a jumble of beautiful flowers. Is this a mirage? Xiao Ao Shuang frowned. Yes, this is the Moon King's palace phantom. There were many such mirages in the desert. However, this illusion leads to an entrance to another place. Mishus smiled. He patted the mount he was sitting on, and it slowly rose into the air. The mount below Chiao Shuang also slowly flew up and followed behind. As he got closer to the shadow, Chiao Shuang looked at the sky curiously as a bird flew through the shadow. She thought to herself, why is this shadow at the entrance? Soon she understood. Mezes fished out a crescent-shaped piece of jade from his pocket and held it in front of him. The shadow slowly spread out like ripples on water, and opened up a black passageway. Mission slowly flew in, followed by Chiao Shuang. After the two of them entered, the mirage returned to its original state, making it hard to discern. After a flash of white light in front of Chiao Shuang's eyes, her vision widened. In front of him was a huge lake. In front of the lake, a silver waterfall cascaded down, splashing beautiful water and melting it into a hole. The lake was surrounded by colorful flowers and plants, all shining with a silvery white light. However, when Chiao Shuang took a closer look, she was stunned. Those were not flowers or plants, they were actually all types of crystals. What kind of lake could make the surrounding crystals look like this? Let's go, it's ahead. Mishus got off his mount and patted it, indicating for it to move on its own. Chiao Shuang also got down from the bed, but she was not calm in her heart. Feng Yuxuan was about to meet him. Mezes led Chiao Shuang forward. All along the way, everything was emitting a faint silver-white glow. However, there didn't seem to be anything unusual about the flowers and plants. They were just crystals that had transformed into these forms. Gradually, a small mountain came into view. On the peak of the mountain, a small castle built from white jade stood proudly. Presumably, that was where King Yu was currently residing. As they approached the small mountain, Chiao Shuang's heart became increasingly restless. He was about to meet the person he had been missing for so long. That fool would rather die for her sake. What should I say to him? What should he say? What should he do? Xiao Ao Shuang suddenly felt a little perturbed. After exchanging so much time with that person, how could she bear to see him? You old bastard, as I said, I still have things to do. I'm going to find my little Shuang. You're deaf, aren't you? Just as he turned the corner and reached the bottom of the small mountain, a familiar voice that almost made Chiao Shuang cry suddenly resounded throughout the entire canyon. The voice was filled with anger and unwillingness. It was Feng Yuxuan. This voice, this tone, who else could it be? I'll kill you. Feng Yuxuan's angry voice rang out once more. Young man, you can't be so angry. Only by calming down can I speed up my training. A calm voice came over, neither angry nor annoyed. Pa, you don't want an old man to say such a thing. Feng Yuxuan was still cursing angrily. Ha ha, Yu Fang, someone actually called you an old man, ha ha. However, one thing is true, you old virgin. All this time, Mezes had been straining his ears, listening attentively. As soon as he entered, he laughed and mocked. Do you want to die? I told you not to shout like that. The voice was not as steady as before. It was a bit angry this time. Chiao Shuang stood behind Mishus. She slowly raised her head and looked at the bright red hair. At this moment, her heart trembled. Those eyes, those eyebrows, those red hair, it really was Feng Yuxuan. It really was him. Ha ha, Yuli, you really are a laughing stock. So an old man like you could actually be so disgusting. Feng Yuxuan burst into laughter, laughing at the Moon King's name. He turned his head to look at Mishus, wanting to see who was calling out such a name. However, when he saw the figure behind Mishus, his laughter suddenly stopped. Brat, do you want to die? Yuan's handsome face was twisted into a mess as he angrily shouted at Feng Yuxuan. However, after he shouted this sentence, he discovered that Feng Yuxuan's entire body was trembling, and his expression was even more strange. That can't be, right? I'm just saying that I'm not really going to kill you, so why are you afraid? King Yu murmured softly, suddenly feeling that something was amiss. All this time, he had been threatening and torturing this brat, so he didn't have to lower his head even once. Why is it like this today? What's going on? Yu Wang followed Feng Yixuan's gaze and was also stunned. Behind Mezes, there was a breathtakingly beautiful young lady. Her black hair was tied behind her back, and her black pupils were like stars in the night sky, making people unable to open their eyes. Mish's new pet. Impossible. Yu Wang immediately dispelled this conjecture. This was because the aura exuded from this girl was so different. It was like a sharp blade, but also like a misty breeze. It was more like a calm lake. This young girl was no ordinary person. Yu Wang immediately came to this conclusion. However, what was her relationship with this kid? Frost, Aoshuan. Feng Yixuan struggled to move his lips, but he could only say these few words. He just stood there, staring at Qi Aoshuan, afraid that he would be hallucinating again. Yixuan, it's me. At this time, Xiao Aoshuan slowly revealed a smile, and said these few words softly. Is it really you? Wasn't it my imagination? Feng Yixuan suddenly wanted to laugh. He wanted to cry. Is that true? Was the person he had been thinking about day and night really standing right in front of him? Qi Aoshuan smiled as she looked at Feng Yixuan. The two of them stared at each other quietly. It's not an illusion. Try if you don't believe me. These words were not uttered by Qi Aoshuan, but by the Moon King on the side. After that, a violent small tornado wrapped itself around Feng Yixuan and carried him into the sky. Then, the tornado viciously tossed him towards the lake. Crescent Moon, you're dead. I'll kill you, break your body into 1,000 pieces. Feng Yixuan's voice dragged through the air in an incomparably miserable manner. With a loud crashing sound, Feng Yixuan was thrown magnificently into the lake. Qi Aoshuan froze, as did Mishus. The Moon King pursed his lips in a sly grin. Qi Aoshuan looked at Feng Yixuan, who was swimming towards the shore with all his might. She had thought about her reunion with Feng Yixuan many times, but she didn't expect it to be like this. However, it seemed that Feng Yixuan had returned. The familiar Feng Yixuan had returned. Good. It was him. C311. Feng Yixuan cried out loudly as he struggled to swim to the shore. His entire body was drenched in sweat as he ran over. He ran until he was a few meters away from Qi Aoshuan, then stopped and stood there in a daze. Xiao Aoshuan and he stared at each other silently. Feng Yixuan's expression was extremely complicated. There was happiness, joy, excitement, attachment. Qi Aoshuan's face slowly revealed a smile. Feng Yixuan stood there, not daring to move forward. He was afraid that if he took another step forward, Qi Aoshuan would disappear from his sight. He was afraid that the moment he touched her, he would disappear. My God, my land, Qi Aoshuan, this is what you really look like, right? Beautiful. Suddenly, a voice that Xiao Aoshuan was familiar with started to howl. His tone was full of excitement. It was the sky. Right after he said those words, a small ferret jumped out from Feng Yixuan's body and was about to pounce onto Qi Aoshuan, aiming for her chest. You shameless bastard! Feng Yixuan was quick to react. He grabbed Zhongkong by the tail and pulled him back. Feng Yixuan, you damn pervert! You dare to obstruct my relationship with my woman. Go die! The sky turned around and aimed its claws at Feng Yixuan's face with a vicious look. Feng Yixuan screamed incessantly. Then, he did not show any weakness. He grabbed onto Zhongkong's tail and swung it in a circle in the air. Then, he let go and the sky flew away. It hurts. This colored element. Feng Yixuan covered his face as he wailed again and again. Serves you right. I told you to piss me off. This young master can fly, but you idiot have already forgotten about that. The voice of Zhongkong rang out in everyone's ears once more. With a satisfied expression, he landed on Qi Aoshuan's shoulder. You pervert! Don't touch my mother! The golden lotus suddenly appeared in time. It grabbed onto the tail of the golden lotus and lifted it into the air, shaking it with all its might. The sky was shaking and he felt dizzy. Damn, it's you, kid. I remember you. Don't be complacent. When I recover my strength and take on a human form, I will. The sky was filled with angry curses. What are you talking about? I'll show you my pride right now. The golden lotus flew to the side, carrying the vast sky with it. Only then did the others come back to their senses. What just happened was too dramatic, leaving everyone stunned. Yixuan, are you alright? Chi Aoshuang looked at Feng Yixuan's scarred face and the corner of her mouth twitched. She was speechless. She didn't think that her meeting with Feng Yixuan would be so joyous. No, nothing. Feng Yixuan laughed idiotically. He looked at Chi Aoshuang, who was standing right in front of him. At this moment, he felt very satisfied. You're the one this kid has been crying for. At this moment, King Yu spoke, his voice returning to its previous calm. Holy shit, what are you talking about? You are the one crying and begging me to acknowledge you as my teacher. When Feng Yixuan heard this roar, his face turned unnatural. I am Chi Aoshuang, Moon King, hello. Chi Aoshuang smiled as she nodded and greeted the Moon King. He's much more polite than this retarded kid. Right, true king has a younger brother. He's a beautiful man, but he's also very valiant. How about, King Yu said with a smile. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. No, you're courting death. These two voices sounded at the same time. One was Feng Yixuan, the other was Mizius. Moon King turned his head and looked at Mizius with blinking eyes, then his gaze became more and more contemptuous. Mizius, you can't be that shameless. You already have so many harem, and you're still snatching a woman from my disciple. Moon King had lived for so many years. Even though he was not close to a woman, it did not mean that he could not see the love between Feng Yixuan and Chi Aoshuang. What he had said just now was only to tease Feng Yixuan. However, he didn't expect that even Feng Yixuan would only shout at the top of his lungs, seeking death. Was there anyone who was so eager to snatch a woman? Misha stared at her and leaned close to her ear, whispering a few words in a low voice. Yuan's expression immediately changed. The next moment, he looked at Xiao Oshuang with a face full of smiles. Miss Chi Oshuang, you must be tired from the journey, right? Go in and have a cup of tea. This was the first time he had seen this old virgin's face change so quickly. What did that Miziu King say to the Moon King? Of course, she didn't know that Mizius had only said something to the Moon King. She could be Camille's woman. If you want to die, then continue speaking such nonsense. Moon King and Mizius walked in front, their movements stiff as they led the way. Feng Yixuan and Chi Aoshuang walked behind in silence. Feng Yixuan kept glancing at Chi Aoshuang from the corner of his eye. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a word. Suddenly, Chi Aoshuang turned around and stared at Feng Yixuan. Feng Yixuan trembled in fear. He looked at Chi Aoshuang, not daring to speak. I have a lot to ask you. After saying that, Xiao Aoshuang continued walking forward. Feng Yixuan looked at Chi Aoshuang's back and let out a long sigh before following. When they arrived at the Moon King's castle, Chi Aoshuang took a look at the castle. Very elegant, very quiet. The furniture was all made of white jade, and a huge chandelier was actually carved from a huge glowing ore. The wall lamps around the walls were also carved with various types of ores. The style was simple and elegant, and it was pleasing to the eyes. The floor was spotlessly clean, and the spiral staircases on either side of the hall were covered with a high layer of camel's hair. However, there was no one in the castle. King Yu personally brewed tea and served it to Chi Aoshuang and Miziu before saying, "Only I and Miziu know of this place. Thus, there is no one to serve you. Miss Aoshuang, please make do with it. Just call me Chi Aoshuang." Chi Aoshuang took the cup and nodded, "Thank you. You know the situation. This world has changed." King Yu sat down helplessly and sighed. With a sorrowful expression, he said, "I really don't understand why White King would betray us. His relationship with the Heavenly King is the best. And he devoured the power of the Heavenly King." Mezius's face grew cold. His spirit and soul are actually stronger than the Heavenly King's. Why? How was this possible? The devouring power must absorb the soul and spirit of the Heavenly King into one. However, if the spirit and soul of the Heavenly King are stronger than his, then the person being devoured is the White King. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Chi Aoshuang and Feng Yixuan's faces, the Moon King immediately explained. Chi Aoshuang and Feng Yixuan looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. White King, when did he become stronger than the Heavenly King? We don't all know. The fact that he can devour the power of the Heavenly King means that he also has the power to exterminate us. Mizius frowned slightly. Don't worry, mice, you and I are the only ones who know my place. No one can enter without the jade pendant I gave them. King Yu suddenly slowed down his voice and comforted Mizius. What about the other kings? We still need to go out and find the other kings. We need to open the seal to get rid of him before we can resolve this matter. Do we have to hide here forever? Matthew snorted coldly with a frown. I really hope that it can be like this. King Yu's voice was barely audible. No one present heard his words, and no one could see the faint sadness in his eyes. After further discussion, the two of them finally decided to leave as soon as possible to find the other kings. There are no attendants here. Find yourselves a room and take care of yourself. Moon King smiled apologetically. Mizius and I will drink together tonight. Take care of yourselves. Ian, Feng Yixuan and I have something to do as well. Chi Aoxuan smiled and nodded. He glanced at Feng Yixuan and pursed his lips. Feng Yixuan stood up and followed behind Chi Aoshuang. King Yu looked at the backs of Chi Aoshuang and Feng Yixuan and smiled maliciously. This little girl, her aura is really strong. I'm afraid that Feng Yixuan won't be able to suppress it. She might be Camille's woman. Mizius' voice was cold as he spoke. You know the way. Even men can deal with a woman with such a strong aura. Moon King raised his eyebrows. Look at that brat Feng Yixuan. He is unstoppable and unstoppable all day long. In front of this little girl, he's actually like a mouse seeing a cat. This kind of obedient behavior is really rare. Love must be single-minded. Do you understand? How can she subdue Camille and Feng Yixuan? How can this be? I can only choose one. Pa, what about you? Haven't you been with so many women, and you're all in one piece? What are you talking about? Or a few hundred? King Yu coldly snorted as he mocked. My is different. I am a man, and Chi Aoshuang is a woman. Mizius frowned unnaturally. Men and women are the same. Yuan angrily turned around and walked into the dining hall. Where are you going? Mizius was stunned. Drink, will you come? King Yu didn't turn around, but his footsteps slowed down. Wait, it's here. Mizius smiled, hurriedly chasing after her and grabbing onto the Moon King's shoulders. The two of them walked into the dining room with their arms around each other. At this time, Chi Aoshuang and Feng Yixuan arrived at the small garden outside the castle. The flowers here were finally real flowers, but there was only one type of flower, a small white flower with 4 petals. It was giving off a faint fragrance. Sit down. Chi Aoshuang sat down beside the flower bed, patted the seat beside her, and said a word. Feng Yixuan subconsciously swallowed his saliva and slowly sat down to the side. It seems it's time to tell me things I don't know. Chi Aoshuang said slowly. What kind of curse is it? Why did things end up like that? What the hell happened to you and the devil? Aoshuang, Feng Yixuan's face darkened. I had once thought of giving you up and giving you to Lenglingian. Feng Yixuan's voice became softer and softer as he bit his lips. Chi Aoshuang did not say anything, listening quietly. But I regret it. How could I have such an idea? I will never give up. Feng Yixuan suddenly raised his head and looked at Chi Aoshuang before firmly saying, Aoshuang, I definitely won't give up on you. C312. Feng Yixuan's eyes burned with passion as he stared fixedly at Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang looked at Feng Yixuan and a smile slowly appeared on her face. Yixuan, do you remember the first time we met? Feng Yixuan was stunned for a moment before he smiled embarrassedly. I remember. How could I not? That time, I thought you were stupid. Chi Aoshuang finally couldn't hold back her laughter. How could you just be fooled by that single sentence of mine? You say. How well you said it. He thinks that I'm handsome and is captivated by me. Feng Yixuan's mouth twitched as he looked at Chi Aoshuang with resentment. And then he cheated my pure heart. He's too crafty. You deserve it. Chi Aoshuang smiled. It had been a long time since she had relaxed like this. Xiao Aoshuang suddenly felt like she had not laughed like this for a long time. Only Feng Yixuan could make her laugh so easily. Aoshuang, I still like the way you smile. Feng Yixuan suddenly said these words softly. His eyes were filled with a pained look. The young girl in front of him had always been through so many trials and tribulations, constantly moving forward, walking on the path of thorns. It was as if there was a hand pushing at his back. Wait! A flash of light suddenly flashed through Feng Yixuan's mind, and his face became abnormally solemn. Camille pushed it. It used to make sense, but now, behind Karim now was an unknown and even more terrifying force. What are you thinking about? And should you tell me something I don't know? Chi Aoshuang looked at the uncertain face of Feng Yixuan and asked in a puzzled tone. Nothing. Feng Yixuan smiled. He didn't intend to voice his doubts. Instead, he changed the subject. Do you know about the bloodline display? What do you mean? Xiao Aoshuang was even more confused. The enemy went to Ceylon a long time ago, where he had an affair with a beautiful human woman. Strictly speaking, this woman should be the ancestor of our Feng clan. However, the child she gave birth to did not possess any special abilities. After a few generations, a handsome, valiant, and peerlessly popular child appeared. As he spoke, he was interrupted by Chi Aoshuang. All right, stop flattering yourself and continue. Chi Aoshuang glanced at Feng Yixuan and snorted. All right, all right. Feng Yixuan chuckled. Yes, that person is me. Then the enemy appeared, and he said it was my father, and my reaction was to send him flying with a punch. He was glad, instead, to bring me back to the devil by force. I only found out after my transformation that I had indeed inherited his bloodline, which was the demon race. As for that little lass, Ladia, she was the one with the pure blood of the demons. Naturally, he wouldn't accept me, but after being beaten by me a few times, he submitted. Chi Aoshuang listened attentively. In her mind, she imagined the cool appearance of the young master being beaten up by Feng Yixuan. What kind of scene would that be? It must have been wonderful. Chi Aoshuang's guess was correct. It was more than brilliant. At that time, it was truly like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. It was world-shaking, and anyone who saw it would be overjoyed. The tyrant of the young chieftain was infamous in the devil realm, but no one dared to touch her. Other than the infernal king, the others were no match for her. They were often beaten to the point of death, and they even threatened not to go to the infernal king to complain. Otherwise, the next fight would be even worse. When Feng Yixuan showed up and beat her up, everyone applauded and cheered. At that time the devil was every day like a festival, and the infernal king saw that he was glad he was going to pass the throne to me. Feng Yixuan shrugged his shoulders. I don't want to be a demon king. I immediately refused. However, at this time, a servant in the devil world said that I had been cursed. A girl with dark eyes appeared, and everything would be turned upside down. In order to avoid this situation, he threw me back into the human world and washed away all my memories. Curse, black hair and black eyes. Chi Aoshuang was stunned. What kind of curse is this? I don't know. My soul was originally red, but there was a trace of black gas in it. In the end, when the enemy found out about you, he thought you were my nemesis. If I want to kill you, Feng Yixuan frowned, his face somewhat gloomy. So you promised him that you would never meet me as the infernal king. Chi Aoshuang understood what was going on. She also understood that Feng Yixuan appeared in the demon world to fulfill her wish to protect the mortal realm. T. This old man, I'm still not fine. Feng Yixuan angrily said. However, you almost died because of me. Chi Aoshuang's face also turned dark. If it wasn't Lingyun, we may really never see each other again. Yes, speak of it. Feng Yixuan's face changed. How annoying. I owe that damn human face a favor again. Furthermore, it's such a huge favor. It was fine if he owed others, but why did he owe his love rival? How can I endure this? If he asks me to quit, why? Feng Yixuan went berserk, grabbing onto his hair and causing a ruckus. Chi Aoshuang could not help but smile. The Feng Yixuan in front of him was the real him. He who always had a sorrowful look between his brows simply wasn't suitable for him. I won't quit. This dead face, I will repay his favor. Feng Yixuan scratched his head and said worriedly, but where is he now? I don't know either. Chi Aoshuang's smile disappeared from her face as she said solemnly, actually, I have seen him before. Chi Aoshuang told Feng Yixuan everything that had happened after she separated from Feng Yixuan, causing him to sigh. The man in white is Lingyun, and now I don't know where to go. Feng Yixuan frowned. How are the two of them? Jin Yang was persistent. This fellow was too loyal to you to actually chase so far away. Is he interested in you, too? Shouldn't I secretly take him? Chi Aoshuang glanced at Feng Yixuan with a cold gaze. Feng Yixuan immediately shut his mouth and realized that he had said too much. The problem is that I don't know where they are now. I asked Mishas to help me find them, but only your news told me that there was a rebel lion in this world. What I'm afraid of is that they will scatter in the space and time currents. Very likely, Feng Yixuan echoed in a low voice, but in his heart, he was saying, charge, charge far away, don't come back. Jin Yang was as far away as possible, but it was a dead face. He could just wait for him to return the favor and kick the time and space current away. It's good to see you now. Suddenly, Qi Aoshuan gently turned her head and looked at Feng Yixuan's face, smiling like a flower. Qi Aoshuan had already made up her mind. However, this decision would have to wait until he found Leng Lingyuan. She knew very well that Feng Yixuan was good to her. She had seen all the things Leng Lingyuan had done for her. Feng Yixuan was dumbfounded. He pursed his lips slightly. Aoshuan, Feng Yixuan, you slut pervert, go to hell. Look at my flying legs. How dare you touch my woman? The sky exploded with a shout and appeared above Feng Yixuan's head. He raised his leg and was about to kick Feng Yixuan. Vast sky, you're courting death. He's one of my father's candidates. You dare to touch him. The golden lotus appeared at the right time and grabbed the sky by the tail, lifting the sky upside down to the side. Golden lotus, you blind man, didn't you see that I am handsome and extraordinary? Look at this Feng Yixuan. His hair is red like a monkey's ass. What's so good about him? Unconvinced, he roared at the golden lotus. Look at you. You have 4 legs and hair all over your body. You also want to touch my mother. The golden lotuses grabbed the sky with their hands and shook it with all their might, causing the sky to howl. Just wait, once I transform into a human, I will be invincible. Long air. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Maybe my mom had a baby then. You can think about it if she's a girl. Jin Lian grabbed the tail of the man in the sky, threw him into the air, carried him on her back, then said to Feng Yixuan and Qi Aoshuan with a smile, you two continue, sorry for bothering you. Feng Yixuan and Qi Aoshuan didn't regain their senses for a long time. It was only when Golden Lotus's figure disappeared from their sight that they finally regained their senses. Feng Yixuan giggled. Golden Lotus's words about being one of the candidates for his father's position made him extremely happy. Gold Lotus had admitted him. Alright, I'm tired, I'll go rest first. Qi Aoshuan stood up and smiled at Feng Yixuan. Yixuan, it's good to have you all the way. Feng Yixuan was stunned for a moment, then he grinned. He stood up and followed behind Xiao Aoshuan. As Qi Aoshuan walked in front of him, her vision suddenly blurred. Everything that was originally silver in front of her turned a fiery red color. It was a shocking sight to behold. The fire that filled the sky crazily raged. The sky was fiery red, and the earth was also fiery red. Something gleamed softly in the blazing fire. Then, what was it? Xiao Aoshuan's vision went black, and she fell down just like that. Aoshuan, Feng Yixuan, who was walking behind them, was greatly shocked. He hurriedly rushed forward to support Qi Aoshuan, but she had already lost consciousness and was frowning deeply. Crescent Moon, Moon King, get out of here. Seeing Qi Aoshuan like this, Feng Yixuan panicked. He picked Qi Aoshuan up and rushed into the castle, yelling even louder. Damn, you're courting death. You said you weren't allowed to call me that. King Yu's eyes were misty as he walked out of the side hall and yelled unhappily. Quick, come over and take a look. What's wrong with Aoshuan? Feng Yixuan didn't care about anything else as he roared at the Moon King. Only then did King Yu look at Qi Aoshuan, who was in Feng Yixuan's arms. At this moment, Qi Aoshuan's eyes were tightly shut. Her brows were furrowed, as if she was enduring some immense pain. Her body temperature, it was getting higher and higher. What's going on? It's like it's going to burn up. Feng Yixuan anxiously asked. What's going on? King Yu, come and take a look. At this time, King Yu woke up from his drunken stupor. His expression turned grave as he walked forward and touched Qi Aoshuan's forehead with a frown. How is it? Feng Yixuan was burning with anxiety. C313. How is it? Feng Yixuan was burning with anxiety. I don't know. Yu Wan's expression became more and more solemn. He suddenly exclaimed, Feng Yixuan, let her go first. Put her on the chair, quick. When Feng Yixuan heard this, he panicked. However, he still listened to the Moon King and carefully placed Qi Aoshuan on a chair. As soon as Qi Aoshuan was released, the Moon King rushed forward and pulled Feng Yixuan away. Just as Feng Yixuan was about to erupt, the scene in front of him left him completely stunned. Swish! A loud sound rang out, and intense flames burst forth from Qi Aoshuang's body. The flames were red, but also gold, and slowly engulfed Xiao Aoshuang. Aoshuang, seeing this, Feng Yixuan panicked and was about to step forward. Don't go, the fire won't hurt her. However, King Yu once again pulled Feng Yixuan back. But Feng Yixuan was alarmed as he recalled how Qi Aoshuang's body temperature was getting higher and higher. This fire seems to be from her soul, from her own body. Strange, Yu Wang frowned as he pondered, his eyes filled with doubt. At this moment, the golden lotus suddenly appeared. It was still holding onto the tail of Chang Kong and threw him into the embrace of Feng Yixuan. It then stood in front of Qi Aoshuang and looked at Qi Aoshuang with a serious expression. Golden lotus, what's going on? Is this your flame? Feng Yixuan asked anxiously when he saw the golden lotus arrive. No, no. The expression on golden lotus's face became increasingly ugly. This flame belongs to Mom. In addition, it was hidden very well. It seems like it has always been hidden in the depths of Mom's soul. It's so powerful. The golden lotus cried out in alarm. Suddenly, the golden lotus's figure began to fade away. The golden lotus's face also revealed a terrified expression. What a formidable power. He's going to swallow me. Golden lotus. Feng Yixuan's complexion also changed. He turned to look at Qi Aoshuang and cried out, Aoshuang, wake up, wake up. Golden lotus, how are you? At this time, Luli also appeared with a face full of fear. She turned her head and looked at the burning Qi Aoshuang and anxiously shouted, Grandma, wake up. If you continue like this, Golden Lotus will die. Her aura is also weakening. If she doesn't wake up soon, she will be in danger herself. Other than worry, there was doubt on King Yu's face. What was going on with this inexplicable flame? Furthermore, Qi Aoshuang's aura started to become unstable. Aoshuang, Feng Yixuan was anxious as well. He didn't care too much. He rushed forward and grabbed Qi Aoshuang's shoulder. Wake up, wake up. A heart-wrenching pain immediately assaulted Feng Yixuan's entire body, and it even pierced through his soul. This kind of pain, crying out for pain, wishing for death. However, Feng Yixuan didn't take back his hand. Instead, he bent over and hugged Qi Aoshuang tightly. Aoshuang, wake up. Aoshuang. Feng Yixuan painfully hugged Qi Aoshuang tightly, allowing the abnormally hot flames to wreak havoc on his body. The scorching flames enveloped the two of them, and even though King Yu was worried, he couldn't do anything about it. Luli held onto the almost unconscious golden lotus, feeling anxious and afraid. Tears began to flow down her face. The sky was crouching on the Moon King's shoulder, anxiously looking at Qi Aoshuang and Feng Yixuan. Gradually, the flames began to die down and the searing pain on Feng Yixuan's body began to alleviate. Aoshuang, you're awake? As Feng Yixuan felt the flame extinguish, he was overjoyed. He let go of his hand and happily looked down at Qi Aoshuang. However, he was stunned the next moment. Qi Aoshuang's eyes didn't seem to be focused. She just sat there quietly, not moving at all. Aoshuang, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Feng Yixuan's heart sank and he gripped Qi Aoshuang's shoulders tightly in panic. At this time, Luli cried out loud. The golden lotus had already lost all feeling and slowly collapsed to the ground. However, King Yu heaved a sigh of relief. He could tell that the golden lotus had only lost consciousness due to exhaustion and was not devoured. However, when he looked at Qi Aoshuang again, he frowned. He found that he could not see through her at all. Qi Aoshuang slowly stood up and stared at Feng Yixuan's face. Her eyes were still unfocused. They were misty and empty. Aoshuang. Feng Yixuan looked at Qi Aoshuang with suspicion. He had a nagging feeling that something was wrong with Qi Aoshuang, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong with her. At this moment, Qi Aoshuang's face turned cold. Her beauty was breathtaking, so beautiful that it was hard for people to breathe. The cold light almost made one stop breathing. This feeling caused a strange feeling to arise in Feng Yixuan's heart, but there was also a faint sense of familiarity to it. Just why was this happening? Ha! A soft sigh came out of Qi Aoshuang's mouth. This sigh seemed to come from a very long time ago. It seemed to pass through the vicissitudes of life, as if the sea had dried up and rocks had rotted away. There are too many emotions. Feng Yixuan stared at Qi Aoshuang in front of him. She was both familiar and unfamiliar. Qi Aoshuang slowly raised her hand and gently touched Feng Yixuan's face. An indescribable look appeared on her face. Finally, however, before Feng Yixuan understood the meaning of Qi Aoshuang's words, or perhaps Qi Aoshuang might not have had the chance to finish speaking, her eyes slowly closed once again. This time, it seemed as if she was sleeping. He no longer looked as if he had suddenly fallen unconscious. Qi Aoshuang's body slowly slid down. Feng Yixuan extended his hand and hugged Qi Aoshuang. Her face was still as gentle as the one Qi Aoshuang was stroking earlier. What did that mean? What finally happened? What was she trying to say? All right, let's bring her into rest first. You can change your clothes. This kid is fine. Take it into rest. At this moment, King Yu spoke. This kid was obviously referring to the golden lotuses. After listening, Feng Yixuan was somewhat puzzled as to why he had to change his clothes. When he lowered his head to take a look, he suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. The clothes on his body had been burned to the point that not even a strand of them remained. His entire body was completely bare. As for the clothes on Qi Aoshuang's body, they were completely undamaged. Feng Yixuan's face turned red. He hurriedly carried Qi Aoshuang and ran upstairs. Lu Li, who was standing behind him, was dumbstruck. She quickly turned her head away from Feng Yixuan and looked down at the unconscious golden lotus. Little girl, don't worry, this brat has gotten lucky from the disaster. Quickly bring him in and let him rest as well. King Yu looked at Lu Li and said with a smile, yes, thank you, uncle. After Lu Li finished speaking, she carried the golden lotus and stomped upstairs, leaving Duke Yu petrified on the spot. Uncle, Dashu, am I that old? I'm so handsome and young, shouldn't I at least call you brother? King Yu was full of complaints. Then you'll have to call me Auntie Qi Aoshuang. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. He seemed to drink even more, and his entire body seemed to be unstable from walking. That's right, it's true. After hearing Mish's words, Moon King felt much better. What the hell is going on? Even though he was a little drunk, Mishnu's mind was clear. I don't know either, but I'm certain of one thing. That girl's body contains a lot of power. Yuan waved her hands. Mishus fell silent. Let's just wait and see. Moon King patted Mishus on the shoulder. Say, is it possible that she is the White King? Mishus couldn't help but blurt out these words. Yuan was stunned, frowning slightly. This is not impossible. Every birth of a king was inexplicable. When I became the king of the moon, I was having my meal. Everyone at the table was so shocked that they spat out the food in their mouths. Of course, who would have thought that the extremely thin and weak person would be King Yu? When some people were bullied when they were young, they only wiped away their tears and hid in a corner, refusing to come out. Damn, you're still bringing up the matter after so long. I'll kill you. Moon King reached out his hand to grab Mishus by the neck, shaking him until he almost vomited before letting go. Ungrateful fellow, if it wasn't for me protecting you, you would have. Oh, Mishnu rolled his eyes and reprimanded, but he didn't fight back. Yuan glared at him and pretended to be angry, but there was an undetectable gentleness in his eyes. However, it is hard to say whether or not Qi Aoshuang is the White King. Anyway, let's just wait and see. If she's the White King, it'll be much easier. Mishus said sternly. One more thing, I wonder how the other kings are doing. King Yu sighed softly. Don't worry, they're not easy to deal with either. If they're that easy to get rid of, wouldn't they be kings? Mishus comforted her. I hope so. Yuan nodded. At this time, Feng Yixuan had already settled Qi Aoshuang up. He changed his clothes and stood beside her bed. Oh, Feng Yixuan, I didn't expect you to be so shy. What the *ck are you so shy for? I've already seen through your body long ago. Don't mention me, my Xiao Aoshuang has seen it as well. Not only has she seen it, she has even touched it. HRMPH. The skies were originally squatting by the bed. However, the more and more embarrassed Feng Yixuan became, the more he covered his mouth and threw him to the side. If you don't talk, no one will take you for a mute. There's still Aoshuang who needs to rest. You need to be quiet. Feng Yixuan's face turned red as he warned the others. I'll go take a look at that annoying kid. If he dies, it'll be very boring. He didn't wait for Feng Yixuan's reply before skipping out. The room quieted down, leaving behind only Qi Aoshuang, who was breathing calmly and evenly. Aoshuang, Feng Yixuan extended his hand and gently grasped Qi Aoshuang's hand. He muttered to himself, "Why did I feel that you were a stranger to me just now? How can there be such a feeling?" Xiao Aoshuang was still sleeping. Her eyelashes that were like small brushes were trembling slightly. At this moment, she saw a strange scene. C314. C314. Xiao Aoshuang was still sleeping. Her eyelashes that were like small brushes were trembling slightly. At this moment, she saw a strange scene. The flames in the sky were so hot that it was almost impossible to breathe. The flames were like the flames of hell, sweeping through everything. Everywhere he went, everything vanished into thin air. It was a type of anger that overflowed into the heavens. What had caused such anger? Whose anger was this? Something very important has been lost. What is it? An indescribable sadness slowly filled Xiao Aoshuang's heart. Losing something important. What is it? His heart was empty, sorrowful, angry. Feng Yixuan stared blankly at Qi Aoshuang's face. The corners of Qi Aoshuang's eyes began to slowly leak out crystalline tears. "Aoshuang, what's wrong with you? What do you see? Wake up, I will be by your side, I will always be by your side." Feng Yixuan's heart ached so much that he tightly gripped Qi Aoshuang's hand. It was as if he could feel the indescribable sadness. Just what did Xiao Aoshuang see that would make her act like this? Feng Yixuan stayed by the bed, holding Qi Aoshuang's hand and maintaining this posture for the rest of the night. In the early morning, Qi Aoshuang finally opened her eyes, her hands gently moving. Feng Yixuan immediately felt it and hurriedly raised his head to look at Qi Aoshuang. He slowly turned his head to look at the worried Feng Yixuan and gently opened his mouth. "Yixuan, what's wrong with you?" His tone was filled with doubt. It's good as long as you're awake." Feng Yixuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he asked softly, Don't you remember what happened before?" "What?" Qi Aoshuang was puzzled. Feng Yixuan's face changed slightly. After thinking for a moment, he told Qi Aoshuang everything that had happened yesterday. Upon hearing this, Xiao Aoshuang was also stunned. He then furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Did his actions earlier have anything to do with what he had just seen? Or was it related to him? Seeing Qi Aoshuang like this, Feng Yixuan was a little worried. He tried to console her. "Aoshuang, don't think about it. It's nothing. No matter what, I will stay by your side." Qi Aoshuang turned to look at Feng Yixuan and revealed a smile. "Yes, Yixuan, thank you. Do you still feel any discomfort?" Feng Yixuan asked with concern. "No, it feels good," Qi Aoshuang replied with a smile. "That's good. You rest first, I'll go prepare breakfast for you. What do you want to eat?" Feng Yixuan also smiled. "Roast meat." Qi Aoshuang pursed her lips into a smile. "You're eating so greasy in the early morning." Although Feng Yixuan said so, he didn't have any intention of objecting. "I want to eat it. It's been a long time since I've eaten your roast meat." Qi Aoshuang smiled. Feng Yixuan revealed a knowing smile. His eyes were light with satisfaction. He stood up, turned around, and left to prepare breakfast. Xiao Aoshuang slowly sat up, looking out the window in silence. This space, without night or day, was always shrouded in a silvery white light. The title of Moon King probably had something to do with this. Qi Aoshuang slowly got off the bed and walked to the window, gazing at the calm lake in the distance. Lightly closing her eyes, Qi Aoshuang raised her eyebrows. She didn't feel wrong. There were indeed changes in her body. In the depths of his soul, there seemed to be a force that was slowly gushing out. Although it was very subtle, it actually existed, like a seed, but also like a small whirlpool, at an abnormally slow rate. What was that? No matter what it was, one thing was certain, it had something to do with what had happened and what he had seen. Leaning lightly on the windowsill, Qi Aoshuang's thoughts flew far away. She remembered things from a long, long time ago, things from before she came to this world. At that time, he was still living in a bustling place, a society filled with impetuous people. He had nothing to live for, and after he easily ended his life, he saw a suspicious fatty. Could this be the so-called Taoist immortals? He would never have believed such a ridiculous thing. However, after coming to this world, he realized that there were many things that people did not know about the existence of real things, including gods. In that case, in the world he had lived in before, there must also be a god. Otherwise, why are there so many phenomena that science cannot explain today? Forget it, it's over. Leng Lingian, Camille, Jin Yang. When can we find them? At this time, there was a knock on the door, interrupting Qi Aoshuang's train of thoughts. Qi Aoshuang turned her head and said, "Come in." The door opened and Feng Yixuan walked in front. In his hands was a huge plate with roast meat, fruits, bread and scented tea. Behind them were King Yu and Mishus. They no longer looked as dizzy as they had last night, but had serious expressions on their faces. Moon King, Mishus, Qi Aoshuang was puzzled. "Let's eat first. We'll talk while we eat," King Yu said with a smile. Feng Yixuan placed the plate on the table, picked up a knife and fork, and began cutting the roast meat into slices for Qi Aoshuang. He picked it up and placed it in the bread before handing it over to Qi Aoshuang. Qi Aoshuang took the meat and smiled at Feng Yixuan. Feng Yixuan grinned foolishly and forgot to cut the roast meat for himself. "Qi Aoshuang, do you feel any discomfort in your body?" King Yu asked with a serious expression. Xiao Aoshuang took a bite of the bread and shook her head. Moon King and Mishus looked at each other, doubt in their eyes. Could it be that Qi Aoshuang is not the future White King? What's wrong? What's the problem? Feng Yixuan asked after seeing the strange expressions on the two's faces. "It's not a problem, we're just a little suspicious of the possibility that Qi Aoshuang might be the future White King." Mesus's face was serious, too. "Huh?" Feng Yixuan opened his mouth wide and then turned to look at Qi Aoshuang. Qi Aoshuang said lightly, "What basis do you have to say that?" For some reason, Qi Aoshuang had a feeling that she was definitely not the White King they spoke of. "We don't have any proof. We're just guessing from the strange phenomenon that happened to you yesterday," King Yu explained. "I will definitely not be the White King you all speak of," Qi Aoshuang said lightly. "Why are you so sure?" "I can't say for sure," he said. "What if you are the White King?" "There's no reason. I just feel it." Xiao Aoshuang took a sip of her flowery tea and said, "You guys should have something to say after coming here, right?" King Yu's eyebrows rose, and then he said in a deep voice, "We are preparing to leave. We will go find the other kings and reunite with them to undo the Shora's seal. Do you want to stay here or go with us and ask for your advice? It must have been dangerous on the way. The Heavenly King's men should be searching for us everywhere." Mishus said in a deep voice, "You can't even defeat the Heavenly King's subordinates." Xiao Aoshuang looked at the two with disdain in her eyes. "How is this possible? How is that possible?" Both of them said at the same time with flushed faces. "Then what's dangerous?" Xiao Aoshuang pouted, "Then let's get on the road. Besides, I have to find my lost friends." Moon King and Mishus looked at each other and nodded. "Since that's the case, if you don't feel any discomfort, then we'll set off after lunch and rest." But one thing they didn't say. They were the four generals next to the previous Heavenly King, and their strength was no less than theirs. As for whether or not these four generals had joined the current Heavenly King after the death of the previous Heavenly King, they did not know either. If the four generals were to submit to the current king, then the matter would be very troublesome. "All right, thank you," Qi Aoshuang agreed. She looked at the Moon King and Mishus and smiled, "Thank you." Only after Moon King and Misius left did Feng Yixuan speak. "Aoshuang, what do you think happened to Camille? I guess there are only two people who can make Camille in such a sorry state." "No, maybe only one." Xiao Aoshuang narrowed her eyes, biting the fork in her hands as she said, "Because there is still one more who is sleeping." "You mean the Father God and the Mother God?" "No, a god." This was because the goddess had been in a deep slumber the entire time. Feng Yixuan was shocked. He was unaware that the roast meat on his fork had fallen onto his plate. "I guess so." Xiao Aoshuang jabbed a fruit with her fork, frowning, and said, "Camille seems to be omnipotent. In my impression, this fellow's power has exceeded everything I know. Only the Father would have the power to deal with him." Qi Aoshuang's tone gradually became worried. "Then, why would Father want to deal with Camille?" Feng Yixuan's face sank as he asked with a frown. "That's the question." Qi Aoshuang bit down on the fruit and stared at Feng Yixuan. Her eyes became sharper and sharper. Her eyebrows were knitted tighter and tighter. Even Feng Yixuan's heart was in his throat. However, Xiao Aoshuang swallowed the fruit and answered straightforwardly, "I don't know either." Feng Yixuan instantly let out a sigh. He was speechless. Also, about the Star Academy, Xiao Aoshuang continued eating the fruits and taunting him. "I'm starting to suspect that it was some king in this world who did it. After hearing about the White King, I suspect that it was the White King who did it. Perhaps the White King will absorb the power of those people to strengthen himself, and then overthrow the Heavenly King. That's a reasonable explanation. Now that you put it like that, I also think it was King Bai who did it." Feng Yixuan agreed and nodded in agreement. "But I always feel that things aren't so simple." Xiao Aoshuang shook her head. "But I don't know why. Only when we see the previous King White will we know." "All right." Feng Yixuan nodded, but he frowned as he began to think. After eating breakfast, the group of four departed. They were once again in the vast desert, surrounded by the yellow sand that filled the sky. "Where are we going next?" Feng Yixuan frowned as he looked at the raging sand. "Go find King Yong." Just as King Yu finished speaking, his expression abruptly changed because he felt that there was something wrong with his surroundings. Mesasa's face changed as well. "There's no need to look for him, because we will immediately send you to meet him." A rough voice filled with a wild laughter suddenly sounded beside the four's ears. C315. However, Chi Aoshuang was sizing up the two people who had suddenly appeared behind them. These two people were dressed entirely in blue. Their black hair was casually tied behind their heads, but their eyebrows were outrageously long. They actually flew out of the range of their cheeks. Their faces were cold as they looked at Moon King and Mishus indifferently. The other person was the one who had spoken earlier. He wore a set of black and white clothes, and his face was filled with a sinister smile. His tongue licked his lips, and suddenly there was a huge ring on his tongue, causing people to feel uncomfortable looking at it. He looked at Moon King and Mishus so arrogantly, as if they were already dead men in his eyes. However, the similarity was that the two of them didn't even spare a glance for Chi Aoshuang and Feng Yixuan. In their eyes, these two were insignificant people, probably followers of Moon King and Mishus. "There's no need to look for him, because we will immediately send you to meet him." A rough voice filled with a wild laughter suddenly sounded beside the four's ears. "Rao Yu?" Han question. Mishus' voice had already changed a bit. Yu Wan's face sank even more. Chi Aoshuang was guessing the identities of these two people. It definitely wasn't any of the other kings. The other kings definitely wouldn't say those words just now. These two must be the Heavenly King's subordinates, and their strength was not weak at all. Otherwise, why would the Moon King and Mishus' expressions change so much? There was another point that Xiao Aoshuang noticed as well. When the Moon King said that he was going to find King Yong next, that person said that he didn't need to find them, that he would send them to meet him soon. Could it be that Eternal King had already been killed by these two people? As Feng Yixuan thought of this, he frowned slightly. This was because he could sense that the two people in front of him were on par with Moon King and Mishus. It would be very troublesome if that was the case. "Rao Yu, Han question, you actually betrayed the Heavenly King. You guys really joined the White King." Mission scolded him in excitement. His face reddened with excitement. Could it be that the four generals have sided with that traitor? Have you forgotten what the Heavenly King did to you? He has taken you seriously, and you have betrayed him. King Yu also cursed. "Ha ha, betrayal? Are you joking with me?" The arrogant person laughed loudly, deeply emotional. "Is it to ask us to deal with every time we have something to do? We're the ones who go to all the trouble. I'll work for whoever is stronger than me. What's so strange about that? Rao Yu, there's no need to waste any more words. Get rid of this quickly." A person beside him coldly spat out. This person was Han question. Just like his name, he had an ice-cold expression on his face, and his words were ice-cold. "All right, let's stop talking nonsense. Two idiots. If one day you can be stronger than us, if you can get rid of the Heavenly King, we will listen to you. Ha ha, but go to hell now." Rao Yu laughed out loud. His hand gently grabbed at the air, and a long sword astonishingly appeared in his hand. Han question narrowed his eyes. He extended his hand and made a grasping motion, and a long whip appeared in his hand. HMPH. It's not certain who will die yet. Yu Wang's face darkened. Without another word, he extended his hand. A silver-white light flashed in his hand, and a slender sword appeared. The body of the sword was snow-white, and it emitted a light, silvery-white glow. On the hilt of the sword was a simple and unadorned design. He waved his hand, and his weapon appeared in his hand. His weapon was a beautiful harp. The silver body of the zither, the golden zither string, flickered with an enchanting luster. Han question, let me take care of King Mizayu. I've long disliked him. Why is a fool like him so popular with women, hmph? Rao Yu said in a sour tone, then rushed over while swinging his sword, hacking at Misha's head. Boo him! With a loud noise, Rao Yu raised his sword and hacked down on the sand, stirring up countless grains of yellow sand. Where was he now? Misha flew into the air and stared coldly at Rao Yu with the harp in his hand. King Yu also began to confront Han question. Feng Yixuan and Qi Aoshuang had already dodged the attack and left the previous position. The place where everyone had just stood had now become a huge crater. Qi Aoshuang looked at the crater, then at Rao Yu's weapon, and understood that he was indeed powerful. And this rather unattractive man seems to be jealous of Misha's relationships with the opposite sex. The jealousy of a man is terrible. King Yu, I've long wanted to experience your abilities. Han question's cold voice rang out faintly. It was clearly a scorching desert, but his voice made people feel that the temperature had dropped by quite a few degrees. I will make it so that you will never have the chance to experience it again. At this moment, King Yu's expression turned cold as he slowly said those words. A loud clang rang out in the air, and the two sides clashed. The huge white light and the crash were terrifying. The sound echoed through the sky, reaching far into the distance. Mezus did not seem to be adept at close combat. He had been fighting at a distance from Rao Yu, and the Moon King and Han Question were the exact opposite. King Yu was adept at close combat, while Han Question was adept at long-ranged battles. Feng Yixuan frowned as he looked at the battle in the sky, his heart sinking deeper and deeper. The strength of these four individuals were actually on par with each other. If they continued to fight like this, they would only be competing in physical strength. Whoever couldn't hold on for much longer would be the loser. Even with his current strength, he was no match for Duke Yu. If King Yu and the others were defeated, the consequences would be. Feng Yixuan felt anxious and worried. He turned his head to look at Qi Aoshuang, but he was stunned when he saw Qi Aoshuang. Looking at the intense battle in midair, Qi Aoshuang had a calm expression on her face. She did not know what she was thinking, and only focused on what was happening. Aoshuang, Feng Yixuan spoke softly, but Qi Aoshuang seemed as if she hadn't heard him. She continued to stare intently at the battle in front of her. The wind blew and the sand danced about. With a flick of Feng Yixuan's finger, a small whirlwind enveloped Qi Aoshuang and him. Separate all the yellow sand. However, he was thinking of a countermeasure in his heart. This kind of stalemate was not an option, but he could not blindly interfere in this battle. In an exchange of blows between experts, the weak could not even withstand a single blow. He did not think that his participation in the fight at the moment would change the intensity of the battle. Lian, suddenly, Qi Aoshuang's eyes became misty, and she spat out this word in a low voice. What? Feng Yixuan didn't really understand. He frowned and wanted to ask, but Qi Aoshuang didn't say anything else. Soon, Yixuan noticed that something was wrong. The surrounding temperature was rising. Qi Aoshuang's eyes were filled with disappointment as her eyes were filled with nothingness. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at the balls of white light in the sky. It was the light from the intense battle between the four of them. Aoshuang, what's wrong with you? A sense of foreboding arose in Feng Yixuan's heart. Why did he feel that Qi Aoshuang was about to turn into that strange person from before? Qi Aoshuang did not reply to Feng Yixuan. Her eyes continued to stare at the sky before slowly flying up. Her hair flew about wildly and the surrounding temperature was so hot that it made her entire body dry. Aoshuang, Feng Yixuan's heart sank. He was so flustered that he was about to pull Qi Aoshuang's hand. However, Qi Aoshuang's movements were even faster. She flew into the sky and charged straight towards the four people fighting. Suddenly, a wave of heat hit them, causing their bodies to freeze. They all stopped fighting and turned to look at Qi Aoshuang, who had suddenly appeared between them. Rao Yu sneered. Could this black-haired girl be the protector of the sect? Or was she also the admirer of the Mizayu king? Thinking about this, Rao Yu's expression turned ugly. This black-haired girl looked so pretty, and she was actually the admirer of the Misayu king. And he didn't even want his life to come here just for the sake of his admirers. Damn it! Han Question's face was ice cold as he lightly raised his whip. He was preparing to cut this woman who had interrupted their battle into two with one whip strike before continuing their battle. Aoshuang. The expression on Mission's face changed. He didn't want Chi Aoshuang to lose her life here. Yu Wan's face tensed up. Even though Chi Aoshuang had no relationship with him, she seemed to be Feng Yuxuan's sweetheart. With just this little bit of Moon King, he couldn't let Chi Aoshuang die. Aoshuang, what are you doing? Feng Yuxuan was almost going crazy as he anxiously shouted. However, due to his strength returning, he was unable to fly up and stop them. Go to hell! Rao Yu could no longer hold it in any longer, swinging the sword in his hand and shouting angrily as he charged over. Moon King and Mishus immediately flew over to stop them. However, at this moment, a shocking scene occurred. Exterminate! Chi Aoshuang opened her mouth and said these words in a low voice. Then, she instantly moved in front of Rao Yu, reached out her slender hand and grabbed onto the tip of Rao Yu's sword. Rao Yu's face instantly changed. He was shocked, terrified. In the next moment, a fiery red flame covered Rao Yu's entire body. Ah! Rao Yu's heart-wrenching cry came from his soul, making people scared to death. Everyone was stunned. The weapon in Rao Yu's hand had melted, and just like that, Rao Yu was surrounded by the strange flames, burning him. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to extinguish the flames on his body. Rao Yu screamed miserably and fell down from the sky. He dove into the sand with all his might, trying to extinguish the flames on his body. However, it was useless. The sand seemed to have melted. Rao Yu's body gradually caved in, and the surrounding sand turned into quicksand. Hellfire, isn't it good? At this time, Chi Aoshuang let out a cold laugh and slowly raised her head to look at the stunned Han Question. After being targeted by Chi Aoshuang, Han Question felt his entire body turn cold. At this moment, he felt like he was being watched by a venomous snake, a suffocating feeling that almost made him break down. But this young girl didn't have this feeling at all. Her smile was so bewitching, so full of bewitching charm. His eyes were pitch black, and there seemed to be a trace of red in them. His face was white to the point of being transparent, but his lips were red to the point of being extremely seductive. Who exactly was this black-haired, black-eyed girl? C316. Chi Aoshuang's cold smile made Han Question's hair stand on end. At this moment, he even wanted to escape immediately. Not to mention facing the previous Heavenly King, even the current Heavenly King had never felt such oppression. Feng Yixuan opened his mouth slightly and stared blankly at Chi Aoshuang. At this moment, Aoshuang looked so unfamiliar and so beautiful. Yes, it appeared to be a soul-stirring beauty, as beautiful as the blossoming of a poisonous flower. Even if he knew that it was poisonous, he still wanted to pick it. What kind of strange feeling was this? Moon King and Mishus were also stunned, as if none of this had anything to do with her. What do you mean shaking your head? Asked Meshus, frowning. That means he doesn't know either. The Moon King answered for Feng Yixuan in a deep voice. How could this be? Their relationship, he actually doesn't know about it either. Mishus lowered his voice because he could tell from Feng Yixuan's expression that what the Moon King said seemed to be true. If even Feng Yixuan didn't know what was going on, then this question. Anyway, the problem is solved. King Yu surveyed his surroundings, which were in complete chaos. There were sandpits of varying sizes everywhere. However, he knew that soon, strong winds would arrive and the sandpits would be filled up, returning to how they were before. But, King Yong, Mishus bit his lip and spat out a few words. Clearly, they understood what Rao Yu had said earlier. King Yong, we may have met with misfortune. Let's go find the other kings. If a new king of White and King Yong appeared, there would definitely be a sign. We'll see when the time comes. Yu Wang said helplessly, with a hint of sadness in his tone. I wonder if the other two generals also joined the Heavenly King. We need to find the other kings as soon as possible. If the other Wang Luo meets the other two generals alone, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yu Wang nodded, understanding in his heart that Yong Wang's death was probably caused by Rao Yu and Han Question joining hands. The Heavenly King will definitely look for a new King White and King Yong. We need to get there as soon as possible. He looked off into the distance. There's no time to worry about anything else. I'd better summon it. All right, 2 of the 4 generals have already left. King Yu nodded, then looked at the silent Feng Yixuan and the sleeping Qi Aoshuan, before agreeing to Mi Shou's decision. A dazzling white light appeared in the empty space in front of him, and a huge monster appeared. It looked almost identical to the mount Qi Aoshuan was riding before, but it was much larger in size. It was the size of the previous 10, and its back was even wider and more flat. Come on up. Mi Xiu was the first to fly up. Feng Yixuan grabbed Qi Aoshuan by the toes and leapt up as well. King Yu followed behind. After everyone sat down, Mezus gently patted monster on the back. Let's go to the southwest to find the true king. The monster let out a long roar and then flew smoothly towards the southwest. The Moon King formed a barrier, enveloping everyone inside and blocking off the direct sunlight and sound. Feng Yixuan watched the sleeping Qi Aoshuan without saying anything. Feng Yixuan, what do you think? King Yu suddenly asked. What? Feng Yixuan only came back to his senses when he heard someone call his name. He turned to look at King Yu. Moon King looked at Qi Aoshuan, then looked at Yixuan. What do you think? Feng Yixuan's eyes darkened as he shook his head. I don't know what's going on, but I feel that it wasn't Aoshuan herself who did it. But who else could it be? It was her just now, but it wasn't him. Feng Yixuan's heart is in chaos. I don't know either. Actually, these 2 completely different people, Qi Aoshuan, should be her. Placing his hand on his chin, Moon King speculated, it's possible that she has 2 personalities. This kind of violent and bloodthirsty personality is hidden deep in the heart. It's not like we've never met such a person before. Mishus nodded in agreement. Feng Yixuan frowned slightly. The words spoken by Moon King and Mishus made him feel very uncomfortable, but he couldn't find any other words to refute. Qi Aoshuan's abnormal behavior was indeed very bloody and terrifying. However, Qi Aoshuan's situation is somewhat different from those people. I can't tell you what's different. King Yu frowned. I feel like, Mezus looked up into the distance, sighing. Things seem to be getting more and more complicated. C317. C317. The true king's territory was filled with endless mountain ranges. There were gurgling streams in the mountain valleys that sparkled under the sunlight. They were like silver necklaces on the mountain ranges. There were many birds and beasts in the valley, and the atmosphere was harmonious. The true king's castle was located between 2 cliffs. After leaving his mount to descend, the group stopped between 2 tall cliffs. In front of them was a dark and indistinct path. Mishus retracted his mount and took the lead. Feng Yixuan carried the still sleeping Qi Aoshuan and followed. The steep cliffs on both sides seemed to be about to collapse. At first, when he looked up, he could see a line of sky above his head, but then it was dark. Moon King took out a crescent-shaped white jade. The white jade emitted a bright light, illuminating their surroundings. At that moment, the sounds of rustling could be heard. Just as Feng Yixuan was about to turn around, Mizius stopped him. Don't look, these are the guardian beasts guarding the entrance of the true king. Feng Yixuan nodded and didn't look back. The rustling sound continued from far behind them. It was only when they reached the end of the road that they retreated. At the end, there was a huge stone wall. There were countless strange patterns on it, simple and somewhat strange. The Moon King stepped forward and placed his hand on the circle of patterns on the circle. A rumbling sound could be heard, but the stone wall only made a sound and did not open. Strange. Yu Wang frowned in confusion. Why didn't the door open? Just as Moon King said this, Mizius had already formed 2 barriers. After covering the Moon King, he had also enveloped both himself and Feng Yixuan. Bang! The powerful collision sound shook the entire barrier, almost causing it to be transparent. Just like that, it was almost destroyed. A terrifying force shot out from the circle, colliding into their barrier without warning. Moon King and Mishus' expressions instantly changed. They exchanged a look, and after a moment, they said with some difficulty, could it be that the true king was also killed? What's going on? Feng Yixuan asked with a puzzled frown. The seal on this stone door can identify us. It could also reach the true king, but we were attacked. Could it be that the true king has been killed? Yu Wan's expression turned extremely ugly. No, Mishus' face darkened as he pondered, this stone door. If the other 2 generals wish to enter, they definitely won't be able to open this door. I'm sure there will be a battle here and the door will be destroyed. But the stone door is still intact. When Yuan heard this, his expression slightly relaxed. He then asked worriedly, but why are seals unrecognizable? This seal can recognize all kings. What about the former White King? Feng Yixuan asked in puzzlement. After he devoured the Heavenly King, the White King was no longer the White King. The seal will not be able to recognize him, and the true king should have received the news as well. He will definitely take action. Mishus answered Feng Yixuan's question. True king, open the door. The Moon King yelled at the stone door. Only the echo, no other reaction. King Yu and Mishus looked at each other. Just as they were about to take action, a cold voice rang out. You two, are you King Yu and King Mishus? Moon King and Mishus King were stunned because this voice was unfamiliar, but it came through the stone door's seal. The only person who could use the power of this seal was the true king himself. How could it be an unfamiliar man's voice? However, when Feng Yixuan heard this voice, he was stunned. He couldn't help but cry out, Jin Yang, is that you, miss? There was excitement in that cold voice. No, I am Feng Yixuan. Ao Shuang and I have exchanged bodies. She is now by my side. Feng Yixuan confirmed that the person who had spoken was actually Jin Yang, who was even more excited. He didn't expect to meet Jin Yang here. Where's Miss? What's wrong with her? Jin Yang's voice was no longer cold as before. Instead, he asked urgently, Ao Shuang is fine. She just fell into a deep sleep. Feng Yixuan replied. As he watched the stone door slowly change, the patterns on the stone door began to emit a white glow filled with runes that gradually overflowed. A rumbling sound rang out once again as the stone door gradually opened. Moon King and Mishus were both surprised. This man was able to use the seal of the true king. Clearly, he knew Feng Yixuan. What was going on? Very quickly, a tall figure appeared in front of the stone door. It was Jin Yang. Jin Yang was dressed in light blue clothes and had a metal gauntlet on his right arm. The ancient pattern on it was somewhat similar to the one on the stone door, but on his back was a huge sword. That huge sword left the Moon King and Mishus even more stunned. It was the true king's weapon. They could tell at a glance from the patterns on it and the cold radiance radiating from it, but there seemed to be a difference. After coming out, Jin Yang rushed to Feng Yixuan's side. When he saw the peaceful face of Qi Ao Shuang in Feng Yixuan's arms, he relaxed. Xiao Ao Shuang was indeed sleeping soundly, with no major problems. Young Master Feng, what's going on with Miss? Jin Yang completely ignored Moon King and Misius who were anxiously looking at him. Instead, he solemnly asked about Feng Yixuan. I don't know. We were ambushed. Feng Yixuan told the things that had happened to Jin Yang without reservation. After listening to what she said, Jin Yang's expression turned heavy. He clearly knew that Qi Ao Shuang wasn't that adorable young miss from another world. So, everything that's happened has to do with this. While Jin Yang was deep in thought, Moon King and Mishus grew anxious. Hey, you, that King Yu didn't know how to address her, so he could only feed her awkwardly. Only then did Jin Yang come back to his senses. He noticed Yu Wang and Mishus standing to the side. He smiled apologetically. My apologies to the two kings. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jin Yang, the new true king. The moment Jin Yang said this, everyone was stunned. Then, what about that old man? The Moon King was shocked and hurriedly asked. He was very happy, so happy that his nose bled every day, yet, the corners of Jin Yang's mouth twitched as he said those words. Moon King and Mishus looked at each other and asked, why? What's going on? You'll know when you see it. Jin Yang disdainfully spoke before turning his head to look at Qi Ao Shuang in young Master Feng's embrace. His eyes had already turned gentle. Go in first and let the young lady have a good rest. After walking through the stone door, the area ahead gradually became more spacious, and the light also became brighter. That Jin Yang, was this weapon that this old man passed to you? Why does it seem a little different? Mishus' eyes widened as he stared at the great sword behind Jin Yang. The tip of the scabbard was actually able to reach Jin Yang's heels with the huge sword behind his back. The old man gave it to me, but I mixed it with my own weapon. After Jin Yang said that, he looked at Qi Ao Shuang's face and smiled faintly, but didn't continue speaking. His weapon, which was gifted to him by Qi Ao Shuang, which he had been carrying by his side all along, was now fused with the weapon on his back. Full of questions, Moon King and Mishas followed Jin Yang all the way in. The palace was still the same as before, and there didn't seem to be any difference on the way. However, as soon as he entered the palace, he immediately realized that something wasn't right. Laughter and laughter could be heard in his ears as he walked deeper into the cave. Lover, this way tilde tilde. Over here tilde. I'm over here tilde tilde. The grand and magnificent palace was magnificent, and the sound of laughter came from behind. The faces of Moon King and Mishas changed. They had heard the true king's voice. They walked quickly inside and were stunned when they saw the scene in the side hall. The true king was dressed in snow-white clothes and his eyes were blindfolded. He was blindly flapping his hands while the other beauties around him were teasing him. Don't run tilde ha ha, I'll catch you right now. The true king laughed as he stretched out his hand and pounced. The beauties screamed as they scattered. Moon King and Mishas looked at each other, their mouths twitching. They were completely speechless. However, the true king continued to flop about as though there was no one around, playing with the beauties. True king, the Moon King roared in rage. Oh, this voice seems to be the Moon King. The true king pulled off the blindfold on his face, looked at Moon King and Mishas, and said with slanted eyes, don't shout, I'm no longer a true king. Everything has nothing to do with me. What do you want with that brat? He's the current true king. Don't disturb my good life right now. After saying that, he covered his eyes and continued to flop around with the beauties, no longer paying attention to the crowd. Moon King wanted to say something, but was stopped by Mishas. He shook his head and said, let him live the life he wants. He has been a true king for too long. When King Yu saw the look in Mishas' eyes, he let out a soft sigh in the end, not saying another word. Please come with me. At this moment, Jin Yang politely replied, I already know all of this. You guys can talk about this after you get some rest. Everyone nodded helplessly. Jin Yang brought Feng Yixuan to a luxurious large bedroom and carefully placed Qi Aoshuang on a large, comfortable bed. Jin Yang, I didn't expect you to become a true king. Feng Yixuan sighed. Young Master Feng, I have a question that I want to ask you. Please answer it seriously. However, Jin Yang's expression turned serious. What? Feng Yixuan was puzzled. No matter what happens to Miss, will you still resolutely love her? Jin Yang's eyes burned as he solemnly asked. Yes. No matter who she is or how she changes, I will definitely love her. Feng Yixuan was more determined than he had ever been. Okay, that's enough. Jin Yang nodded, faintly smiling before replying in a deep voice. As long as I find young Master Leng, I think that everything will come to an end. Go and rest, too. Your room is next door. This rebel lion was much more complicated than what King Yu and the others had expected. I'll tell you later. Feng Yixuan was puzzled, but he still shook his head and said, no, I want to stay here and wait for her to wake up. All right. Jin Yang looked at Feng Yixuan's resolute gaze and nodded. After Jin Yang left, Feng Yixuan quietly sat beside the bed, lost in thought as he looked at Qi Aoshuang's peaceful face. Hey, you two are big brother Jin Yang's friends? Suddenly, a crisp voice came from the window. Feng Yixuan looked up and saw a smiling girl with bright eyes and white teeth sitting on the windowsill. C318. Feng Yixuan looked up and saw a smiling girl with bright eyes and white teeth sitting on the windowsill. The young girl looked to be only 13 or 14 years old, and her face was still young. However, Feng Yixuan could feel that her cultivation was not low at all. Yes, you are? Feng Yixuan asked, puzzled. Hee, my name is Lily. I'm the Left General of Big Brother Jin Yang. Lily giggled as she walked over. She wore a set of dark green clothes and a unique belt on her waist. Feng Yixuan's face changed slightly. Do you know about this rebel lion? Feng Yixuan asked with some doubt in his heart. Moon King and Mishas knew that this rebel lion was no small matter. They had already dispersed the people around them, including the generals by their side. Did the true king not dismiss the generals by his side? I know. It's precisely because of this that I want to follow by elder brother Jin Yang's side. Those cowards, scram as far as you can. Lily grunted coldly, her face full of disdain. Feng Yixuan looked at Lily, stunned. He directly asked, you like Jin Yang? Lily's face immediately turned red. She lowered her head to touch her belt before raising her head to look at Feng Yixuan and confessed, that's right, I like big brother Jin Yang. I fell in love with him the first time I saw him. I swore then that I would follow him all my life, whether he liked me or not. Feng Yixuan was stunned by this girl's straightforward reply. She is the young lady mentioned by elder brother Jin Yang, right? Lily walked forward and crossed her waist as she looked at the sleeping Qi Aoshuang. She said in a carefree manner, "She is indeed beautiful, as expected of the woman that elder brother Jin Yang likes." Feng Yixuan was dumbfounded. You definitely know that elder brother Jin Yang likes her, but she doesn't seem to like elder brother Jin Yang. She likes you, or is that one called young Master Leng? Lily giggled. Feng Yixuan was even more astonished. I know that big brother Jin Yang likes her, but it doesn't matter. Even so, I will still stay by elder brother Jin Yang's side. It doesn't matter if elder brother Jin Yang doesn't like me for the rest of his life. I just need to follow by his side. Lily giggled and spoke her thoughts even more directly. However, Feng Yixuan suddenly fell silent, and his face darkened. Looking at Lily, he opened his mouth a little but didn't know what to say. You don't have to say anything. I hate being called stupid. That's what I want. Lily smiled mischievously, sitting on the bed, looking at the sleeping face of Qi Aoshuang, sighing with emotion. So beautiful. Right, what's your name? What about her? Lily turned to look at Feng Yixuan and asked. Feng Yixuan, she is Qi Aoshuang. Qi Aoshuang, Lily repeated these few words in a low voice, then nodded and stood up. She is someone that big brother Jin Yang will protect even with his life, so she is also the person I will protect with all my might. I will help big brother Jin Yang protect her in the future. Thank you, Feng Yixuan said somewhat sourly. Could a person's love really be so selfless and achieve such a level? You're welcome. I hope she wakes up soon. Lily giggled and stood up. Walking to the window, she stuck out her tongue. I'm leaving. Please don't tell elder brother Jin Yang that I've secretly come over. Feng Yixuan nodded, and Lily gracefully climbed out of the window. The room quieted down once again. Feng Yixuan looked dazedly at Qi Aoshuang's sleeping face. Waves of gentleness arose in his heart. When Qi Aoshuang slowly opened her eyes, what entered her eyes was the magnificent bed curtain. She gently turned her head and saw Feng Yixuan lying on the bed, sound asleep. Qi Aoshuang slowly reached out her hand to touch Feng Yixuan's head. As soon as she touched him, she immediately woke up. Aoshuang, you're awake. Are you hungry? Feng Yixuan revealed a smile and gently heaved a sigh of relief. Yixuan, I had a dream. Qi Aoshuang's voice was faint, but it also carried a hint of sadness. What's wrong? What do you dream? Feng Yixuan asked worriedly when he saw the strange expression on Qi Aoshuang's face. I dreamed of flames and charred creatures, monstrous hatred and anger. It was all my doing. I was looking for something. Qi Aoshuang slowly sat up. Feng Yixuan quickly extended his hand to support her. Looking for what? Feng Yixuan frowned. I don't know. Qi Aoshuang shook her head. Then don't think about it for now. I'll go get someone to bring water for you to wash your face and prepare some food for you. Feng Yixuan reached out a hand to gently stroke Qi Aoshuang's head to comfort her. Qi Aoshuang nodded lightly, and did not say anything else. Everyone in the hall was seated and discussing. Everyone was there, including Lily. Qi Aoshuang was a little absent-minded. The scene in her dream was still vivid in her mind, striking fear into her heart. So, right now, we need to find other kings and open the Shura's seal before we can exterminate the Heavenly King and reach Camille's castle. Feng Yixuan concluded. That's what it means. Even if we don't exterminate the Heavenly King will take the initiative to look for us. No, or is he actually waiting for us to go? King Yu suddenly frowned. If he doesn't move, doesn't that mean he's waiting for death? Wait until we gather and open the seal. Mishus didn't understand. What if some of them have already betrayed him? Yuan's words caused everyone's expressions to change. No, he has swallowed the Heavenly King, who will side with him. Mishus flatly refused. What if it's the new king? Feng Yixuan said softly. Mesus's face changed. Then, now that King Yong and King Bai cannot be sure, we should go find the Winged King. Moon King's face sank. Will the Winged King be in danger? Feng Yixuan interrupted. No, the Winged King's movements are erratic. Her castle is a city in the sky, always moving through the clouds. No one can pinpoint the location. Moon King explained. Then, it's not easy to find. Feng Yixuan asked with a worried frown. Matthews shrugged and fell silent. Just as everyone was discussing, Jin Yang frowned and suddenly said, "There's someone outside the palace." "Who?" everyone asked in unison. "Emissary of the Winged King." Jin Yang said this with a puzzled expression. When everyone heard this, their faces were filled with doubt. This was too strange. Just a moment ago, he was still talking about the Winged King. Jin Yang didn't say anything else. His hand gently drew a mark in the air and a mirror-like object appeared. Ripples began to appear in the water, but it gradually became clear and reflected the people inside. The Winged King himself. Why is it her? In the mirror was a woman wearing a black cloak. Although her body was covered by the cloak and her face was covered by a hat, the Moon King and Mishas could tell who she was just from her figure and the exposed part of her face. Winged King, is it a woman? Feng Yixuan was flabbergasted. Did anyone tell you she was a man? King Yu curled his lips. Feng Yixuan smirked and shook his head. Is it really the Winged King? Indeed, it's her. It can't be wrong. Moon King and Mishas both nodded. Well, I'll let her in. Jin Yang nodded to Lily before heading out to welcome the Winged King. Jin Yang's hands formed a seal in front of his chest as he opened the stone door. Not long after, Lily led the Winged King in. Winged King, it's good that you're fine. Great, Winged King. You know how critical the situation is, so you came to find us first. Moon King and Misha stepped forward to greet him, greeting him warmly. Yes, that's right. The Winged King lowered his head from beginning to end, and did not take off her cloak, replying in a low voice. That's great. All that's left now is to look for the new King of White and King Yong. Moon King let out a sigh of relief, then turned around and walked back. Winged King, did you also dismiss your subordinates and send them here alone? But Mishas only frowned slightly. He had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. There's no need to find a new Eternal King and White King, because they are all with the Heavenly King. Winged King's low voice suddenly changed its pitch. In the next moment, everyone only felt a blur in front of their eyes. In front of the Winged King, the Moon King was stabbed in the chest by a sharp treasured sword, and blood flowed down from the tip of the sword. The other end of the sword was in the Winged King's hand. This sudden change shocked everyone. Little Yu Ya. Mishas' expression changed drastically as he cried out in pain. The Winged King succeeded in his attack. He quickly pulled out his sword tip, sneering coldly as he retreated. Surprised, Jin Yang and Lily rushed forward to protect Moon King and Mishas behind them. The Winged King held his blood-stained treasure sword and laughed. You actually want to rebel against him? You are truly looking for your own death. The Heavenly King's seat should be his to begin with. At this time, Qi Aoshuan was also stunned by the sudden change. She and Feng Yixuan both frowned as they looked at the Winged King. Everything that had happened was too sudden. No one could stop the attack just now. Winged King, you also joined that beast. Mishas supported the blooded Moon King, the fury in his heart billowing to the heavens. The Winged King sneered. She is not the Winged King. Yuan struggled to say these words intermittently. At this moment, the wound on his chest slowly changed, gradually stopping the blood. However, King Yu was getting weaker and weaker. It's not the Winged King. Who are you? Mishap was shocked. He turned his head to look at the ferocious Winged King and asked, did you forget about the twin sister of the Winged King who is 100 times better than her? The Winged King held his sword and laughed. Don't worry, the Moon King won't die, but he won't live after being poisoned by my poison. Ha ha, you can forget about opening the Shura seal in your entire lives. Winged King laughed wildly. You, go to hell. Seeing the Moon King getting weaker and weaker, Mishap was about to attack. I don't need your help. The Winged King threw the sword in his hand down, and flames began to slowly rise from his body, slowly enveloping her entire body. The scorching flames made one wish for death, but a smile of happiness unexpectedly appeared on her face. She muttered, My king, you can always rest at ease in that position. No one can cure my poison, my king, my king. Mezes tried to charge forward to extinguish the fire on the Winged King, but Jin Yang stopped him. It's useless. Soul ignition. You are invincible. In the next moment, the Winged King was burnt out, leaving only a small pile of ashes on the ground. The beautiful figure from earlier was no longer there. Little Yu Ya. Mishas felt the Moon King's aura weakening in his arms, and he could not help but feel anxious. No one noticed that Chi Aoshuang did not move at this point, and she stood there in a daze. C319. C319. Little Yuya. Mishus carried the Moon King and rushed back to the main hall. The worry and anxiety in his eyes fell into the Moon King's eyes. Mishus, put me down. King Yu struggled to say these words. I'm running out of time. I have something to say to you. No, how is that possible? Something glinted in Mishus' eyes. He also knew that the woman was the Winged King's sister. She caused a huge ruckus when the Winged King was born. This was because she was indeed much more outstanding than the Winged King, but the one who became the Winged King was not her. She was indeed a rare genius, for it was a matter of great agitation. Later on, he worked hard to study Occupy and Poison, and eventually, he disappeared into thin air and gradually disappeared out of people's line of sight. Who would have thought that he would appear here today? My consciousness is about to dissipate. Yuan's face revealed a sad smile. There are some things that I've always wanted to say to you, but I'm afraid that if I don't say it this time, I'll never wake up from my slumber, and I won't have the chance to say them again. Little Yuya. Mishap and despair slowly filled Mishap's heart. Jin Yang and Lily stood to the side, watching as the wound on Duke Yu's chest slowly healed. However, Duke Yu's face became paler and paler. At this time, Feng Yixuan and Chi Aoshuang were still at the entrance of the main hall. Chi Aoshuang looked at the pile of ashes on the ground and was unable to come back to her senses. Aoshuang, what's wrong? Feng Yixuan asked softly. Chi Aoshuang slowly turned her head to look at Feng Yixuan, but her eyes were completely empty. Feng Yixuan's heart trembled. He understood that something strange had happened to Chi Aoshuang. How annoying, why haven't we found him yet? How long will it take? Chi Aoshuang's cold voice rang out. She approached Feng Yixuan, then suddenly blossomed into a mesmerizing smile. Quick, find him. Who? Feng Yixuan asked in a daze. You and he are mine. Chi Aoshuang smiled as she pinched Feng Yixuan's chin. Suddenly, she frowned and said, this way, when will we be able to find him? I've only been out for a short time. Feng Yixuan stared dumbly at the gorgeous Chi Aoshuang, unable to say anything. Chi Aoshuang let go of Feng Yixuan's chin and walked straight into the main hall to the Moon King and Mishus' side. Moon King was still struggling to speak to Mishus. Mesus, I just wanted to tell you in the end. I love you. I loved you from the first time you saved me. King Yu's face became paler and paler. He could only feel his eyelids getting heavier and his consciousness becoming more and more indistinct. These words were already shocking to the world. Jin Yang slightly raised his brows, but he didn't have much of a reaction. Lily, however, covered her mouth in astonishment, staring at King Yu with her eyes wide open. However, to everyone's surprise, Mishus forced a smile. I know. Do you think I really want to build a harem with beauty? Secular eyes do not allow us to be together. If we were together, how much harm would it cause you? Mishus, Duke Yu's eyes shone with joy. Yuya, I will definitely find the antidote for you. Mishus grasped the Moon King's hand and said passionately, I can't wait for you to find the antidote. Xiao Aoshuang interrupted coldly, all right, look for him now. What? Mishus was stunned, as was Emmy and Lily. Feng Yixuan frowned slightly and stood to the side without saying a word. Before Mishus could react, Chi Aoshuang's hand directly pressed onto the Moon King's chest. In an instant, a dazzling flame entered the Moon King's body, who frowned and screamed in pain. Chi Aoshuang, what do you want to do? Upon seeing this, Mishun was so shocked that he wanted to rush forward to stop Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang didn't even turn her head. Her expression darkened. She was sent flying with a loud bang, crashing into the table and chairs behind her. The sounds of crashing and clattering could be heard incessantly. Duke Yu's pupils dilated. He wanted to say something, but a scorching pain burst out from within his body, making him almost unable to breathe. Lily looked at the scene in front of her with some anxiety. She looked at Chi Aoshuang before turning her head to look at Jin Yang. Jin Yang was indeed calm. Lily stopped saying yes and waited. Feng Yixuan looked at Chi Aoshuang's back and felt conflicted. Finally, Chi Aoshuang withdrew her hand. She turned her head to look at Jin Yang coldly and said, hurry up and find him. After Chi Aoshuang said this, she slowly closed her eyes and no longer made any other movements. Aoshuang, Feng Yixuan hurriedly came forward to support Qi Aoshuang. At this time, King Yu also slowly sat up. He then looked at Mishus, who was grimacing in pain and unable to get up for a long time. He softly called out, "Mishus, a crescent moon. Are you all right?" Mission looked at Duke Yu's face in astonishment. Right now it was a little red, completely different from the paleness just now. "It seems like I'm fine." Yu Wang stood up, touching his chest with a frown. "Just now, there seemed to be a ball of fire burning within my body. I was in so much pain that I wanted to die. But now it feels good, no, very good. The poison has been detoxified." Meza struggled to his feet, his mouth wide open. "Yes." At this moment, Jin Yang indifferently said, "Wrap up your things and prepare to depart. This matter must be settled as soon as possible. Also, find that person." Who is it?" He grinned and got up. King Yu's clothes were also puzzled. Qi Aoshuang's appearance is so abnormal. What exactly is going on with her? "Who is he? Who is she looking for?" asked Matthews, baring his teeth. Jin Yang fell silent, not saying a word. Lily also looked curious. "Learnenglish." Feng Yixuan said these 3 words in a low voice. He did not know why, but he felt that the hymn that Qi Aoshuang mentioned was Learnenglish. There was no mistake, it was Learnenglish. Moon King and Mishus looked at each other, speechless. Jin Yang walked over to Qi Aoshuang and softly called out to her with her eyes closed, Miss. Ha!" Qi Aoshuang raised her head as if she had just woken up from a dream and looked at the crowd. "What's wrong? Don't you remember?" Before Lily could finish her words, she was stopped by Jin Yang's gaze. Looking at the strange looks in everyone's eyes, Xiao Aoshuang frowned as she thought about it, and said in a low voice, Did I do something strange just now?" No one said anything. Qi Aoshuang looked towards Feng Yixuan, but he remained silent. However, he had already tacitly accepted it. Qi Aoshuang lowered her eyes, feeling a little depressed in her heart. At that moment, she suddenly froze. This was because she felt the strange power within her body slowly expanding. Qi Aoshuang gently opened her hand, and her eyes slightly darkened. She concentrated, and a flame suddenly appeared on her palm. The red flame, just as she had seen it in her own dream. This was a flame that belonged to her and was completely different from the fire that had gathered fire elements since she had arrived in this world. Such a thought suddenly appeared in Qi Aoshuang's mind. Jin Yang called out, "Moon King, Miziu King, will set off after a short rest." That woman means that the new White King and King Yong are both with the Heavenly King. It seems that we can go find the Winged King directly to the Heavenly King. Moon King and Mishus looked at each other. The 2 of them first nodded their heads worriedly, then their faces reddened in silence. Jin Yang didn't pay any more attention to Moon King and Mizius. Instead, he squatted in front of Qi Aoshuang and said, "Miss, don't think too much about it. I think when I find Learnenglish and Camille, there will be an answer." Looking at the resolute expression on Jin Yang's face, Qi Aoshuang nodded slightly. Feng Yixuan simply clenched Qi Aoshuang's hand and didn't say anything. As they set off, Qi Aoshuang remained silent as if she had something on her mind. Feng Yixuan silently stood beside him. Ember Yang and Lily walked in front while Moon King and Mishus walked in between them, a little awkward. Elder brother Jin Yang, the Winged King's castle has already moved to the Blue Sea. Lily suddenly said, "How do you know?" Jin Yang turned to look at the smiling Lily. "Have you forgotten? I have this." Lily playfully stretched out her palm, and there was a black line on her palm. Lily. Upon seeing this, Jin Yang was alarmed. "You actually used your secret technique. Are you crazy? You'll be dead if you have 5 black lines on your body. What are you worried about? Look, isn't that just 1? There's no need for the next 4. Lily giggled. Jin Yang's expression darkened. "When did you use it?" "Last night." Lily cracked her mouth and laughed. "Does it still hurt?" Jin Yang asked with some concern. "It doesn't hurt. I had a night's rest last night. It doesn't hurt at all now." Lily smiled brightly. In fact, only she knew that every time she used this secret skill, her eyeballs felt as if they were filled with steel needles, as if they were suffering from the pain of death. Her secret skill was to focus all of her power into her eyes. Her line of sight could reach over 10,000 miles away. This was the secret skill of their clan. The stronger a person was, the further away they would be from them. Lily was the best in her race, so she naturally saw the furthest. This secret skill could only be used 5 times in a lifetime. After using it 5 times, one's eyes would explode and die. Therefore, most people would not use it 5 times. You're not allowed to use it in the future. Jin Yang seriously reminded her. Yeah, I will only use it for Big Brother Jin Yang. Lily smiled brightly and agreed. Jin Yang smiled before extending his hand to stroke Lily's head. He turned around and said to everyone, let's head straight for Bluesia. The Winged King's castle is floating in Bluesia. Lily touched her head, the warmth of Ember's palm on it. She smiled sweetly and lowered her head. Oh, how do you know? Moon King and Mishus asked in unison. Lily is from the distant clan. She saw it. Ember explained briefly. Moon King and Mishus looked at each other. However, the Wings King really knows how to choose a place. There is no human habitation in Bluesia. It is said that there is a mysterious creature living in the sea. It is very dangerous. Duke Yu sighed. TSK, that's just a legend. Mishus said disdainfully. The group of men ran towards Bluesia. Mishus' mount slowly flew through the air. No one noticed that just as they entered the sky above the blue sea, there was an undetectable throbbing feeling deep under the sea. C320. C320. In the sky above the blue sea, Lily was lying on her stomach as she looked down at the blue sea. Be careful not to fall. No, Matthews said from behind. Misayo Emperor, do you think the legend is true? Will the legendary behemoth really be living here? Lily opened her eyes wide in curiosity and looked down without blinking. Monstrous? Feng Yixuan asked, puzzled. Yes, it is said that the legendary god beasts that can overturn the heavens and the earth, even the fathers and the mother gods must respect them. This legend was very old, and it was unknown how many years it had been circulating for. But no one has ever seen it, and there is no basis for it. No, said Matthews casually, but this sea is beautiful. Lily laid down on her stomach and looked down. She even had the urge to use her secret technique to see if there were real god beasts down there. How far is the Wings King's castle? King Yu asked. Keep going in this direction. It won't be very far. Lily looked up and pointed ahead. Strange, there's the smell of blood. Feng Yixuan suddenly frowned and said in a deep voice, the smell of wind. Everyone's face sank. They all knew that Feng Yixuan was sensitive to wind. If Feng Yixuan said so, then it must be true. Not good. The Wings King is in danger. Jikyu suddenly realized and angrily shouted, quick, we must get there at once. It must be the Heavenly King's men who came to find us. How did the Heavenly King's men find this place? Mishus' face was extremely ugly to behold. He urged the mount beneath him to increase its speed. Jin Yang's expression darkened. Right now, I hope that the Wings King is fine. The new King of White and King Yong had already been found by the Heavenly King. If the Wings King was killed at this time, then the new Winged King would not know when to find it. If the Heavenly King were to find it first, things would become even more troublesome. Everyone was burning with anxiety as they desperately rushed forward. Gradually, an exquisite castle appeared in the clouds before them, and the smell of blood grew thicker and thicker. From a distance, the castle looked like a garden in the sky. Green plants covered most of the area, and there was a fountain in the middle. However, Lily, with her bright eyes, exclaimed, blood, there's blood in the pool. Everyone's heart sank. It seemed like something had happened over here. As he was about to land, the sounds of intense fighting came from inside the castle. Quick! Moon King and Mishus quickly dismounted from their mounts and rushed into the castle. The others followed closely behind. Along the way, he saw quite a few corpses. The majority of them were actually cut in half, and fresh blood flowed out. His methods were cruel. Not only were the guards killed, there were also many unarmed maids in white clothes. Too cruel. Bastard! What a bastard! Lily looked at the terrible scene, her heart full of anger, gritting her teeth as she rushed forward. Jin Yang coldly glared at him, but didn't say anything after seeing all this. Chi Aoshuang and Feng Yixuan walked at the back. Chi Aoshuang slightly frowned, but she still seemed to be absent-minded. The deafening sound of fighting was heard. When the group rushed into the hall, the interior was a mess. The walls were broken, and the blood on the ground had dried and solidified. Looking up, there were 4 people confronting each other in 2s and 3s. Seeing one of them, Xiao Aoshuang cried out involuntarily, white clothes, and beside the white robes, there was a blood stain of blood. This stubborn woman was obviously the winged king they were looking for. Let's go. The two people who had been confronting the winged king and the white-robed man already had the upper hand, but when they saw the arrival of the Moon King and Mishas, they decisively let out a low shout and prepared to retreat. These two were the other two generals beside the Heavenly King. Where do you think you're going? Yu Wang shouted to stop him. Mishas and Jin Yang rushed forward to meet the other general. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Bai, Lingian, how are you? Xiao Aoshuang ran over, looking at the blood-stained white robe as she asked worriedly. Lingian? The man in white looked at Qi Aoshuang doubtfully. Xiao Aoshuang was momentarily stunned, realizing that the person in front of her was still in white clothes, and he was Leng Lingian, who had yet to recover her memories. Leng Lingian. Feng Yixuan's eyes darkened slightly as he looked at the man in white and said in a low voice, "You're Leng Lingian. It's just that you haven't recovered your memories yet." Feng Yixuan had already learned of Leng Lingian's change from Qi Aoshuang. Feng Yixuan stared coldly at the white robe in front of him. He knew that this was the true appearance of Leng Lingian. The white robe was slightly startled. Blood suddenly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that his injuries were not light. Bai Yi, why are you all right? The Pale Wings King was not lightly injured, but her beautiful face was full of worry. Her eyes were full of love as she looked at the white clothes. It's fine, how are you? The man in white smiled and reached out to support the Winged King. You guys go and rest first. The war here will be over soon. Feng Yixuan frowned as he watched the intimate actions of the two. He didn't know what was wrong with him. If there was a relationship between the Winged King and Leng Lingian, this should be a good thing for him. But why he felt a wave of uneasiness that he did not understand himself. Dance, come here. Bai Yixu coughed softly, supporting the Winged King to sit down. Dancing must be the true name of the Wings King. Qi Aoshuang looked at the scene in front of her, but she couldn't say anything. An indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. At this moment, Qi Aoshuang's vision dimmed. She raised her head and met Feng Yixuan's gaze. Feng Yixuan stood in front of Qi Aoshuang, preventing her from seeing the scene before her. He said in a low voice, "Look over there, it's almost over." Xiao Aoshuang was a little enlightened, turning around to look ahead. Only then did she see that Lily had already been married into the fight. Lily's weapon was a whip, the very whip that had been taken from her waist. Although the two generals were not ordinary, when the four faced off against two, coupled with the fact that they had expended too much energy fighting the Winged King and Bai Yi earlier, they were quickly at a disadvantage. It was already too late for her to escape, and she did not persist for long. It didn't take long for Moon King and Mishas to capture one each. Langdon, how did you know about this place? Jeep felt fear in his heart. If they had been a bit late, it would have been too late. Ha ha, Pa, you have people from the distant clan, can't we use them to probe? That general named Random was stopped by King Yu, making him unable to move. Although his body was exhausted, he looked at Lily and spat with bloodshot eyes. Impossible, how could my race help traitors like you? Lily screamed and glared at Random. You people are all idiots. Capturing all of the children and arguing over the use of secret skills. Random laughed out loud and said mockingly, but it's too late. I've lost patience, so when I get the news, I'll take care of it. You should be thankful to me. Right now, you are the only descendant of your clan, and your worth has increased by countless folds. After saying that, Random laughed sinisterly. Lily suddenly felt all the blood in her body solidify. Of course, she understood the meaning behind these last two sentences of Random's. The Far Eye had been exterminated. She was the only one of the Far Eye. You bastard, go die, go to hell. With an explosive shout, Lily whipped at Random's head, and cut Random into two halves from his head to his waist. Blood spattered everywhere, staining the floor red. Relieved, Lily continued to whip Random's body, sending blood flying in all directions. Bastard, beast, animal. Lily cursed at the top of her lungs, but tears kept coming out of her eyes. She cried helplessly, flailing the whip in her hand. The mood of the other people were abnormally heavy. All of a sudden, all the clan members were wiped out, leaving only Lily behind. Anyone who called out to him would not be able to control his emotions. All right, Lily. Seeing that Lily was about to collapse, Jin Yang stepped forward and grabbed her hand. Let me go, big brother Jin Yang. I want to tear him into 1,000 pieces. Lily cried and struggled. Lily, now that he's dead, you'll only dirty your hands. Jin Yang patiently tried to persuade her, but couldn't bear to see the helpless crying Lily in front of him. Elder brother Jin Yang, the whip in Lily's hand powerlessly fell to the ground. She turned around and threw herself into Jin Yang's embrace, crying loudly. Elder brother Jin Yang, I'm so stupid. I should have thought that the Heavenly King would go find my clansmen. I'm so stupid. Vuayua, Grandpa, Dad and the others are all dead. Jin Yang could only gently pat Lily's back, silently comforting her. Everyone's hearts were heavy. Another general was temporarily detained. The danger was temporarily lifted, and the Wings King ordered his remaining subordinates to clean the castle. Under the superior medical skills of the Wings King, the wounds of the Wings King and the White Robe were also controlled. Lily fell into a deep slumber from crying. Jin Yang carried her into the guest room to rest, accompanying her by the side. After everything was settled, the Wings King sat on top of the main hall and solemnly said, "The Heavenly King previously sent someone to persuade him, but I didn't agree. My original intention was not to interfere. I didn't expect him to act so quickly. He tried to dissuade you because your medical skills are excellent. He wanted to subdue you, so he wasn't that courteous to the other kings." King Yu said with a cold snort, "I don't want to get involved. I just want to go back with the white clothes and never do anything else." After saying this, the Wings King turned to look at Bai Yi with a gentle gaze. "And now?" Mishus asked coldly. "Now, I want to ask what white clothes mean." Wings King gave a soft smile to Bai Yi. "Bai Yi, what do you think we should do next?" The white-robed man's face grew cold as he spoke with a heavy gaze. "I think that we can only end this matter after fighting the Heavenly King." The man in white didn't even look at her. "Yeah, that's what I mean. The Heavenly King won't let us go." Wings King said in a deep voice. Then, Moon King, tell me about the situation you are currently in control of. The Moon King, Mizius and the Winged King began their intense discussion. Chi Aoshuang stood aside in silence, deep in thought. Feng Yixuan was silent as well. His face was grave, and it was unknown what he was thinking. C321. C321. At night, the surroundings were completely silent. Xiao Aoshuang stood at the edge of the castle garden, quietly looking down at the endless blue sea. The sea breeze gently blew her long black hair, dancing with the wind. Aoshuang, at some point, Feng Yixuan had stood behind her. "Yes." Chi Aoshuang did not turn around, only gave a soft reply. "Leng Lingyan's memory has yet to recover. Don't mind her too much, just wait for her to remember everything." Feng Yixuan's voice rang out from behind Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang smiled and shifted her attention to Feng Yixuan, gently opening her red lips. "Yixuan, are you speaking up for Lingyan?" "No, I just don't want to see you upset about it." With a faint smile, Feng Yixuan shook his head gently. Then, he walked forward and leaned against the wall, which was half the height of a human, and looked at the quiet sea below. Xiao Aoshuang was slightly startled, then she smiled and was about to say something when she heard footsteps behind her. The two of them turned around and saw Wings King standing behind them. "Wings King." Chi Aoshuang and Feng Yixuan greeted him softly. However, the Wings King didn't say anything and looked at the two with a gloomy expression. "What's the matter?" Feng Yixuan frowned slightly. He had never liked this woman. This woman always showed her gentleness in front of Leng Lingyan. As the ruler of a kingdom, how could he be so weak? "You are Chi Aoshuang." Not the tone of a question, but certainty. "Yes." Looking at the dark expression on the Wings King's face, Chi Aoshuang slightly raised her eyebrows. He, you are the woman in white who cares about you. You're not much." After saying that, the Wings King straightened his ample chest and looked at Chi Aoshuang with disdain. Feng Yixuan's blue color turned unsightly. For now, he could only bear with it. What exactly did this woman want to do? Xiao Aoshuang smiled faintly. Was this woman here to demonstrate her might? Show off her body and height? I'm afraid not. Indeed, the Wings King's expression changed, and he looked coldly at Xiao Aoshuang, saying solemnly, "Chi Aoshuang, I warn you, the white clothes are mine. If you want me to help you unseal the Asura seal and exterminate the Heavenly King, then stay far away from my white clothes." "Wings King, you overestimate yourself. White clothes weren't an accessory to anyone, they didn't belong to anyone, he was just himself. If he chooses you, we have nothing to say, but if you use this as a threat, you will lose your status as the Wings King. Before Chi Aoshuan could react, Feng Yixuan was already furious and started to scold him. HMPH. As long as you keep your distance from Bai Yi and immediately disappear from our sight after you achieve your goal, I am confident that I will be able to make Bai Yi into me. The Wings King raised his head proudly as he looked at Xiao Aoshuan and said with a cold humph, Wing King, you're shameless. Feng Yixuan was enraged, and his face darkened. Please take note of your wording. Wings King only said half of what he wanted to say, but he couldn't say the rest. Her neck was already being gripped by Chi Aoshuan's right hand, and Chi Aoshuan slowly raised her hand, lifting the Wings King off the ground. The Wings King held onto Chi Aoshuan's right hand, trying his best to struggle, but he couldn't do it no matter how hard he tried. Her legs started kicking wildly, and her breathing became more and more difficult. Her originally pretty face was becoming redder and redder. Finally, panic began to appear in her eyes. She realized that she was unable to resist the force of Chi Aoshuan. The strength of this seemingly weak girl was actually so unfathomable. Who do you think you are? You dare to threaten me? Chi Aoshuan's cold and ethereal voice sounded softly, her tone containing a hint of disdain. The Wings King looked at Xiao Aoshuan in horror. Why did she feel as though she was being watched by the god of death? The young girl in front of him was so cold and terrifying, as though she wasn't even warm at all. She looked completely different from before. What was going on? Aoshuan. Of course, Feng Yixuan knew what was going on. It was another Chi Aoshuan who had come out. The bloodthirsty and cold Chi Aoshuan appeared once again. You dare to touch my things? Chi Aoshuan smiled coldly. That smile almost scared the Winged King out of his wits. For the first time in his life, the Wings King felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Aoshuan, don't kill her. Feng Yixuan frowned slightly, somewhat nervously stopping Chi Aoshuan's actions. If he killed the Wings King here, the future would be very troublesome. You like her? Chi Aoshuan slowly turned around and looked at Feng Yixuan. Her eyes started to turn cold. How is that possible? But she can't die now, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Kill her, and we'll find a new Wing King. Feng Yixuan shook his head. Xiao Aoshuan slightly closed her eyes and gently waved her hand. The Wings King crashed into the ground. The bones in its body were almost shattered, and a hole was created on the ground. A loud sound reverberated through the entire castle, and the Wings King fainted on the ground in a sorry state. Xiao Aoshuan turned to look at the castle expressionlessly. The sound of hurried footsteps came closer and closer. It was the people in the castle who had heard the sound and came looking for him. Feng Yixuan looked at the wounded Wings King on the ground, feeling somewhat irritated. This Wings King had indeed brought this upon himself, but with the current situation, how could he explain it? Very quickly, people arrived. Yu Wang, Mishus, and Bai Yi, Jin Yang, and Lily were not far behind. What's going on? Did the Heavenly King's men come again? When the Moon King saw the injured Wings King lying unconscious on the ground, he hurriedly went forward to support him. Feng Yixuan's face sank and he remained silent. Chi Aoshuan's eyes were cold as she shifted her gaze to the man in white. What's going on? Matthews frowned slightly. He could sense that something was amiss. In addition, there was a strange expression on Feng Yixuan's face. Chi Aoshuan slowly walked towards Leng Lingian. For some reason, Leng Lingian's heart started to panic. Just like that, she met the gaze of Chi Aoshuan. Chi Aoshuan's eyes seemed to be misty, but at the same time, burning hot. Slowly, Chi Aoshuan reached out her hand and gently pinched the chin of her white dress. I will bring you back. Chi Aoshuan's faint voice seemed to resound in the hearts of everyone present, stirring up their heartstrings. Aoshuan, the expression in Bai Yi's eyes was extremely complicated. Doubt could be seen in his eyes, as well as deep sorrow. Wait till I regain my strength. Chi Aoshuan's eyes became more and more lax, and then her body shook and she fell down. Without any hesitation, Bai Yi immediately reached out to hug Chi Aoshuan. There was a deathly silence as everyone stared blankly at Chi Aoshuan in her arms. He knew that Xiao Aoshuan was different from before. Lily looked at Chi Aoshuan in astonishment before looking at the heavily injured Wings King. She gently tugged on Jin Yang's sleeve in a daze. Elder brother Jin Yang, what's going on? Jin Yang lowered his gaze and sighed softly. Don't ask anymore. I'll tell you later. Lily looked curiously at Jin Yang's face before she looked at Chi Aoshuang. Finally, she obediently nodded and no longer asked any further. At this moment, the guards of the castle ran over. Seeing the winged king injured made him panic. There's nothing here. You can all go now. Bai Yixu said to the guards in a deep voice. The guards looked at the winged king in the moon king's embrace with doubt, then looked at the white-robed Chi Aoshuang in his embrace. They looked at each other with doubt in their hearts. I said, it's fine. Don't let me say it a second time. The voice of the man in white gradually became cold. When the guards saw the attitude of the white-clothed person, they quickly saluted and left. The man in white looked at Chi Aoshuang in his arms. Pain flashed through his eyes for a moment before he raised his head and walked towards Feng Yixuan. Carry her into rest. Feng Yixuan frowned, wanting to see what Bai Yixu would bring him. However, his white robes were missing and his eyes were unperturbed. After Feng Yixuan carefully carried Chi Aoshuan, Bai Yu turned around and took the Wings King from the Moon King's hands. He then turned around and headed back to the castle. Feng Yixuan frowned slightly as he followed behind with Chi Aoshuang in his arms. Moon King and Mishas followed. Jin Yang stood where he was for a long time without moving. He looked at the hole in the ground and didn't say anything for a long time. Lily stood quietly beside him, silently accompanying him. After a long time, Jin Yang raised his head slightly, looking at Lily who was by his side. With some surprise, he asked, "Why are you still here?" "Of course I'll follow," by elder brother Jin Yang's side. Lily said as a matter of course. A faint smile appeared on Jin Yang's face, but he didn't say anything else. Instead, he softly said, "Then, let's go back and rest. Elder brother Jin Yang, you have something on your mind." However, Lily didn't move. Instead, she clasped her hands behind her back and spoke seriously to Jin Yang. Jin Yang didn't deny it, but nodded instead. "Yes, I'm worried about the young lady." "Are you worried about Sister Aoshuang?" "Why? What just happened?" The doubt in Lily's heart grew. "What did Miss feel?" Jin Yang asked in a deep voice. "Terrifying, very cold, and very powerful. It doesn't seem to be the same person as before, but they're all alone." Lily answered seriously and also voiced her doubts. "Yes, they are one and the same. Young Mrs. Willpower, there were actually two of them. One of them is what you just said, powerful and cold, deep in hiding. Sometimes." Jin Yang's expression grew uglier. "A person can't have two consciences at the same time, just like a person's body can't hold two souls." "What? What then?" Lily's face changed. "Devour." Jin Yang said these two words with some difficulty. "You mean that this powerful big sister Aoshuang will devour the previous one?" Lily opened her mouth wide in shock. If a body has two wills, the result will be the same. However, there were exceptions. That was the fusion of the two wills. "But, this is too difficult." After Jin Yang said this, his face turned pale. C322. C322. Looking at the grave expression on Jin Yang's face, Lily couldn't help but be worried. Then isn't elder sister Aoshuang very dangerous? Jin Yang didn't say anything, but the worry on his face explained everything. Jin Yang slowly raised his head to look at the starry sky before letting out a long sigh. "I hope everything will be all right. If Camille is here, he'll have a way." At that moment, a melodious voice drifted over from the distance. "The sea breeze blows, the sea breeze blows. Who are you missing?" Elder brother Jin Yang, they're from the sea race." "Why are they singing at this time?" As soon as Lily heard the melodious song, her spirits lifted. She turned to look at the sea, wanting to see where the singers were, but seeing only the vast sea. This song, Jin Yang frowned slightly as he thought about it. This song is free of joy or sorrow. Sea folk usually don't appear, and they don't sing easily. Their songs can temporarily make people forget all their worries and joy, making people, how should they put it, feel like they can return to their most primitive state. Lily pricked up her ears and listened, her eyes gradually becoming misty. She muttered softly, "Elder brother Jin Yang, I seem to have seen my mother." "Lily." To Jin Yang's surprise, he discovered that his mind was in a trance as he hurriedly cried out in a stern voice, "Oh, no, no." Lily shook her head vigorously, then patted her chest with lingering fear. those with a deep past cannot listen. Damn it. Just as Lily finished speaking, Jin Yang's expression changed as he dashed into the castle. He suddenly had a bad feeling about this. When Lily saw him, she hurriedly followed him and worriedly called out from behind, "Brother Jin Yang, what's wrong? What happened?" Jin Yang didn't have the time to reply to her. Instead, he quickened his pace towards the bedroom where Qi Orshuang was resting. Just as he stepped into the corridor, a terrifying wave of cold air hit him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. The source of the cold energy was from Qi Orshuang's bedroom. Jin Yang sprinted forward. The door was open, but when he stood at the entrance and looked inside, he was stunned. The room was frozen everywhere, the room shimmered with cold, the floor was thick with ice, and the ceiling was a jagged icicle. The temperature in the room was terrifyingly cold. Feng Yixuan's face turned green from the cold, but he stubbornly stood beside the bed. On the bed, Qi Orshuang laid there quietly. However, the skin on his face and body was so white that it was almost transparent. She was surrounded by a thick layer of ice. What's going on? Jin Yang stepped into the room as a heart-wrenching chill entered from the bottom of his foot, chilling his heart. This was absolutely the kind of pain and suffering an ordinary person could endure. Jin Yang's expression instantly changed to the side. He turned his head and shouted to Lily, who was just about to follow him in, "Don't come in, just stand there." Stunned, Lily stopped and stood obediently by the door. "Young Master Feng, what is going on?" Even Jin Yang felt that his tongue was a little disobedient. The clothes on his body actually began to make a slight crushing sound as the clothes slowly started to freeze. "No, I don't know." Even Feng Yixuan's neck was stiff from the cold. He couldn't even move his head when he spoke. "Mrs. Physique is of the fire attribute, how can this be?" Jin Yang asked with a frown. His heart, however, was filled with incomparable worry. "Achoo, achoo." A small, immature voice suddenly sounded in the room, and then Luli appeared. With one hand, she tugged at the foot of the unconscious Golden Lotus. Without another word, he dragged Red Lotus out of the bedroom. "Luli!" Feng Yixuan and Jin Yang exclaimed at the same time. "Achoo, achoo!" Luli constantly sneezed. She didn't immediately pay attention to the two and dragged Golden Lotus out of the room. Only then did she turn her head and say to Feng Yixuan and Jin Yang, "Granny's body suddenly feels very cold. It's completely different from before. The Golden Lotuses can't take it anymore. They are about to die from the cold." Jin Yang and Feng Yixuan looked at each other and saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Why did Qi Orshuang's physique change to such a state in an instant? The sea folk gradually stopped singing. On the bed, Qi Orshuang slowly opened her eyes and slowly sat up. Her eyes slightly shifted as she looked in his direction. "Orshuang, miss." The two of them spoke hesitantly, but Qi Orshuang only glanced at them coldly, not saying a word. He immediately turned his head to look outside the window, and his eyes turned cold. "Orshuang, what's wrong?" Feng Yixuan frowned, his heart filled with endless worry. "It's time to take it back." Qi Orshuang slowly stood up and stood on the ground barefooted. She looked at Jin Yang and Feng Yixuan and smiled faintly. "You've all worked hard." Feng Yixuan and Jin Yang were even more doubtful. "Like fire, haven't you thought of it yet?" A cold smile appeared on Qi Orshuang's beautiful face. She reached out a finger to hook onto Feng Yixuan's chin. "Flame-like, this is your real name." Jin Yang was stunned. Lily and Luli, who were standing at the entrance, were also stunned. Feng Yixuan frowned, his eyes filled with doubt. "Let's go and get back my power and finish this. Those who owe me, I will definitely get back at you." Qi Orshuang's eyes instantly turned ice cold, without a shred of warmth in her eyes. A vicious glint gradually appeared in his eyes, expanding. At this moment, everyone had the same illusion. It was like the arrival of death and the return of the devil. Qi Orshuang walked barefooted on the ice, passing by Jin Yang and Feng Yixuan, who hadn't recovered their wits. She directly left the room and headed towards the Winged King's bedroom. Inside the Winged King's bedroom, the White-clad and Moon King, Mizius, were taking care of the heavily injured Winged King. The three of them had different expressions, and it was unknown what they were thinking about. Like ice, Qi Orshuang appeared silently at the door, spitting out two words. Her voice was very soft, yet it violently smashed into the heart of the man in white. The man in white lifted his head to look at the door, and Xiao Orshuang stood there silently. She wore a snow-white dress, and her long, supple black hair was trailing on the ground. Her snow-white skin and jet-black hair formed a powerful visual impact. She was like a painting, but at the same time, she was also like a sculpture. Her beauty was indescribable with words. Are you Bing? Have you forgotten about the past as well? There was a hint of loneliness in Chi Aoshuang's cold voice. Aoshuang, Bai Yixu was taken aback as he asked hesitantly, your real name is like ice. Chi Aoshuang slowly stepped forward and gently caressed the face of the man in white. Her eyes were misty as she murmured, you and Yuo are my favorite, you two are my everything. What? Aoshuang, what are you talking about? The white-robed man felt even more puzzled and uneasy. Feng Yixuan stood at the door, his heart sinking. What exactly this feeling was, he couldn't tell. Go to the depths of the sea, he murmured. Go to the deepest parts of the sea, and retrieve my power. Everything will end. Chi Aoshuang's eyes became more and more lax. After she said this sentence, she gradually lowered her head, and her voice also became softer and softer. Aoshuang, the man in white extended his hand to gently hold the soft hand that was touching his face. It was cold, white clothes. In the next moment, Chi Aoshuang raised her head abruptly, her eyes clear and bright. Aoshuang, you. The man in white frowned, puzzled. So that's how it is. Chi Aoshuang was not confused this time. She lowered her gaze and turned around to look at Feng Yixuan and Jin Yang. She softly said, I have been able to see it ever since I injured the Wings King, but I was unable to stop it. I know all about it. Chi Aoshuang's voice trembled, her expression was lonely and sad. Aoshuang, Feng Yixuan suddenly began to panic. Why did he suddenly feel as if the Aoshuang in front of him was about to disappear? In the blink of an eye, he would lose Chi Aoshuang, and he would never be able to see her again. Like fire, as cold as ice, Chi Aoshuang laughed softly, but her smile was so heartbroken, so weak. Aoshuang, when Feng Yixuan saw Chi Aoshuang's smile, his heart ached. He didn't say anything else and abruptly stepped forward to hug Chi Aoshuang, hugging her tightly in his arms. What is going on? King Yu frowned with a serious expression. I'll tell you a story, and you'll understand. Chi Aoshuang's voice was faint, carrying a hint of sadness. In a distant place, there is a goddess. She is so strong and bloodthirsty that all the gods in that place are no match for her. No one dares to provoke her. Chi Aoshuang gently broke away from Feng Yixuan's embrace and murmured, she calls the wind and calls the rain, and comes and goes as she will. She can control the hottest flame in the world, and she can also control the coldest ice and snow in the world. Chi Aoshuang's voice was soft, but everyone clearly heard it. The lotus flower that she doted on the most was the parallel lotus. One was red and the other was white. The red lotus flower was named fire and the white lotus flower was named ice. This juxtaposed Tyrian was all she had, and she doted on it to an unprecedented degree. She had only one tear in her life, and that tear had been watered to this and to Tyrian. But one day Tyrian would not disappear. She was gone. She was angry, burned to death, burned to death. Thus, he had finally violated the might of the heavens and was demoted to the mortal realm. She ended her life ahead of time, and the god she used to work with managed to send her to another world. That world is the Ceylon continent. Chi Aoshuang's eyes gradually became hazy, but a few tears flashed in her eyes. The room was terrifyingly quiet. No one spoke, only the uneven sound of breathing. Everything was obvious. Jin Yang's expression was complicated. His white clothes and Feng Yixuan were stunned and absent-minded. Moon King, Mishus and Lily were both confused and surprised. Now that she's awoken, I'm going to disappear. Chi Aoshuang revealed a sad smile. Everything is her. All her. I'm just a born will. Power, body, and even love were all that person's. No. After hearing what Chi Aoshuang said, Feng Yixuan let out a violent shout and once again pulled Chi Aoshuang into his embrace. He lost control and cried out in pain. No. Aoshuang, you are you. You are unique. No one can make you disappear. I forbid it. I won't allow it. I like you. It's you. No one else. C323. Feng Yixuan uncontrollably hugged Chi Aoshuang tightly in his embrace. Aoshuang, you are you. How did you come to be an appendage? Don't you remember when we first met? That's the real you. You won't disappear. I won't let you disappear. However, Chie-Shuang only had a desolate look on her face. Her eyes dimmed and she slowly raised her head to look at Feng Yixuan with a sad smile. Like fire, you will eventually return with her. No, I am not fire, I am Wind Yixuan, your Wind Yixuan. From the beginning until now, I have never changed my mind, not in the future. Feng Yixuan's heart ached as he looked at Chie-Shuang's desolate face. His heart hurt so much that he almost couldn't breathe. The man in white looked at the scene in front of him quietly, his eyes full of complicated emotions. As for the others, they were all extremely shocked, not knowing what to say. Lily held onto the corner of Jin Yang's clothes tightly, bitterness in her eyes. At this moment, her heart was filled with intense sorrow. Originally, she was very envious of Chie-Shuang, but now, she only felt deep sympathy for Chie-Shuang. Let's go. Something is calling me from the depths of the ocean. Retrieve the power, and it will all be over. Chie-Shuang smiled and said softly, No, I won't allow it. Feng Yixuan shook his head fiercely, hugging Chie-Shuang even tighter. Even if you don't allow it, if you don't do it, sooner or later it will happen. Your memories and those of ice will slowly recover. If you make me disappear with your own hands, why don't I do it myself? Chie-Shuang's eyes were filled with sorrow as she said softly, You are all hers. No, I don't belong to anyone. I'm me. Feng Yixuan grabbed Chie-Shuang's shoulder and looked at her with shining eyes. Shuang, listen up. The person I love is you. It's you, not the so-called god. I am not fire-like, I am Wind Yixuan. Feng Yixuan, who will always be by your side. Chie-Shuang bit her lips as she stared into Yixuan's bright eyes. She couldn't say a word, but there were already some tears in the corner of her eyes. The man in white's gaze became deeper, but he didn't say a word. Actually, there's a way. At this moment, Jin Yang suddenly spoke. What method? Feng Yixuan immediately asked anxiously when he heard Jin Yang's words. There are 2 ways to prevent Mrs. Wu from being devoured. The first way is to fuse it. Jin Yang said in a deep voice, but this is really too difficult. What about the second method? Feng Yixuan was on the verge of death when he heard Jin Yang's words. That's separation. To completely separate the will of the young lady from that of the goddess. Jin Yang said affirmatively. Can this work? At this moment, King Yu asked curiously. We can't do it, but there may be someone who can. Jin Yang said in a deep voice. Camille. Several voices said in unison. He should be able to do it. Jin Yang nodded. Now we have to find Camille as soon as possible before the goddess awakens. When the Winged King's wounds are healed, let's go to the Heavenly King's castle. Mishus looked at the Winged King, who had been unconscious on the bed, and said softly, All right, let's all go rest first. King Yu said in agreement. Everyone left the room in succession, with Feng Yixuan following closely behind Chie-Shuang. In the room there was only the white dress and the Winged King on the bed. After closing the door, Bai Yu returned to the bed. He looked at the Winged King, who was still unconscious, expressionlessly. Shuang, after a long while, the man in white said those 2 words softly. Suddenly, Bai Yu reached out his right hand and tightly gripped the Winged King's neck, using more and more force. The Winged King's face gradually turned red and became painful. Finally, she opened her eyes, stimulated by the pain of the outside world. Seeing the scene before him, he was scared out of his wits. Bai Yixu's expression was cold and cruel as he tightly gripped her neck, causing her to nearly suffocate. Cough, Bai Yi, stop, what are you doing? The Winged King was terrified. He reached out with his hand, desperately trying to pry away the white clothes hand. However, the white clothes hand was like an iron band that tightly welded around her neck, unable to pry it open. Remember, don't have any unorthodox thoughts. And don't even dream about attacking her. At this moment, the eerie voice of Bai Yixu was like the voice of death, giving off a sense of oppression and suffocation that overflowed the heavens. You, who are you? You, white clothes. The Winged King was extremely terrified. How could this person in front of his eyes be so unfamiliar? He didn't seem like that gentle white robe from before at all. My name is not Bai Yi, but like ice. A cold and charming smile appeared on the man in white's face as he spoke each word in a low voice. The Winged King's pupils instantly enlarged, and his heart became even more alarmed. The man in white smiled coldly, but there was no emotion or warmth in his eyes. The current him and the him just now completely determined who they were. Previously, when he heard what Chi Aoshuang said, his eyes were filled with puzzlement and bewilderment, but now, his eyes were no longer misty. It was now a profound and clear understanding. Cough, cough, let go of me. Just as the Winged King was about to suffocate, Bai Yixu suddenly released his grip, and the Winged King was sent flying back to his original position. I warn you again, if you dare to do anything to her, I will make you wish you were dead. Bai Yi's face was cold. He flicked his finger, and the Winged King's hand was frozen. The Winged King immediately felt that his right hand was completely devoid of any feeling, and at this moment, he could no longer feel the blood flowing into his right hand. The Winged King looked at his right hand in terror. Just when she thought her right hand was going to be crippled, the ice immediately disappeared. When the Winged King looked at the white clothes once more, there was no longer a figure in white in the room. The Winged King leaned back against the headboard with lingering fear, looking at his right hand. His mind kept replaying the scene of his encounter with the white robes. He felt as if his white clothes had suddenly changed into a completely different person. It was so unfamiliar and terrifying. Or was this the true face of the man in white? The Winged King felt his scalp go numb, and his heart was no longer as soft as it was for his white clothes. Only fear remained. Bai Yi stood quietly by the corridor, the wind blowing against his face. His eyes were deep and profound. Like ice, a soft voice reached the ears of the white-clothed person. His eyes darkened slightly as he slowly turned around to face the grave-faced Jin Yang. So you had already thought of everything. He also remembered that you're Leng Lingyun, and that you look even more like ice. Jin Yang's voice was low. It was faint, but it contained an irrefutable affirmation. You're always so sensitive and annoying. The man in white raised his head slightly and sneered. Is that what you really look like? Jin Yang narrowed his eyes slightly as he asked faintly. Those who are too smart will not live for long. Jin Yang, you must remember this. With a smile, Bai Yi strode past Jin Yang and left. Jin Yang turned his head to look at the departing figure in white. His heart was filled with indescribable complex emotions. After a few days, the Winged King's wounds were almost healed. Everyone decided to head to the Heavenly King's castle. Chi Aoshuang remained silent, her spirit very weak. As for Feng Yixuan, he was always silently accompanying her. White robes had always been by the Winged King's side, but his eyes would occasionally glance in the direction of Chi Aoshuang and Feng Yixuan. The back of Mish's Mount was very spacious. Even with so many people on it, it still looked empty. The surface of the sea was very calm. The wind gently blew across everyone's face, bringing with it a faint salty taste. There were no seabirds flying in the sky, no clouds. Mishni's mount hovered over the sea steadily, then began to fly in the direction of the Heavenly King's castle. Everyone was silent as they all had their own thoughts. After flying for a while, the strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. Sea breeze blowing, sea wind blowing. Who are you missing? That melodious voice suddenly came from the surface of the sea. It was the voice of the sea race. Wordlessly, carefreely, joyfully, without sadness. Let's go. Jin Yang's expression darkened as he shouted in a low voice. Lily's face changed. She had only heard this song last night, so she naturally knew how powerful it was. However, the singing gradually changed from one voice to several voices, and then more and more. The number of people in the sea were constantly increasing, and the sound was getting louder and louder. This sound seemed to be surrounding them. The Winged King's face was filled with surprise. She understood Glucia's situation the best among them. The sea race members of the Azure Sea had always been aloof from worldly affairs. They would always quietly lurk in the sea. Occasionally, there would be people of the sea folk who could no longer endure the lonely singing, but that was only one person. Today, it was actually so strange. There are so many sea folk singing. They were all coming towards him. They said they were encircling him, but it seemed like they were trying to hold him back. They seemed to be holding something back. Qinghua, Chi Aoshuang's eyes gradually became misty. She slowly stood up and walked to the edge of her mount. Aoshuang, come back. Feng Yixuan reached out his hand to pull Chi Aoshuang away. He then extended his hand into the air and a metallic sound rang out. In midair, a wall of ice forcefully blocked Feng Yixuan's hand. Feng Yixuan turned his head in shock and saw that white-clothed man's face was cold. It was him who had just done this. Leng Lingyun, Feng Yixuan's heart sank when he saw Bai Yixu's cold expression. A bad premonition welled up in his heart. You recovered your memories? The man in white revealed a strange smile. He ignored Feng Yixuan and looked up at Qi Aoshuang. Clearly, this action of his had already tacitly allowed him to recover his memories. With a cry of surprise from Lily, Feng Yixuan turned his head and saw Qi Aoshuang with a serene expression on her face. She opened her arms and slowly fell forward, falling straight towards the surface of the sea. The others on the mounts moved as well. Jin Yang and Feng Yixuan were the first to move, immediately wanting to follow. However, at this time, Leng Lingyuan did something no one would have thought of. With a light tap of his toes, he moved away from the horse. His palms were clasped in front of his chest, and a wave of cold air engulfed them, freezing them all. All of them froze into large chunks of ice, landing on their mounts without being able to move. Leng Lingyuan gave a strange smile before following Qi Aoshuang into the sea without looking back. C324. C324. As Qi Aoshuang plummeted towards the surface of the sea, the surrounding sea folk surrounded her. These sea folk all had long green curly hair, beautiful posture, fishtails, men and women, but the strange thing was that all of them had the same beautiful face, eyes, nose and eyebrows, as if carved from the same mold. Qi Aoshuang fell into the sea. Without turning her head, she dived downwards, and all the sea race members followed her. Leng Lingyuan also followed closely behind. The depths of the ocean grew darker and darker. Countless fish saw them and fled in all directions. The sea race members held Qi Aoshuang and kept moving deeper into the cave. Everything gradually went dark. At this time, the surrounding merfolk fins shone with a green light, illuminating the road ahead. Qi Aoshuang did not seem to need to breathe, her face was cold, and she kept diving with a calm face. Gradually, a magnificent palace appeared before him. They were all made of milky white shells and emitted a faint white glow. There was no seawater in the palace. It was clear that he had used some sort of magic to separate the seawater. From afar, he saw a girl dressed in green clothes standing at the entrance of the palace as if she was waiting for something. She stood there barefooted, different from the rest of the sea folk. She had a pair of beautiful legs. Qi Aoshuang's expression was cold as she swam over, slowly standing at the entrance of the palace. The green-clad girl had a beautiful face and an outstanding figure, but her pretty face was exactly the same as those sea tribes. When the sea race saw the girl in cyan, they all prostrate themselves and bowed respectfully. "Master, you're finally here." The green-clad girl knelt in front of Qi Aoshuang with a pious look on her face, lowering her head with extreme respect. Leng Lingyuan also followed, standing behind Qi Aoshuang. The azure-clad lady didn't even raise her head as she spoke respectfully. "Sir Yu Bing, you've come as well. Blue Flower, thank you for your trouble." Qi Aoshuang's voice was extremely cold, without any fluctuations or warmth. It was so cold that it penetrated deep into one's heart. "No, this is my mission." That azure-dressed lady called Qinghua knelt on the ground respectfully and did not get up. "Stand up," Xiao Aoshuang said coldly without raising her eyes. Only then did Blue Flower raise her head and slowly rise to her feet. "Where?" Xiao Aoshuang asked lightly. "In this servant's body," Blue Flower said softly. Qi Aoshuang's expression did not change as she extended her hand to pierce through the azure flower's body. "Wait." At this time, Leng Lingyuan suddenly spoke to stop him. "Huh?" Qi Aoshuang raised her eyebrows and turned to look at Leng Lingyuan. "I don't want her to disappear." Leng Lingyuan looked at Qi Aoshuang and said clearly. Qi Aoshuang slowly turned around, looking at Leng Lingyuan. Her eyes became colder and colder. The her Leng Lingyuan spoke of wasn't Qinghua, but the real Qi Aoshuang. Qi Aoshuang stared coldly at Leng Lingyuan, advancing towards her step by step. Leng Lingyuan did not even bother to dodge, and just stood there facing Xiao Aoshuang. Suddenly, Qi Aoshuang raised her hand, and with a loud slap, she slapped Leng Lingyuan in the face. A trace of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of Leng Lingyuan's mouth. It was extremely shocking. As for Leng Lingyuan, she did not dodge, and only stared at Qi Aoshuang. "You fell in love with her." Qi Aoshuang's face was terrifyingly dark. Leng Lingyuan did not say a word, but just stood there looking at Xiao Aoshuang. However, his eyes were filled with determination and perseverance. "You." Qi Aoshuang was furious. She raised her hand and was about to attack again. Qinghua's face tightened as her heart leaped into her throat. Leng Lingyuan did not dodge, and just stood there. Good, very good, very good. Xiao Aoshuang suddenly laughed out loud, putting down her hands and said coldly, I will give you one more chance. If none of you have passed this test, don't blame me. Thank you. Only then did Leng Lingyuan relax, and let out a sigh of relief. HMPH. No need to thank me so early. I've been too indulgent with you. That's why I can't take back your hearts. Qi Aoshuang's eyes were cold. She was truly enraged. Leng Lingyuan did not say a word, and stood behind him with her head lowered. Blueflower, just temporarily follow them. Protect them well. After Xiao Aoshuang finished speaking coldly, she closed her eyes and slowly fell to the ground. Leng Lingyuan stepped forward and hugged Qi Aoshuang. Lord Bing, you shouldn't disobey your master. Master's love for you is incomparable. Looking at Leng Lingyuan's nervous expression, Qinghua sincerely spoke. Leng Lingyuan just looked at the person in her arms without saying a word. Lord Bing, the master made a big mistake because of your disappearance. That's why he's in such a difficult situation right now. Lord Ice, please reconsider. Blueflower was still trying her best to persuade him. Your master seems to have only asked you to protect us, not to keep your mouth shut. Leng Lingyuan's eyes darkened, and she spat out these words coldly. Qinghua was stunned. She stared at the ice-cold Leng Lingyuan, unable to say a word. Qi Aoshuang, who was in Leng Lingyuan's arms, slowly woke up. The moment she woke up, she was facing Leng Lingyuan's face. The worry in Leng Lingyuan's eyes gradually melted. Lingyuan, Qi Aoshuang extended her hand and gently wiped away the blood at the corner of Leng Lingyuan's mouth. Aoshuang, I won't let anything happen to you. Leng Lingyuan revealed a warm smile. So, you've thought of everything. There was a hint of melancholy in Qi Aoshuang's eyes, as well as her feelings. Why did you do that? Can you really abandon her for me? Is it worth it? Yes, it's worth it. Leng Lingyuan smiled and held onto Qi Aoshuang's hand. I will not let you disappear. I will not let you disappear. Qi Aoshuang slowly revealed a smile, but it was a bitter one. By now, Blueflower was watching quietly from the sidelines, her fists clenched tightly. His smile should belong to his master. Didn't he not know how to cherish his master's love? Let's go. If we go up, they'll probably be waiting impatiently for us. Especially that Tyrannosaurus, Feng Yixuan. Leng Lingyuan smiled, put down Qi Aoshuang, held her hand, and jumped into the sea. Qinghua bit her lips, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction as she followed him. When they returned to the surface of the sea, the group of men was still frozen by Hua Li. When Feng Yixuan saw them approach, his eyes widened in fear and worry. He was afraid that Xiao Aoshuang would understand. Qi Aoshuang crouched down in front of Feng Yixuan and revealed a smile. Yixuan, I'm fine. Feng Yixuan was startled and his face finally relaxed. Leng Lingyuan extended her hand and all the people were untied. Leng Lingyuan, you bastard, I'll kill you. Feng Yixuan leaped up and was about to rush towards Leng Lingyuan. However, a green shadow flashed across his eyes. When Feng Yixuan regained his senses, he saw a beautiful woman dressed in green standing in front of Leng Lingyuan. Feng Yixuan was stunned. What was going on with this blue-clothed woman? Lord Flame, you still haven't changed. It's still as popular as ever. I still love playing around with Lord Ru Bing. The girl in cyan said with a gentle voice. Feng Yixuan frowned as he looked at Leng Lingyuan, but she ignored him and turned her head to the side. Who are you? Feng Yixuan asked bluntly. Lord Flame, have you recovered your memories yet? Qinghua asked in surprise. Humans are stupid, of course they won't recover so quickly. Leng Lingyuan spat out faintly. I'll kill you. Feng Yixuan flew into a rage. Leng Lingyuan ignored them, and Qinghua still stubbornly stood between them. Looking at the scene in front of her, the corners of Qi Aoshuang's lips curled up in a faint smile. Leng Lingyuan briefly explained Qinghua's identity, and did not mention what had happened between him and Qi Aoshuang. Everyone was surprised and sighed endlessly. After this storm, everyone set off again. The expression in Blueflower's eyes had always been that of his follower, Qi Aoshuang. Feng Yixuan and Leng Lingyuan sat beside Qi Aoshuang. Feng Yixuan kept scolding Leng Lingyuan, but Leng Lingyuan remained silent. From time to time, she would smile at Qi Aoshuang. After exiting the Blucia, Misha's mount also needed to rest. Thus, they descended into a large, lush canyon. After clearing out a piece of empty space, everyone felt relaxed under such a beautiful environment. Chi Aoshuan sat to the side and watched Feng Yixuan roast the meat. Leng Lingyuan had lit a fire while the others were also busy preparing some fresh food. Eating the dry rations carried in the interspatial ring all the time did not taste good. As Chi Aoshuan smiled as she looked at the others busying themselves, she silently sat down beside Chi Aoshuan. You shouldn't exist. They were both masters. Your presence has upset everything. Blue Flower's voice sounded in Chi Aoshuan's ear in a low voice. Xiao Aoshuan was stunned, turning to look at Qinghua. You are superfluous, you are just an appendage, just an impostor trying to rob his master of his love, you should say. Qinghua's eyes were incomparably cold. Xiao Aoshuan looked at Qinghua's face, and suddenly revealed a brilliant smile. Lowly but firmly, she replied, Do you know? I thought so, but I don't think so now. My existence must have my meaning. I have too many memories of my own relatives and friends. I have ideals and hopes. I wish I could go back to the continent with them one day to visit my family, my friends, and live happily ever after. And you? Chi Aoshuan paused for a moment, before continuing, who is the only enchanted item? You have no life of your own, no memory of your own, no family or friends of your own. You are the poor one. Qinghua was completely stunned, staring blankly at the determined look in Chi Aoshuan's eyes, unable to say a word. I will work hard to survive. Definitely. Xiao Aoshuan stood up, and without turning back to look at Qinghua, she walked straight towards the crowd in front. Because, I have them. A voice drifted over. Because I have them. In this instant, Blue Flower fell into a trance. For some reason, a ridiculous thought suddenly appeared in Qinghua's mind. Her master and this woman would fight for her sooner or later. C325. Qinghua abruptly shook her head, a scornful smile appearing on her lips. She secretly mocked herself in her heart for having such a ridiculous idea. There was no one who could match the power of the master. If the master wanted, what could the master not have? Unless that person appeared. However, that person would definitely not appear. The red lotus is like fire and the white lotus is like ice. As for me, I am a cyan flower. Whether I am in love or not, I only belong to my master. Qinghua slightly lowered her head, gently placing her hand on her chest. Everyone was busy preparing their food. Winged King was hiding in the corner by himself. Out of the corner of his eye, he secretly glanced at everyone, observing their movements. At this time, she no longer looked at Leng Lingyuan with any love eyes, only fear. No one noticed her existence. She carefully moved to the side, moving slowly again and again. Then she slowly stood up and slowly retreated into the forest behind her. Blue Flower glanced at the Winged King. Startled, the Winged King halted his movements. However, it was as though Qin Wenchen didn't see her as his gaze shifted to the side. The Winged King let out a soft sigh in his heart and quietly retreated, gradually disappearing into the dense forest behind him. When everyone was ready to eat, the Moon King finally discovered that the Wings King had disappeared. The Wings King. Yu Wang stood up and called out curiously, Is it convenient? Matthews guessed. King Yu frowned slightly and shook his head. It can't be, could it be? She's gone. Yes, Blue Flower said coldly. Gone? King Yu asked in shock. He left a long time ago. Qinghua said indifferently. Then why didn't you stop us? Why didn't you call us? Matthews was getting anxious. The Wings King's absence would make the following events more complicated and difficult. After she finished speaking, a terrifying aura exploded from her body. Her eyes narrowed as she stared at him coldly. Do I have a duty to tell you? Mishap was shocked by this aura. His body unsteady, he took a step back and was immediately supported by Moon King. You don't. But, Blue Flower, I warn you, be a little more courteous to my friend. At this time, Leng Lingyuan's cold voice sounded. Lord Bing, your subordinate is only responsible for your safety. Qinghua's face relaxed, then she slightly bent her body and said to Mishas, Just now, this little girl forgave you for your rudeness. After saying this, he didn't care about Mishas' reaction. He just sat by the side without saying a word. Wings King, you don't plan to help us. She won't be able to undo the Shora's seal together. Yu Wang frowned and said solemnly, Let's chase after her and come back. I persuaded her. Yeah, I can use my secret skill to see where she is. Lily answered at once. Jin Yang's expression darkened. He glared at Lily, who immediately shut her up, no longer speaking. She shouldn't have walked very far. We can chase her now, Lu Xing said with a smile. Don't use Lily's eyes, Jin Yang said in a deep voice. No need. Leng Lingyan stopped him with a cold expression. But, Yuan wanted to say something, but was stopped by Leng Lingyan. The opening of the Shura seal is no longer important. We only need to reach the Heavenly King Castle. There's no point in gathering the 7 kings. Leng Lingyan said these words indifferently. What do you mean? This time, it wasn't only Jukyu who was puzzled, the others were also extremely puzzled. Only Qi Aoshuang remained silent. There was a trace of loneliness and worry on her face. If we want to kill the Heavenly King, it's enough with her. Leng Lingyan's gaze shifted, looking at the blue and white flower at the side. But there was one thing that remained unsaid. That was the agreement between him and the goddess. The test of the goddess. If Feng Yixuan could recover his memories that were like fire, what would happen to the goddess if he could continue to protect Qi Aoshuang like he did now? Everyone was stunned. Qinghua, could this weak and delicate woman kill the Heavenly King? I do. He sat down to the side and began chopping the roast meat. Qi Aoshuang had a complicated look in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. Qinghua glanced at the crowd, then let out a cold snort. She turned around and looked to the side, paying no attention to the others. Leng Lingyan did not say anything and sat beside Qi Aoshuang, preparing to eat. The meal was especially dull. There was no longer the relaxed atmosphere from before. After dinner, they rested for a while before continuing their journey. On the way, Leng Lingyan remained silent and only sat beside Qi Aoshuang. Feng Yixuan continued to stare at Leng Lingyan with a frown. He felt that Leng Lingyan was hiding something from him. What exactly happened under the blue sea? However, Xiao Orshuang no longer looked depressed and dispirited. Her eyes were filled with determination and clarity. He slowly closed his eyes. A breeze blew past his eyes, lifting her long hair and lifting her heart. Qi Aoshuang focused her attention, but she could feel the strange power in her body becoming more and more obvious. If it used to be a seed that gave birth to a little bud, it has already grown green leaves and gradually grown bigger. Suddenly, Qi Aoshuang opened her eyes and waved her hand in the air. A flame soared into the sky and gradually spread out in the sky. Finally, it formed a huge curtain of fire that abruptly bloomed. It was as beautiful and enchanting as a giant lotus flower in full bloom. Everyone was stunned. This was because Qi Aoshuang's move contained an incomparable amount of power. It was enough to shock anyone. Qinghua stared blankly at the curtain of fire that hadn't disappeared for a long time before her mouth slowly opened. She didn't see wrongly, right? This was clearly a power that only the master had the ability to control. Why is this imposter only attached to the product can be used? Why? Aoshuang. Leng Lingyan looked at Qi Aoshuang in surprise, and could not help but exclaim in a low voice. Qi Aoshuang looked down at her hand, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. Power. A familiar power was slowly recovering. The seed in his body sprouted, long leaves, bloomed. A smile appeared on Jin Yang's face. Young Mrs. Strength has recovered. So powerful. Lily stuck out her tongue. However, Feng Yixuan's expression was somewhat complicated because his strength showed no signs of recovering. At this rate, he wouldn't accept it if he continued protecting him, not Qi Aoshuang, but Qi Aoshuang. How is this possible? However, Blueflower couldn't control herself and rushed over. This is impossible. How can you, an imposter, use your master's power? When did you steal the power? Azure Flower, shut up. Leng Lingyan's expression suddenly turned cold as she sternly scolded. Pay attention to what you say. I don't mind letting you disappear right now. This is impossible. This is impossible. Qinghua's eyes began to glaze over as she murmured softly. This is impossible. How is this possible? HMPH. Leng Lingyan did not pay any more attention to Qinghua, but turned to look at Qi Aoshuang, saying worriedly, don't bother about her. Qi Aoshuang smiled and shook her head. Ling Yun, don't worry. I won't disappear, I won't. We're going back to Ceylon together. Qi Aoshuang smiled as she turned her head to look at Feng Yixuan and Jin Yang. She raised an eyebrow and said, you guys, right? We're going back to those guys. Maybe we'll see little Chushin and little Xia when we go back. As Chi Aoshuang said this, smiles of understanding appeared on the faces of Feng Yuxuan and Jin Yang. Leng Lingyuan heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Looks like Xiao Aoshuang is stronger than he thought. To the silent continent, Leng Lingyuan raised her head and looked into the distance, her eyes filled with confusion. Would he be able to go back? Out of the corner of his eyes, Leng Lingyuan looked towards Feng Yuxuan, who was currently talking to Chi Aoshuang, and sighed in his heart. Feng Yuxuan, after you recover all your memories, will you still be able to deal with Aoshuang like this? If you can't, I will kill you myself. A trace of darkness flashed in Leng Lingyuan's eyes, and it disappeared in an instant. Qinghua sat quietly by the side, still in a daze. Her hands were tightly clenched, and her nails dug deep into her flesh. Blood flowed through the gaps of her fingers without her knowing it. At this moment, she only had one thought in her mind, and that was that Chi Aoshuang seemed to be a real threat to her master. Then, he couldn't stay. This dangerous woman absolutely couldn't stay. What other chance did her master want for her to test him? There was no need to go through all this trouble. Just kill her and erase her will. This way, the fire and the White Lotus would immediately return to their master's side. Everything was settled satisfactorily. Blueflower slowly lowered her head to look at her own palm. A green stream of air gradually rose from her palm. Slowly, without a sound. No one noticed the abnormality of the blue and white flowers. At this moment, everyone was laughing and relaxing. The Moon King and Mezus were curious, too. They asked about the events that had taken place in the continent. As for Chi Aoshuang, Feng Yuxuan, Leng Lingyuan and Jin Yang, they were immersed in their memories. They smiled as they narrated the events of the past. When Jin Yang and Leng Lingyuan mentioned that Feng Yuxuan and Chi Aoshuang had met for the first time and Hua Li had stepped on them, they were all overjoyed. Moon King and Mezus were laughing so hard that they leaned back and forth. Lily's laughter was even more exaggerated. Young Master Feng, so you like being mistreated by others. You really are different from ordinary people. Lily laughed loudly. Feng Yuxuan's face turned red. He waved his fists and shouted in excitement, "Nonsense! What do you know? How can you understand how I felt?" Everyone then heard Feng Yuxuan talk about how he was kidnapped by Shui Wenmo and how he took revenge on Shui Wenmo. They all began to laugh out loud. Lily was laughing so hard that she was on the verge of tears. No one saw that the cyan and white faces were turning colder and colder. The air current in her palm was gently swaying, curving and circling like a viper. It was extremely strange. C326. No one saw that the cyan and white faces were turning colder and colder. The air current in her palm was gently swaying, curving and circling like a viper. It was extremely strange. Just as Blueflower was about to launch a sneak attack, Moon King suddenly exclaimed, "Look, someone's coming in front." Everyone stood up and saw a group of people quickly approaching from the distance. "Is he from the Heavenly King?" Mezus frowned ahead. "Dittos, Jonathan." As for Chi Aoshuang, she stared at the approaching crowd in a daze, uttering these two names in a low voice. Leng Lingyuan frowned slightly, and there was doubt in her eyes. "It's the Heavenly King's army," Mezus said affirmatively. In the lead of the crowd were Dittos and Jonathan, and behind them were the guards in uniform. Everyone sat on a kind of bird, and the reins on the bird were the same color. The group of people flew to a spot a few meters away from Chi Aoshuang and stopped. "Dittos, Jonathan," Chi Aoshuang said with a puzzled expression. "We'll pick you up." Jonathan looked at Xiao Aoshuang with a complicated expression and said with a deep voice, "Pick me up." Xiao Aoshuang was even more confused. "The Heavenly King is waiting for you. Come on." After he said that, he changed his direction. "Don't worry, the Heavenly King won't do anything to you. He's waiting for you." Jonathan's expression was strange. He looked at Chi Aoshuang as if he wanted to say something. "Let's go." Yu Wang's eyes darkened as he resolutely and decisively said, "It was finally time to face it." Matthews nodded and urged his mount to follow Dittos and Jonathan. The rest of the guards ordered the birds to fly behind them. A large group of people flew towards the Heavenly King's castle. "Jonathan, why are you here?" Xiao Aoshuang asked. For she had noticed the difference between Dittos's and Jonathan's clothes. Both of them were dressed in luxurious clothes, with light armor on their wrists and shoulders and a gorgeous sword on their waists. I am King Yong. Dittons has become the White King. Jonathan's low voice made Chi Orshuang realize what was going on. In that case, you are all here to help the Heavenly King. When King Yu heard this, he frowned and asked in a deep voice, "What kind of help? We're just the Heavenly King's foreign dignitary." Jonathan rolled his eyes at King Yu and snappily said, "I'm in charge of sending the message now. The Heavenly King is waiting for you." Jonathan, what's going on? Of course, Xiao Aoshuang knew that things would not be so simple. You'll know when you get there. Jonathan turned his face away and said nothing more. Dittos remained in the lead, silent. Jonathan flew up, side by side with Dittos. "What the hell are you thinking, Dittos?" Jonathan asked in a low voice that only the two could hear as he approached Dittos. Dittos did not look at Jonathan, nor did he speak. He drew the reins in his hands, and the bird beneath him sped forward. Dittos and Jonathan brought Chi Aoshuang and the others all the way to the front of the Heavenly King's palace. From far away, Chi Aoshuang saw a magnificent palace floating on top of a huge lake. The water of the lake was dark green, and the palace was built with white stones. The white palace and the dark green lake reflected each other beautifully. Xiao Aoshuang looked over with rapt attention. The palace was floating in the water, and the reflection of the palace was very clear. "That's where Camille lives." Everyone landed in front of the palace. Immediately, 2 rows of guards ran out of the palace. They lined up in formation and saluted before taking the reins and bringing their mounts to the other side. Jonathan and Ditto followed closely behind Chi Aoshuang and the others into the palace. As he entered the palace, the sound of singing and music drifted into his ears. Moon King and Mishus exchanged a glance, both seeing the astonishment in the other's eyes. As he walked deeper into the palace, the sounds of singing and music became louder and louder. Laughter and laughter could also be heard. Although the decorations of the palace were very luxurious, it was a little strange. There were mirrors on the walls, and even on the ceiling there were large ones. The opposite wall was full of mirrors. As a result, when they turned the corner, everyone was shocked by their own images. Why are there so many mirrors? Did he have to go this far? Probably not. King Yu frowned slightly. He seemed to be muttering to himself but also seemed to be talking to the crowd. "You mean, this palace wasn't like this before?" Lily opened her eyes wide, curiously looking around and asking, "Of course not. I don't know what's going on in his head. You'll know when you see him. Since he sent someone to pick us up, I'm afraid he already thought of a countermeasure, or perhaps he already had his own ideas." Mezzus twitched the corners of his mouth, but said nothing. The group arrived at the main hall. They seemed to be singing and dancing to the same tune. The singers on both sides of the hall were playing their music and singing their songs. In the great hall, a handsome man with white hair was lazily leaning against a chair, wearing a simple set of clothes. He was wearing a simple set of black clothes without any decorations. His hair that was as white as snow was not tied up. Instead, he casually draped it over his back and dragged it on the ground. Under his long eyebrows were a pair of brown eyes, and the corner of his mouth held a slight trace of a smile. When he saw Xiao Aoshuang and the rest, his expression did not change. Chi Aoshuang looked at the person above. This man was the former White King, the current Heavenly King. He originally thought that his entire body would be filled with a tyrannical aura, but why did he give off such a weak feeling? There was even an unresolvable sadness between his brows. As for Lily, she looked at the Heavenly King sitting there with a face full of hatred, and her eyes seemed to burn with desire. It was this person's relationship that led to her clan's extermination. Hateful, damnable. Lily clenched her fists, her whole body was trembling slightly. At this moment, a warm hand gently rested on her shoulder. Lily turned her head and met Jin Yang's gaze. Jin Yang shook his head gently and squeezed Lily's shoulder. Lily's tears almost fell. She understood what Jin Yang meant. Right now, she was no match for the Heavenly King, so she had to wait and see. "You came." The Heavenly King inclined his head slightly, not even glancing at the others, only looking at Chi Aoshuang with a smile as he spoke those words. "You knew I'd come." Chi Aoshuang's eyes darkened, as she could tell that there was a hidden meaning behind the Heavenly King's words. "Of course, I've been waiting for you. In return for helping me fulfill my wish, I have been waiting for you, waiting for something for you." There was a sad smile on the Heavenly King's handsome face. West Tower, you killed the Heavenly King, the heavens cannot tolerate you. Seeing that the Heavenly King had ignored them, the Moon King finally let out an angry bellow, calling out the Heavenly King's original name. HMPH, HMPH. The King of Heaven snorted coldly and gently waved his hand. Like a cannonball, the King of Moon flew backwards, smashing into the walls of the palace and shattering them into pieces. Like a broken doll, King Yu slowly collapsed from the wall, unable to move. Clearly, his injuries were not light. When the singers saw this, they all screamed and trembled, but they did not dare to flee. Little Yu Ya, his heart sank. His expression changed as he rushed forward. Oh, when the Heavenly King, who was about to attack again, saw this, he slightly raised his eyebrows. His eyes moved and he stopped his actions. Lily's face was pale. She finally understood how small she was in front of the Heavenly King. If the Heavenly King was willing, he could instantly kill her. In her eyes, this kind of power was far inferior to her own master. Heavenly King, Chi Aoshuang's eyes turned cold. You didn't wait for me to come here because you wanted to do this, right? Of course not. The Heavenly King smiled faintly, lowering his hands, turning to look at Chi Aoshuang. I am waiting for you to fulfill that person's final wish. What do you mean? Feng Yixuan's face sank. What did he mean by that last wish? Before I do, I want to ask you a question. The Heavenly King did not bother with Feng Yixuan's question. Instead, he slowly sat back down. He looked at Chi Aoshuang and asked this question with a serious expression. What's the problem? What did his last wish mean? Him? Seeing the Heavenly King's expression, a bad feeling arose in Chi Aoshuang's heart. Did he mean Camille? What do you think love is? What do you do when you love someone? The Heavenly King did not answer the question that followed. Instead, he asked the question with a deep voice. Suddenly, he slowly reached out his hand to gently stroke his face. His expression grew more and more contented, more and more satisfied. This scene was extremely strange. Xiao Orshuang was stunned. She did not expect the Heavenly King to ask such a question. Love is. Xiao Orshuang was speechless. She suddenly realized that she was unable to answer this question accurately. Love is giving. Love is two people who stay together forever. Love is a lifelong follower. Love is a person who moves with another person, willing to do anything for the person who loves. I hope the two of you will always be together. Jonathan finally interrupted. This was his understanding of love. Many of the people present also agreed with his words. Wrong. Then, his right hand gently stroked the back of his left hand as he said with a face full of happiness and satisfaction, love to the point where you belong to me. Love to the point where you can eat that person bit by bit until your stomach is full. Everyone in the hall was shocked, and their hearts trembled with fear. As the Heavenly King's actions were extremely strange, the Heavenly King slowly walked to the side, looking at the screen made of a mirror. He reached out his hand to touch the surface of the mirror and said softly, I love him, so I ate him, and he is inside my body. Everyone understood what he said, and their minds went into an uproar. Lily covered her mouth with her hand. Her face was full of disbelief and her eyes were filled with deep fear. The hall was eerily quiet without a sound. Everyone heard their own heartbeat. This is the pinnacle of love, understand? The Heavenly King slowly turned his head and looked at Xiao Orshuang, then smiled and said, You're here. I want to repay him for fulfilling my wish. So, you can go. C327. Where to? Chi Aoshuang looked at the Heavenly King before her, a complicated feeling swelling in her heart. Where he pointed, the Heavenly King slowly turned around to look at Xiao Orshuang, a bitter smile on his face as he said, You people don't know what love is. You don't know what love is. You're a lunatic, pervert. You're not in love at all, Lily finally blurted out. Love is willing to give up everything for a person, not take the lives of others recklessly. You don't respect people. You're selfish. You only love yourself. You don't think about other people's feelings at all. Oh, you seem to know how to love. The Heavenly King's eyes flashed with a faint sneer. Better than you, at least. Lily snapped angrily. You are willing to die for the people you love. The Heavenly King's voice was faint and abnormally feminine. Of course, I will never kill the man I love the way you did. That's not love at all. Lily angrily rebuked the king. You're wrong, I didn't kill him. I'm with him forever. The Heavenly King turned his head to the mirror beside him and murmured, How can you mediocre people understand what the ultimate of love is? Now, everyone finally understood why the decorations in the palace were so strange. It turned out that there was a mirror here. In her eyes, the King of Heaven was an absolute pervert. The king smiled faintly, turning to look at Xiao Orshuang and said, I will not argue with you. Love is what you ask yourselves. Go where you're supposed to go. Damn it. Lily bit her teeth and squeezed out the two words. The heavenly king glanced at Lily before shifting his gaze to Jin Yang. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. You said that you loved the heavenly king, and that's why you betrayed him and murdered him. Mishus carried the unconscious Moon King in his arms and asked with a dark expression. None of your business. You can leave with them now, or you can choose to stay and get out. As long as you keep your word, I don't want to bother you anymore. The heavenly king said with a look of disdain. All of you are no match for me. Mishus' face sank. It was extremely unsightly, but just as the heavenly king had said, they had no other choice. Only by relying on the cooperation of the various kings could he undo the seal and exterminate the heavenly king. But now that the winged king had left, the current king of White and King Yong probably wouldn't be willing to kill the heavenly king either. Alright, I hope you can keep your promise. Mezes picked up the Moon King and left the hall without looking back. Moon King was severely injured and needed to be treated and rested as soon as possible, but Mishus didn't want to waste time in these areas. He could tell that the person behind Chi Ao Shuang had an extraordinary relationship with the Heavenly King. The Heavenly King didn't pay any more attention to Mezes. Instead, he slowly walked to the throne and pressed on its armrest. The chair emitted a creaking sound and slowly moved to the side, revealing a passageway. Go, Camille has ordered it. The Heavenly King stood at the side and looked at the crowd. If you want to go, then go. If you don't want to go, then stay. Perhaps he would never be able to come back to that place again. Maybe, but no, you'll never find him. He's over there. Xiao Ao Shuang asked subconsciously. The Heavenly King only smiled faintly, not saying anything. I said I'd stay with you forever. Feng Yuxuan leaned close to Chi Ao Shuang. His voice was light but firm. Leng Lingian smiled and took a step forward. Jin Yang's resolute gaze didn't need to be said, so Lily naturally moved closer to him. Everything goes without saying. Hurry up. It may be too late. The Heavenly King said that. Let's go, Ao Shuang. It's time for the matter to come to an end. Feng Yuxuan said in a deep voice and took the initiative to lead the way. Chi Ao Shuang's expression changed. She wanted to stop Feng Yuxuan, but Feng Yuxuan's figure had already disappeared into the passageway. The next one, Leng Lingian, also followed. At this moment, Chi Ao Shuang's heart sank, and a sinister voice sounded from behind her. Stop pretending to be so nice. Get in. The matter will soon come to an end. After saying that, Qinghua extended her hand to push Chi Orshuang aside. Chi Orshuang was caught off guard and was pushed into the tunnel by the force, as she threw herself into it in a sorry state. Qinghua let out a cold snort, then followed after him. Jin Yang's expression darkened. Resisting his impulses, he followed without hesitation. Lily pulled Jin Yang to the corner of his clothes and chased after him. Dittos was about to step forward as well, but the Heavenly King was somewhat taken aback. He asked, You want to enter as well? Why? You're not after these trivial things, are you? Dittos paused for a moment, looked at the Heavenly King, and said softly, Are you afraid of loneliness? The Heavenly King was stunned, as was Jonathan. When they came back to their senses, Dittos had already disappeared into the tunnel. TCH, Heavenly King, I'll be leaving too. It was the only human thing I'd known of Dittos in years. People were all afraid of loneliness. No matter how great a person's achievements were or how powerful he would still be lonely without anyone by his side. But Dittos, the silly bird, thought only of love. Actually, a cold and heartless person couldn't be strong. One had to have feelings as a backer. Love, kinship, friendship. I think of this idiot as a friend, but he doesn't seem to have one. Jonathan was at a loss. He looked up at the king and asked, King, in your eyes, is there only love? King Tian opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but found that he could not say a word. Lilith's angry words had not left him speechless, but Jonathan's words had left him at a loss as to what to say. Friendship. In the past, he seemed to have such a beautiful friendship, but he didn't cherish it. I am not stepping into this passageway for the sake of Chi Ao Shuang. I like her, but she doesn't want me to follow her at the cost of my life. But that idiot Ditters, I can't let him go. Jonathan smiled sadly, his eyes lonely. You are the number one love, but friendship is number one in my world. Jonathan went into the passage without looking back. It would have been a shock to know Jonathan and Ditters at this time. No one would have thought that Jonathan, venomous and outwardly dissolute, would be such a righteous man. The subject, however, still had only his own dittos in his eyes. But that's the way it is. Human feelings are always so subtle. You are the most important person in a person's life, but for that person, you may not matter. Life is full of drama and irony. After Jonathan entered the tunnel, his vision went dark and his body felt as if it was stuck by a net. After struggling to get out of the net, his entire body relaxed. Then a blinding light flashed in front of him, and Jonathan instinctively put his hand under his eyebrows. When he got used to the light in front of him, he found a brand new world in front of him. Looking around, he saw endless fields, green and lush. It was quite a pleasant sight to see. Xiao Aoshuang and the rest of his men were standing right in front of him. They were on a small hill with a huge green tree. The green tree was like a huge parasol, suddenly blooming on the mountain. No one seemed to have recovered enough to see what this place was. It's a pure raw power, and it's filled with this power. Ashaflower suddenly said, "Ouch, where is this? The air is fine." The sky also suddenly drilled out of Feng Yuxuan's body. After that, he jumped onto the tree and began to deeply breathe the air here. As for Jin Lian and Lu Li, they soon appeared. Although Jin Lian was still a little haggard, but the two of them couldn't conceal the excitement on their faces. Clearly, this place was very unusual. Where is this? Lily raised her head and looked at the blue sky without a trace of impurity, then looked at the boundless wilderness and asked in confusion. No one could answer him. Jonathan looked back. The passage was gone. However, he did not panic at all. Before he came in, his heart was already very clear. Chi Aoshuang looked over, and she was also puzzled. This is the dwelling place of the gods. Suddenly, a voice rang in Chi Aoshuang's mind. This voice was exactly the same as hers, but it was filled with coldness and indifference. It's her. It was the goddess. In an instant, Xiao Aoshuang realized who was speaking to her. The god's residence. Xiao Aoshuang murmured the words of the goddess. No wonder. I was wondering why this place is so full of raw and pure power. So this is the dwelling place of the world's true gods. Qinghua's eyes slightly darkened as she spoke in a low voice. The residences of the god of father and the goddess. Everyone immediately thought of this and their faces were filled with astonishment and disbelief. This was actually the residence of the god of father and the god of mother. How did Camille set up such a channel? Camille, Chi Aoshuang suddenly had an ominous feeling in her heart. Just as Xiao Aoshuang mumbled Camille's name in a low voice. Camille, however, appeared in front of Chi Aoshuang in an instant. It was still that handsome and gentle smile. It was still that brilliant and dazzling golden hair. It was still that azure blue eyes that were as bright as gems. Just like that, he appeared in front of Chi Aoshuang with a big smile on his face. Camille! Chi Aoshuang shouted in surprise. Camille, on the other hand, continued to smile. Gradually, the crowd realized that something was amiss. The Camille that appeared before the crowd was not a physical entity, but an image. It was just a lifelike shadow. Aoshuang, I've finally waited for you, Camille spoke slowly, a gentle smile still on his face, but Chi Aoshuang finally noticed. Camille seemed very weak. C327, Son of Sin. Camille, Xiao Aoshuang looked at this gentle smiling man in front of her. This man could not be considered a good person, but he was not a bad person either. From beginning to end, perhaps he had them in his hands, but he had never done anything against her. On the contrary, he had been guarding her in his own way. His mysteriousness and power made Chi Aoshuang never suspect that such a man would be in trouble, but the facts in front of her showed everything. At this moment, Camille was extremely weak. Aoshuang, you're finally here. To be able to take one last look at you, to make sure you're all right, that's enough. Camille smiled weakly. Although his smile was as gentle and noble as ever, it made Chi Aoshuang's nose ache. To Xiao Aoshuang, Camille was just like her family. Before she knew it, Chi Aoshuang's reliance on Camille had already become a natural habit, and this habit was already deeply rooted in her bones. Camille, What's going on? Is this really the place where the fathers and the mother live? Chi Aoshuang held back the pain in her nose and asked anxiously. Yes. Camille slowly appeared in front of Chi Aoshuang, his eyes focused only on Chi Aoshuang. He gently reached out his hand to touch Chi Aoshuang's face, but suddenly passed through it. Camille's face darkened a little, then he smiled and said, "It's enough for you to come." What the hell is going on? Chi Aoshuang had a bad feeling about this. Austin, remember my real name, Elias Camille. Camille smiled and suddenly turned to look at Feng Yixuan. He said in a low voice, "Feng Yixuan, treat Aoshuang well in the future. Go back to the Ceylon continent and live happily." Feng Yixuan was stunned. Seeing the seriousness in Camille's eyes, he slightly frowned. "Camille, just who are you? What happened?" "Aoshuang, this little fool, is somewhat slow-witted towards emotions. The person she likes deep in her heart is you. Even though you are sometimes very impetuous as an idiot, but you are very reliable. Every time Aoshuang is in danger, you will be the first one to appear. I'll trust her to you." Camille's smile was as warm as jade. "Camille, what are you talking about?" It was as if he was giving orders to his successors. "Papa, don't talk like that, tell us what's going on." How could Feng Yixuan's impatience bear with Camille's ambiguous words? However, when Camille spoke of Aoshuang's true intentions, Aoshuang was slightly stunned, but Leng Lingyan did not seem surprised. She just stood to the side with a calm expression, and no one could see the pain in her eyes. "I've set up a restriction around the place you two are standing at, so he won't be able to detect it. Now that I've seen you guys, I feel at ease. Go back to where you belong." Camille smiled, looking at Chi Aoshuang. "Aoshuang, don't forget me. My real name is Elias Camille." As he finished speaking, Camille didn't give any more reaction to Chi Aoshuang or the others. His body gradually became blurry, and the air around where they stood also began to circulate rapidly. "Spatial transformation." Ditto said these words in a low voice, his eyes filled with surprise. Who was this golden-haired, blue-eyed man in front of him? He actually possessed such a terrifying power, and he seemed to be in a very weak and unfavorable state. "No, Camille, what's wrong with you? What happened? Don't send us away, let's go together." Xiao Aoshuang's heart became more and more flustered, and she shouted out loudly. She reached out her hand to touch Camille, but she managed to pass through Camille's body. "Aoshuang, there's no need to know. All you have to do is live happily with your lover and friends." Camille smiled. "Nice to meet you." After Camille finished speaking, his figure was about to disappear. "Azure flower," Leng Lingyan shouted in a low voice. "HMPH." After a cold snort, Qinghua directly extended her hand and a ray of light enveloped Camille's body. Camille's expression turned to one of shock. After a few seconds, he disappeared. "Camille!" Chi Aoshuang was panicking, and she shouted out loud. "What are you shouting for? If you want to save him, then be quiet." Just as Xiao Aoshuang was panicking, the cold and impatient voice of the goddess appeared in her mind once again. "What?" Chi Aoshuang's pupils dilated. Qinghua stood where she was and frowned before kneeling down respectfully towards Chi Aoshuang. "Master, I welcome your return. This body, as well as the power that originally belonged to you, please take it back." Qinghua's action caused everyone to be stunned, and suddenly, Chi Aoshuang felt something very important leave her body at that moment. This feeling was extremely painful, as if he was digging out his heart and lungs. "Ah!" Chi Aoshuang lowered her head, trying her best to hold back the pain in her body. However, she was still unable to resist the pain, and she slowly squatted down. "Aoshuang." When Feng Yixuan saw Chi Aoshuang's abnormal state, he anxiously extended his hand to support Chi Aoshuang. A hint of worry flashed across Leng Lingyan's eyes, but she resisted the urge to move. She just stood there quietly. Chi Aoshuang's body gradually emitted a dazzling red and white glow. At some point, Golden Lotus and Luli had been ejected from Chi Aoshuang's body and were unconscious beside her. "Aoshuang, are you all right?" "Aoshuang." Feng Yixuan was burning with anxiety. He raised his head to look at the blue and white flowers. A violent light flashed in his eyes, and he was about to attack them. As long as he killed this woman, everything would end. "Stop, this will harm Aoshuang." Leng Lingyan's cold voice rang out, stopping Feng Yixuan's actions. Facing the furious and anxious eyes of Yixuan, Leng Lingyun remained indifferent. Doing this will only enrage her. She will devour Aoshuang's wool right now. Feng Yixuan's face sank. He clenched his fists and turned his head to look at the increasingly painful Qi Aoshuang. The pain in his heart was even more excruciating. Lily tightly held onto Jin Yang's arm and worriedly asked in a small voice, "Elder brother Jin Yang, elder sister Aoshuang will be fine, right? What should we do?" "It'll be all right." Jin Yang softly said these words, but his heart was already tense. Qi Aoshuang's face was turning paler and paler. Was this all right? Originally, he had thought that he would be able to successfully separate their consciousness after meeting Camille. However, he never expected that after coming here, this place was filled with pure energy, allowing the Orland woman in her to regain the power to separate herself after waking up. Would she take this opportunity to do anything to Aoshuang? Jin Yang's heart was also uneasy and anxious. His eyes grew colder and colder, and his hands tightened into fists. "Don't be impulsive, didn't you hear me? If we attack that woman now, Aoshuang will also be in danger." Jonathan's low voice sounded calmly in Ditta's ears, dispelling the same impulse as Feng Yixuan had. "It'll be fine, it'll definitely be fine. Be patient." Jonathan's deep voice seemed to have the power to soothe people, and Ditto's clenched fist finally relaxed. Gradually, the light from Qi Aoshuang's body poured out, shining upon the body of Qinghua. A painful expression slowly appeared on Qinghua's face, but she did not move an inch. She did not even make a sound. "Brother Jin Yang, then, what will happen to that person?" Lily tugged on Jin Yang's arm as she asked in fear. This was only because the expression on Qinghua's face was getting more and more painful, more and more twisted. "He'll be consumed, and then completely gone," Jin Yang slowly said with a deep voice. "Ah!" Lily's face changed. She looked at the blue and white flower that was suffering great pain. An indescribable feeling arose in his heart. Although that woman was very annoying, was she going to disappear just like that? For her master, she had contributed everything without any complaints, and then completely disappeared. Was this worth it? The expression on Qinghua's face gradually changed from pain to calmness before it slowly turned cold again. As for Qi Aoshuang, she gradually regained her composure. The intense pain vanished, and what replaced it was a feeling of emptiness that was hard to describe with words. Qinghua slowly opened her eyes exuding an ice-cold light, terrifying the heart and soul of anyone who looked at her. "Aoshuang, are you all right?" Feng Yixuan helped Qi Aoshuang up. His face was full of worry and his voice was trembling. He was afraid that Qi Aoshuang would never reply to him again. "She's fine." Qinghua stood up abruptly and said those words coldly. Looking at Feng Yixuan's attitude towards Qi Aoshuang, it was as if a thorn had pierced through her eyes. "I'm fine." Qi Aoshuang slowly raised her head, but her eyes were clear. She and Blue Flower were just staring at each other, their eyes cold. Qi Aoshuang suppressed the discomfort in her body. Looking at the blue and white flowers, Qi Aoshuang could clearly feel that the power in her body had not only recovered, but had increased to an unprecedented level. "I really didn't expect, he didn't expect that." Qinghua's voice was incomparably cold, and a tyrannical light gradually appeared in her eyes. Xiao Aoshuang smiled with difficulty and said slowly, "However, most of the power is still on your side. HMPH. These belong to me." Blue Flower let out a loud shout. The conversation between the two instantly became clear. Everyone now understood what they meant. Leng Lingyun was also stunned, because even he did not expect the power of that person to be separated. Or could it be that some of the forces had chosen to take on the role of the master? Thinking of this, Leng Lingyun's heart sank. In her temper, the consequences of having her things taken were unthinkable. What would she do? "You want to save that man? The son of sin?" The corners of Qinghua's lips curled up into a sneer. "Camille?" Qi Aoshuang's expression changed, and she immediately understood who the man Qinghua was talking about was. But why the son of sin? Indeed, Leng Lingyun's heart sank to the bottom. She always struck the most deadly blow to someone's soft spot. And now, he was going to do the same to Aoshuang. C329. Do you know why I call him the son of sin? His existence is a shame and a sin. Just now, the light I struck on his body acquired all of his memories. TSK, how terrible. The cyan flower's smile was cold and full of ridicule and disdain. Chi Ao Shuang stared at Qinghua, and in that instant, Chi Ao Shuang felt her thoughts and consciousness clear up. During that period of time, Chi Ao Shuang had already lost her sense of self, and many things had become passive and muddled. But it was different now. Right now, she was the one and only Chi Ao Shuang. What's wrong? Xiao Ao Shuang asked with a cold look on her face. She didn't like hearing people say that about Camille. No one, father, God, mother, is not a husband and wife, but two siblings. God raped the mother to have the Camille you're thinking about, the one who was born of rape, and his mother tried to kill him as soon as he was born. He didn't get there, he ran. The mother God cannot bear the perverted love of the father God, so she must seal herself and disperse her power to die. Qinghua's voice was as cold as ice, bone-chilling cold. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. He shouldn't exist at all. No one welcomed him into the world. His existence is a disgrace. A cold sneer appeared on the corner of Qinghua's mouth, but before Xiao Ao Shuang could retort, her face instantly turned cold. But such a person, you will not just watch him die. That's right. Chi Ao Shuang's eyes also shone with a cold light as she stared at the blue and white flowers. Now that he has been captured by the Father God has drawn out all of his power to awaken the mother. Only I can save him. Blue Flower smiled, but it was filled with a chilling intent. So, what price do I have to pay? Chi Ao Shuang's expression did not change as she asked in a deep voice, but her tone was full of determination. No, Ao Shuang. Leng Lingyan's expression darkened, and she did not hesitate to stop him. He knew the goddess's personality too well. Every time, she would use the thing or person that others cared the most about to deal a fatal blow to the goddess. Shut up! A cold light flashed in Qinghua's eyes, and with a flick of her sleeve, Leng Lingyan was immediately sent flying by a powerful force. She crashed into the big tree behind her before regaining her footing. With a poof, Leng Lingyan felt as if his internal organs were on fire and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Lingyan! Chi Ao Shuang's face sank. Looking at the injured Leng Lingyan crying out worriedly, she hurriedly ran forward to help Leng Lingyan. Don't come over, don't touch me. However, Leng Lingyan gave a low shout, and stopped Chi Ao Shuang's actions. He knew the goddess personality very well, and if Xiao Ao Shuang came over to support him, it would only add fuel to the fire for the goddess. Chi Ao Shuang stopped in her tracks and turned around to face the cold face of Qinghua, glaring at this cold and powerful woman. You woman, how could Feng Yixuan, with his fiery personality, endure such a cold and arrogant action? He roared and was about to attack. No, no! Chi Ao Shuang and Leng Lingyan spoke out to stop him, but it was already too late. Qinghua's expression instantly became extremely ugly to behold. She knitted her eyebrows, clenched her teeth and let out a cold snort. Then, she waved her hand towards Feng Yixuan in a hateful manner. In the next moment, Feng Yixuan was like a cannonball as he directly smashed towards the huge green tree. With a loud bang, Feng Yixuan directly broke the tree's middle. As for Feng Yixuan, he was still unconscious, vomiting blood. This time, Chi Ao Shuang did not try to run over to check on Feng Yixuan's injuries. She understood that the more intimate her attitude became with Feng Yixuan and Leng Lingyan, the angrier the goddess became. What do you want? At this time, Xiao Ao Shuang was surprisingly calm as she asked each and every word clearly. While Lily clenched her teeth, Jin Yang patted her shoulder and shook his head, indicating that this matter wasn't something that they could interfere in. Ditto's eyes were cold, but he still stood to the side sensibly. It was obvious that he was beginning to understand the whole situation slowly, and Jonathan did not say a word either. He was also well aware that they were absolutely no match for that woman called Qinghua. If this woman wanted to, she could instantly kill everyone present. Blue Flower slightly raised her eyebrows, then she suddenly smiled. Her smile was peerlessly beautiful, and it was a bewitching and enchanting smile. I helped you save that man. You took the initiative to disappear, completely disappearing. A cold voice suddenly rang out in Chi Ao Shuang's mind. Chi Ao Shuang's pupils slightly constricted, but her face didn't show anything strange. She just stood there quietly, looking at the blue and white flower with a faint smile on her face. Blue Flowers raised her eyebrows, the corners of her mouth curving upwards. She did not say anything, but Chi Ao Shuang understood what was going on. Blue Flower asked, whether she would agree or not. Leng Lingian looked at the two of them nervously, trying to figure out something from their expressions, but she couldn't find anything out. Qi Aoshuang sighed softly in her heart. His life was for himself. She was Qi Aoshuang, not a goddess, she was her. Would she be able to watch Camille die? Is that possible? Impossible. Camille was more important to her than she could have imagined. All right. Qi Aoshuang opened her mouth and said one word in a low voice. The light word was firm and heavy. Qinghua silently smiled, a charming smile gradually appearing on her face. Qi Aoshuang turned around and walked towards Leng Lingian and Feng Yixuan. She walked to the front and slowly squatted down to help the unconscious Feng Yixuan up. She turned to look at Leng Lingian and asked in a low voice, "Lingian, are you all right? What did you promise her?" Leng Lingian's expression was solemn and anxious. She did not answer Qi Aoshuang's question, but asked with a deep voice, "Nothing. Just promise me one thing I can do." Qi Aoshuang looked down at the unconscious Feng Yixuan, wiped the blood from the corner of Feng Yixuan's mouth, then looked up at Leng Lingian and said indifferently, "Something you can do? What is it?" Leng Lingian knew that with that person's personality, things would not be so simple. A strong sense of unease arose from the bottom of her heart, spreading further and further, almost filling Leng Lingian's heart. "Let's go. If we're late, that man is dead." Qinghua's cold voice rang out. Qi Aoshuang did not even glance at Qinghua. She continued to look down at Feng Yixuan's face. Feng Yixuan gradually regained his consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes and met Qi Aoshuang's clear eyes. "Yixuan." Qi Aoshuang looked deeply at Feng Yixuan and gave a faint smile. "Aoshuang." Feng Yixuan gradually came back to his senses and abruptly sat up. He grabbed Qi Aoshuang's shoulder and looked her up and down nervously. Are you all right?" Qi Aoshuang gently shook her head and smiled as she looked at Feng Yixuan. "How about you? Are you all right?" "It's fine." Even though Feng Yixuan was twitching in pain, he still grinned and shook his head. "Hurry up, or you won't even see the ashes of that man." Seeing this scene unfold before her eyes, an indescribable fire burned in her heart. "Let's go." Qi Aoshuang ignored the blue and white flowers and instead said these words to Feng Yixuan. He then turned around and looked at Dittos and Jonathan. With some hesitation, he asked, "Do you two still want to follow me all the way here?" Dittos did not say anything. He merely took a step forward and expressed his attitude. Jonathan shrugged his shoulders and said, "You saw it too. There's nothing I can do about it. I'll just follow this guy. If he gets hurt or anything, there's a man to carry him back." Dittos glanced at Jonathan coldly, but Jonathan rolled his eyes indifferently. Blueflower no longer said anything. Instead, she walked to the front by herself, heading towards the east. In that direction, she felt a powerful and pure force flowing. That place was undoubtedly the residence of the goddess of the father. Qi Aoshuang and the rest followed behind. Qi Aoshuang's expression was very calm, so calm that it caused the uneasiness in Leng Lingian's heart to spread rapidly. Leng Lingian slowly walked to Qi Aoshuang's side, lowering her voice and saying, "Aoshuang, what did you promise her?" Qi Aoshuang only turned her head slightly, looking at the worried Leng Lingian, and smiled faintly. "If it were you, I would still agree." After speaking, Xiao Aoshuang no longer spoke to Leng Lingian, and quickly followed behind her. Leng Lingian stood on the spot, staring at the back of Qi Aoshuang with a complicated feeling rising in her heart. Pain, emotion, pain, panic. He looked at Xiao Aoshuang with eyes filled with pain and bewilderment, but gradually, his eyes became resolute. As if she made a difficult decision, Leng Lingian bit her lip and frowned, but still resolutely took a step forward to follow. Feng Yixuan saw all of this. He was no fool. He understood that it was impossible for him to ask Qi Aoshuang anything, so he decided to directly ask Leng Lingian. As he approached Leng Lingian, Feng Yixuan asked in a low voice, "Hey, Leng Lingian, what exactly happened? What do you mean by I won't agree to it? What did Aoshuang promise that witch? It's serious, isn't it?" Feng Yixuan knew that something wasn't right, but he still couldn't understand the details. Leng Lingian only glanced at Feng Yixuan for a moment before he spoke in a low voice. "Feng Yixuan, if you dare to harm Aoshuang, I will be the first to kill you." There was a fierce decisiveness and a trace of brutality in his tone, which stunned Feng Yixuan. After he finished speaking, Leng Lingyun followed without turning his head back, leaving Feng Yixuan stunned. He rubbed his head in confusion as he looked at the departing Leng Lingyun. He cursed in a low voice, "You lunatic, what did you say? Even if I hurt myself, I wouldn't hurt Orland. What's wrong with this kid? If you harm Aoshuan, I will also kill you." Suddenly, the sinister voice of Dotens rang in Feng Yixuan's ears. Then, Dotens stepped past him and continued walking forward. "What do you mean?" Feng Yixuan was a bit angry. He had tolerated such inexplicable words from this person, but this seemed to be an outsider. What was he trying to do by saying something like this? That's the meaning of it. You'll understand it very soon. He continued to walk forward without paying attention to Feng Yixuan's words. At the same time, Jonathan passed by Feng Yixuan and faintly said, "That's the meaning." Feng Yixuan was completely stunned. Just what were these people trying to express? Unfathomable. As he watched Chi Aoshuan disappear into the distance, Feng Yixuan came back to his senses and hurriedly chased after her. This time, Feng Yixuan fell silent along the way. He lowered his head, thinking about something. As they walked on, a beautiful palace appeared before everyone's eyes very quickly. This palace was grand and generous. It was all made of pure white ore, and it sparkled under the sunlight. All sorts of fresh flowers bloomed here at different times of the year. They fought for their splendor, but from far away, they could already smell the fragrance of the flowers. The cyan flowers approached the edges of the flowers, a disdainful sneer on their faces. They put their hands in the air, lowered their heads and closed their eyes, and white rays of light began to bloom on their hands. "There's a barrier." Lily stared at the scene in front of her, her heart filled with terror. There was a barrier, but she couldn't feel it at all. Everyone else had different expressions. Some were shocked, and some looked completely calm. Leng Lingyun looked at this scene expressionlessly. In her eyes, this sort of spirit formation was nothing. Bang! A loud sound was heard, as if countless glass pieces had been shattered into pieces. It was so loud that it hurt one's eardrums. Under everyone's astonished gazes, a barrier appeared around the palace. Then, it began to shatter at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if it were a gorgeous and enchanting crystal, shining with a demonic light under the sunlight. The blue and white flowers began to walk towards the palace gates. After saving the Sin child, everything came to an end. Red lotus, white lotus, you are mine. From the past until now, you are all mine. No one can take them away. Even if it was his other consciousness. Chi Aoshuan looked at the huge palace, and without any hesitation, she quickly chased after him. Leng Lingyun looked at the back of Chi Aoshuan. She wanted to say something but stopped herself. She stood still for a long time, and finally, everyone walked in. C330. After entering the palace, everything that entered his eyes was pure white. The floor was clear and the surroundings were spotless. However, there was no one around. On the sofa and on the table, fresh flowers were strewn all over the place. The fragrance wafted through the air. He continued forward along the floor, the pure energy getting stronger and stronger, closer and closer. After walking down a long and clean corridor, the view in front of them instantly widened. When Chi Aoshuan saw the scene in front of her, her pupils constricted. The front wall was covered with a network of crystal wires. 2 luxurious chairs were placed at the corner of the wall, on which sat a boy and a girl. The boy was carved from jade, with bright eyes, a round face, and small, rosy lips. His eyes were as clear as a spring as he quietly watched everyone. The little girl by the side leaned lightly against the back of the chair, her eyes closed. Her long eyelashes were like 2 rows of small brushes that could move a person's heart. Her pretty face, however, was pale white. She was dressed in white lace, and her hair was as black as ink. The contrast between the snow-white clothes and the pitch-black hair was extremely intense, giving people a strong impact on their eyeballs. Her dark hair fell over her head, and she dragged down the steps. Who are these 2 children? The expressions of the crowd slightly changed, and some doubt appeared in the depths of their eyes. However, Xiao Aoshuan quickly confirmed the identities of the 2 children. The crystal net that was stretched out from the little girl's back was connected to the crystal net on the wall behind her. Looking towards the top of the net, Xiao Aoshuan was so shocked that her whole body started trembling. At the top was a person whose entire body was covered only by a piece of white cloth on his waist, and his hands and feet were nailed to the wall by a sharp crystal spike. White light constantly flowed into the crystal threads, and it was more like the crystal nets were constantly being consumed than the light that was surging out of his body. The blonde hair hung down lifelessly, and there was not a trace of blood on his face. Other than Camille, who else could that breathtakingly beautiful face be? Those two children, one was a god, and the unconscious beautiful girl was the mother god. They actually appeared on the outside. Now the fathers and the mother look like harmless children. Chi Aoshuang stared at Camille, who was nailed to the wall, her heart aching in pain. Camille, it turns out that Camille's life is actually like this, so even though he is omnipotent, he is lonely. Yet, such a person had fallen into such a dangerous situation. Chi Aoshuang bit her lip as she stared deeply at Camille not far away. This is not a place for you to come to. The handsome-looking god slowly stood up and looked at the blue and white flowers as he lightly said. The voice was clear and melodious. No one can stop me where I want to go, including you. However, the blue and white flower didn't laugh at all, laughing mockingly and mockingly. He is mine, and I have the right to deal with him. You have no right to interfere. His father frowned slightly as he looked at Qinghua and said unkindly, you don't belong to this world, so you have no right to interfere in our affairs. Go back to where you came from. Sorry, he's my bargaining chip. As the highest god of this world, he is actually weak to such an extent. How laughable. It has nothing to do with you. The face of the father god turned cold. He and the mother god used this form of representation not because of their strange hobbies, but because he lost too much strength in order to save the mother god. Die, or hand over that person. Qinghua took a step forward, his eyes darkened as a terrifying oppressive aura instantly gushed out from him, directly suppressing his father. This terrifying aura that could be seen with the naked eye caused the face of his father and god to change. He took a step forward, wrinkling his brows and instantly releasing an imposing aura. When the two auras collided, there was a soft sound of collision in the air. Afterward, everyone watched in shock as the chi from the deity was neutralized by the chi from the flower. The flower's chi entered the father's body without any hindrance. His father's expression suddenly changed. He reached out his hand to cover his chest, but blood slowly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Then his body wavered and he took a step back. He quickly reached out to the handle of the chair to steady himself. The collision of these two forces caused everyone to feel immense pressure. It was as if a lone boat was caught in a storm and was unable to stabilize its body. His heart was almost forced to a standstill. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they all silently stood to the side. They knew that they wouldn't be allowed to interfere in a battle of this level. It was already extremely lucky for them to be able to stand here. The exchange between the gods was already too much for them to bear just because of the power unleashed from their probing each other just a moment ago. The look in her eyes grew colder and colder, and she had almost lost her patience to continue pestering him. Death or handing over the person, Qinghua said impatiently. I've lost too much energy. His father looked at Qinghua, unwilling to give up, and spat out a few words. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qinghua's cold voice. Even when you were at your best, you were no match for me. Qinghua sneered. I don't want to kill the gods of this world either. Quickly hand it over. The father god did not say anything. Instead, he slowly turned his head to look at the mother god who was sleeping beside him. His eyes were filled with boundless longing and reluctance, and there was even pain in his heart. She has made up her mind to die. No matter how much power you infuse into her, she will still disperse. Don't do any useless nonsense. Sooner or later, you will die. Do you choose to die now or in the future? Now that she's dead, I will make your death very ugly, and her death even worse. Leng Lingyun slightly frowned. She still hadn't changed. She was always so overbearing, always such an aggressive tone. She still didn't know what love was. Only possession, possession. The expression of the father god became more and more sorrowful. He extended his hand and gently caressed the pale face of the mother god. His lips slightly moved, as though he was saying something. However, no one heard him say a word. All right, take him away. The father god slowly knelt in front of the mother god. He gently leaned his head against the mother god's thigh and said those words in a low voice. HMPH. Boring. The blue and white flower gently flicked her sleeves, and the sharp crystals on Camille's full limbs instantly vanished. Camille's body slowly floated into the air, slowly descending and landing in front of Chi Aoshuang. Xiao Aoshuang extended her hand to catch Camille. Jin Yang stepped forward and took off his cloak to cover Camille's body. There was no blood on Camille's full limbs from the sharp crystals. The wounds on his body slowly healed. Seeing this, Chi Aoshuang finally calmed down. Camille was fine, but he could make it in time. Camille, Chi Aoshuang whispered into Camille's ear, but Camille was still unconscious. Let's go. Qinghua indifferently said that, then turned around and walked out of the room. Jin Yang came forward and carried Camille. He nodded to Chi Aoshuang before taking a step forward. Chi Aoshuang nodded lightly, following behind. Everyone walked out in silence. Chi Aoshuang followed behind Jin Yang and looked at Camille on his back. Her eyes were filled with slight sadness and deep reluctance. Chi Aoshuang's gaze slowly shifted to Feng Yixuan. After staring at Feng Yixuan's back for a long time, she slowly shifted her gaze back to Jin Yang. She looked at each of the crowd before finally turning to meet Leng Lingyan's gaze, who was walking beside her. Leng Lingyan's gaze was deep, and she stared at Chi Aoshuang. However, Chi Aoshuang only smiled and did not say anything. Chi Aoshuang's attitude caused Leng Lingyan's expression to turn serious. Everyone walked out of the palace. Qinghua, who was walking at the front, suddenly turned around and looked at Xiao Aoshuang with a cold smile. This man will recover slowly. Nothing will happen to him. She was referring to Camille. Chi Aoshuang nodded gently and walked to Jin Yang's side. She extended her hand and gently smoothed the hair on the front of his head before letting out a soft sigh. It's time. Qinghua's eyes turned cold, raising her voice to remind Xiao Aoshuang impatiently. All right, Xiao Aoshuang responded in a low voice. She turned around and smiled at Dittos and Jonathan. Jonathan, Ditto. It's good to be friends with you. You're too power-hungry, Dottons, to think about too many things. In fact, when a person had something to protect, it would become stronger. Jonathan, it's hard for you to spend so many years with Dittos. If there's anything I can do, I will still accompany you. Jonathan shrugged and said helplessly. However, there was a trace of unease in the eyes of Dentance. He looked at Chi Aoshuang hesitantly, then slightly frowned, as if he was thinking about what Xiao Aoshuang had said. Lingyan, I'm sorry, thank you. Chi Aoshuang walked in front of Leng Lingyan and looked up at her with a sad smile, her heart full of guilt. This man had done so much for him, yet in the end, he had been unable to respond to his feelings. Leng Lingyan was a good man, a good man. Leng Lingyan's eyes were deep, but she did not say a word. However, there was something firm in the depths of his eyes. Feng Yixuan was stunned on the spot. As he watched Chi Aoshuang approach him, Chi Aoshuang spread out her arms and hugged him. She slowly moved closer to his ear and whispered a few words into his ear. Yixuan, I like you. These few words were like 1,000 gin boulder that pressed down on Feng Yixuan's heart. At this moment, Feng Yixuan's heart nearly stopped beating. This was the first time Chi Aoshuang had spoken her mind out loud and responded to him in a positive manner. Chi Aoshuang let go of him and smiled at Feng Yixuan, silently watching him. Since when had this person entered her heart? I don't know. Perhaps it was his first time seeing him arrogantly baring his fangs and brandishing his claws at the arena, or perhaps it was his appearance when he encountered the Dark Mage, or perhaps it was his appearance just in time after the battle with the Moon Goddess. Too much, too much. At this moment, Chi Aoshuang's mind was filled with the images from the past. Aoshuang, you. A sense of unease arose in Feng Yixuan's heart. It gradually spread out, nearly devouring his heart. Blue Flower suddenly stepped forward and placed his hand on Feng Yixuan's forehead with lightning speed. Feng Yixuan's entire body shook, and he froze on the spot. Chi Aoshuang turned around and saw the cold expression on Qinghua's face and the anger in her eyes. If it doesn't belong to you, then don't continue to drag it out shamelessly. The cold voice of Qinghua was filled with impatience and annoyance. Chi Aoshuang watched Qinghua's movements and then looked at the frozen Feng Yixuan. She suddenly felt a sense of loss. She knew that Qinghua was restoring his memories, a memory like fire. Leng Lingyan's hands, which were hidden in her sleeves, were slightly clenched. She watched the movements of Qinghua and paid close attention to Feng Yixuan's reaction. What is she doing? Lily whispered to Jin Yang. To recover the deepest memories of Breezy, as memories of fire. Jin Yang's heart was extremely complicated. He had already guessed everything from the conversation between Qi Aoshuang and Qinghua. Young Miss said that he would support all the decisions he made, forever and unconditionally. But does Miss have to support herself by sacrificing herself to save Camille? If he fought against Qinghua, the result would most likely be him infuriating her. Other than Feng Yixuan and Leng Lingyuan, everyone else would be mercilessly killed by her. In just a short period of time, Jin Yang had already understood the personality of Blue and White Flower. Cold, cruel, overbearing, always aloof. Ditto's eyes darkened as he silently watched the scene in front of him. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder, followed by a wave of warmth. Turning his head, he saw Jonathan put his hand on his shoulder and nod resolutely after smiling at him. For some reason, an indescribable feeling filled his entire body as his heart suddenly felt warm. What was this feeling? Dottons was stunned. He turned back to look at Qi Aoshuang. The words Xiao Aoshuang had said just now were still etched deeply into his mind. Family love, friendship, love. Ditto slowly reached out his hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally pressed his hand down heavily on Jonathan's hand. Jonathan was stunned, then a knowing smile appeared on his face. At the very least, Ditto's had already taken his first step, although he didn't know if he would have the chance to take his next step in the future. In the next moment, Qinghua retracted her hand, turned around and looked at Xiao Aoshuang, coldly shouting, "Quick, fulfill your promise." Qi Aoshuang looked deeply at the frozen Feng Yixuan. A faint smile slowly appeared on her lips as she nodded, "Let's do it." He then turned to the crowd and said, "This is a deal between me and her. None of you are to interfere. Don't lose your lives in vain. I hope you all are doing well. Miss." Jin Yang clenched his teeth, but his expression changed. He was about to say something, but Qi Aoshuang firmly shook her head, using her eyes to stop him. HMPH. HMPH. Qinghua coldly snorted as he extended his hand and waved it towards the others. A powerful and terrifying pressure swept over them. The next moment, everyone was shocked to realize that they were unable to move. "I told you to leave peacefully. I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from killing everyone who causes trouble." Qinghua coldly stated her purpose for doing this. She was very clear that if these people saw her killing Qi Aoshuang, they would definitely not just stand there and watch. At that time, she would definitely kill them all. And Qi Aoshuang probably wouldn't give up so easily. This way, she would lose her original intention. Qi Aoshuang did not speak again. She looked at the crowd once more before slowly walking in front of Qinghua. Qinghua's eyes turned cold. She stretched out her hand and stabbed towards Qi Aoshuang's chest. Her hand directly pierced through Qi Aoshuang's chest, but there was no blood. Qi Aoshuang's body gradually became transparent, slowly forming a stream of air that attached itself to Qinghua's arm and flowed towards her body. Leng Lingyuan's hands trembled slightly. He was trying his best to resist the restraint of the azure flower, trying his best to break through it. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to not let Xiao Aoshuang disappear. The people who did the same naturally included Jin Yang and Ditters. Unfortunately, before the tyrannical power of blue flowers, no one could get rid of them. Qi Aoshuang felt her body turning light, and she gradually lost all feeling in her body. However, her consciousness did not disappear immediately. She could see everything around her very clearly. He saw her body gradually disappear. Then, Jin Lian and Lu Li fell from the sky to the ground. The two of them were unconscious. He could clearly see Leng Lingyuan's pained expression, Jin Yang's pained expression, Lily's fear and sorrow, and Ditter's bloodshot eyes as he looked at Qinghua with hatred. "Feng Yixuan, where is Yixuan?" He remained where he was, his head bowed. "In fact, I'm really reluctant to part with her." Looking at all this, Qi Aoshuang was filled with reluctance. He also wanted to go back to the continent to meet his friends. He wanted to be with them, wanted to live with them. Everything became a dream. However, meeting them in this life was really good, really good. Qi Aoshuang's consciousness was slowly becoming muddled. Was everything settled? C331. Stop! Stop! Suddenly, a thunderous shout exploded in the surroundings. "Yixuan?" Qi Aoshuang was stunned, her consciousness clearing up a little at this moment. "Like fire, you're awake." There was a hint of surprise in Qinghua's cold voice. However, There was some hesitation in Yuxuan's angry eyes. What did you say? Feng Yuxuan's eyes were bloodshot. He looked up at Qinghua with bloodshot eyes. Gritting his teeth, he enunciated each word clearly. I said, tell you to stop. Qinghua's face turned cold, her eyes narrowed, and she said solemnly, you have recovered your memory, but you still want me to stop? Are you being the same? They all care so much about that substitute. She's not a substitute. She's her. She's Aoshuan, no one can take her place, and she's not your replacement. Feng Yuxuan's body slowly began to move with difficulty. He slowly walked toward the blue and white flower. With an exceptionally firm voice, he said, I love her. Do you understand? I love Aoshuan. Nonsense. You can only love me. You are all mine. Qinghua shouted in anger. You don't know what love is. You've always had possession, just possession. Feng Yuxuan's voice was low and deep, but there was an irresistible magic to it. Like fire. What nonsense are you talking about? I love you all. Don't you understand that I love you all so much that I would burn all living things to ashes if you disappeared? Azure Flower retorted angrily. No, love is the only thing. What you have for us is not love, we exist only as an object for you. You only possess us, and we do not love you. It's just a respect for the master. Feng Yuxuan slowly said in a low voice, don't you understand why we disappeared back then? Qinghua was stunned as she stared blankly at Feng Yuxuan. Leng Lingyuan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily, even though Feng Yuxuan had recovered some of his memories, he still hadn't changed his mind. However, Leng Lingyuan's heart sank again. What would Feng Yuxuan do when he said those words and objected to her? What would her personality do? That's not love at all. I don't love you, I love the frost. Her strength, her frailty, her smile, all of it touched my heart, and she was the only one in it. No one can replace her. Feng Yuxuan clenched his fists and said coldly, that's why I told you to stop. Return her to me. It's not love. You said that I don't love you all, Qinghua muttered to herself first. Suddenly, her face changed. She looked at Feng Yuxuan and sneered. Return it to you? Ha ha, return it to you? Do you think I'll let her live again? Return it to me. Feng Yuxuan was in a hurry to attack her heart. He raised his hand and released a blazing flame towards the blue and white flower. Qinghua was stunned. She didn't even dodge, instead standing there blankly, accepting this wave of attacks from Feng Yuxuan. The ball of fiery flames hit onto Qinghua's body, but didn't cause any damage. However, Qinghua stared blankly at the enraged Feng Yuxuan. You actually attacked me. Qinghua stared at Feng Yuxuan in a daze, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. She mumbled, you actually dared to attack me for her. Leng Lingyuan's heart sank as she sensed that something was wrong with Qinghua's emotions. Ha 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 ha, you actually attacked me for a substitute. After laughing, he suddenly looked at Feng Yuxuan, and his eyes revealed a vicious glint. With pain and anger, he shouted in a stern voice, since that's the case, then die. Go accompany her. Die together. It would disappear forever. Go to hell. Go to hell. Blue Flower's face turned malevolent. Both of his hands that had gone out of control were clasped in front of his chest. He released countless sharp ice cones, and they were sharp as they shot towards Feng Yuxuan. Feng Yuxuan drew a circle in the air with his right hand, then a huge round flame shield appeared in the air. Feng Yuxuan abruptly pushed the round flame shield forward. The ice all collided with the round flame shield, and after a series of ear-piercing sizzling sounds, the sharp ice all pierced through Feng Yuxuan's body without any suspense. Blood gushed out and instantly dyed Feng Yuxuan's clothes red. Blood seeped out of the corner of Feng Yuxuan's mouth, but he did not care about that. Instead, he revealed a smile of relief. Blue Flower was first startled, her eyes flashing with an unbearable light. She opened her mouth to say something, but what Feng Yuxuan said next made her even more angry. That's fine, but dying is better than staying by your side. In a sense, I'll be in the same world as her. Feng Yuxuan sneered. Like fire. It's not as simple as dying. I will make you and her completely disappear. Completely and utterly gone. The rage of the azure flower was unstoppable like the eruption of a volcano. This is. Leng Lingyuan was shocked and wanted to stop him, but her throat felt like it was being strangled, and she couldn't utter a single word. This is, it doesn't matter. Feng Yuxuan's face was filled with a mocking sneer. Deep within his eyes was a deep sadness. Aoshuan, has Aoshuan disappeared just like that? Go to hell! The cyan flower was infuriated, her entire body was emitting a bone-piercing cold air, and the cold air quickly spread out with her as the center, and then it quickly materialized with a naked eye, completely condensing into the skating ice cones that covered the sky and earth. The crashing sound of the ground exploding could be heard as the ground froze, and countless ice cones shot up into the sky. The surrounding flowers were instantly frozen and withered. The air in the entire world seemed as if it was frozen. It was bone-chilling cold. These attacks circled around Leng Lingian. Stop! Leng Lingian struggled to say the two words. He knew that she had already lost control of herself. If this continued, not only would they be killed, even the entire world would be destroyed. The only ones he could avoid were her and him. At this time, how could Qinghua still listen to Leng Lingian's words? She frantically unleashed her power. A deep sense of betrayal almost completely engulfed her mind, and it was like a heart-wrenching pain. The thought in her heart crazily occupied her thoughts. It was that her fiery temper had betrayed her, completely and utterly betrayed her. Behind them, the magnificent palace began to shake as well. Soon, the godfather came running out with the female god in his arms. With a darkened face, he yelled at Qinghua, "Stop right there. This is not a place for you to behave atrociously." At this moment, how could the blue and white flowers still listen? The cold aura surrounding their bodies grew even more intense, rapidly spreading out and solidifying the surrounding air. His father extended his hand and released a streak of white light, attacking the blue and white flowers. However, the white light completely dissipated before it could even approach the body of the blue and white flowers. "It's useless," a look of despair slowly appeared in Leng Lingian's eyes. There was no one here who could be her match in rage. At this moment, the world and everyone in it would be completely destroyed. The god frowned and looked down at the pale face of the goddess in his arms, but did not move away. If she left this place with the goddess might not even be able to hold on for a moment. Was he really going to die here today? Thinking up to here, his father reached out his hand to gently touch the mother god's face. At this moment, his heart calmed down instead. Holding the mother god, he slowly sat down on the palace steps and looked at the scene before him indifferently. He had set up an astral academy in the chaos world, and had his subordinates search for those who possessed almost pure energy in order to absorb their energy and maintain it for the goddess. Now, it seemed as though he didn't need to worry about anything at all. It might be a good thing to disappear with her, and it might be better to be free. The god slowly closed his eyes and hugged the person in his arms tighter. His heart was calm as he waited for death. Her lips were black, and she felt as if her blood was frozen. The others also felt the same way. Jonathan's body was stiff from the cold as he looked at Ditto's in front of him, trembling. Ditto's tried to free himself from these, but it was useless. Just when everyone was almost unable to hold on any longer, the situation suddenly changed. "You broke our agreement." Just when the surrounding people had reached midnight, a soft voice with a hint of anger suddenly sounded. This voice was something that everyone was familiar with. It was Qi Aoshuan. "Aoshuan," Feng Yixuan exclaimed in a low tone of joy. He widened his eyes to look at the blue and white flowers in front of him, but he still couldn't see Aoshuan's figure. He couldn't help but ask in panic, "Aoshuan, where are you? Damn woman, go to hell. If it wasn't for you, things wouldn't have progressed to this stage." The cyan flower roared in rage, extending its hand and patting its chest. "The one who broke the agreement was you." Qi Aoshuan's soft voice sounded faintly, and in the next instant, a scorching heat burst out from her body. The surrounding snow and ice melted in an instant, and the bone-piercing feeling vanished in an instant. Everyone was free to move. When did you have such power?" Qinghua looked at the scene in front of her with both shock and anger, and asked subconsciously. "Just now." Qi Aoshuan's voice was soft and low. Slowly, a pained expression appeared on Qinghua's face. She hugged her head with all her might as she cried out in pain. "Elder brother Jin Yang, what's going on?" Lily anxiously approached Jin Yang as she asked in a terrified voice. "Aoshuan, It seems like she's going to leave her body. Jin Yang was extremely nervous as he watched the reaction of Qinghua without taking his eyes off her. He hoped that his guess was correct, and that it would succeed. Ah! The blue and white flower faced the sky and issued a long and agonizing cry. The next moment, under everyone's astonished and delighted gazes, Qi Aoshuang appeared once again. She stood silently in front of Qinghua, looking at her coldly. Ha 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 ha, I never thought that you could be this strong. A mocking sneer appeared on Qinghua's face. After stabilizing her body, she looked at Qi Aoshuang with disdain. Even though Qi Aoshuang was strong to this extent, she still wouldn't place her in her eyes. Yes, even though I can't defeat you right now, I can still do it by heavily injuring you and sending you back to the former world. Qi Aoshuang smiled faintly, speaking slowly in her heart, even at the cost of sacrificing my life. Qinghua's face darkened, and she said coldly, with just you. Yes, just me, Qi Aoshuang said in a soft voice, but there was a hint of resolution in her tone. All of you, stop. There's no point in continuing like this. At this time, Leng Lingyuan spoke softly. You love this woman, too, don't you, like ice? Qinghua turned her head to look at Leng Lingyuan's face. A tyrannical glint gradually appeared in her eyes, widening. Leng Lingyuan did not say anything. She remained silent, but she had already tacitly accepted. Very good, ha 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 ha, very good. You've all betrayed me. Today, I will let you know the fate of those who betrayed me. I will grind your bones and scatter your ashes. The beautiful face of Qinghua gradually became distorted and sinister. She laughed out loud in despair and rage as she vented the emotions in her heart. Her world seemed to collapse at this moment. Everyone's heart sank when they saw how crazy Qinghua was. The auras surrounding her all started to become chaotic, and gradually, they all started to go crazy. Everyone understood that what Qinghua said earlier was not a joke. Qi Aoshuang's face turned solemn, instantly raising all her power to the maximum. She knew that this strike would determine everything. I don't need any of you anymore. All of you, go die. Qinghua roared in rage, raising her hands up high as she frantically gathered all her power into her hands. Aoshuang, don't. Feng Yixuan's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water would drip out of it. Feng Yixuan's heart sank to the bottom. The end. Like fire, you actually betrayed me so thoroughly. Without waiting for Qi Aoshuang to speak, Qinghua roared out like a madman, and after gathering her power, she leaped into the air, pushing out the power in her hand towards Qi Aoshuang. Qi Aoshuang's face was calm as she leaped up, trying her best to withstand this terrifying power. In an instant, a loud explosion rang out, shaking the earth and shaking the earth. A powerful light burst out from Qi Aoshuang's body, spreading out in all directions. Everything was submerged in this intense light, and everyone's eyes were blinded by this light. The ground began to shake violently, and the sky seemed to disintegrate. The sky and the earth were spinning. Everything seemed to be on the verge of destruction. Is the dust settled? Everyone felt like they were floating and their consciousness was drifting. You crazy woman. You will destroy all the planes in this world. You will collapse from here on out. The God of Father's voice was filled with resentment and a hint of helplessness. Would the entire world be destroyed? Qi Aoshuang also felt that her body was about to disappear, and everything was about to fade away. It wasn't just her. The others felt the same. Blue Flower's eyes were half closed, his eyes filled with a deathly stillness. Destroy everything was good too. So, I didn't have anything. I thought the things I had didn't belong to me in the end. It was a good thing to just disappear like this. Qinghua's entire body began to emit a white light. This light continued to spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding area to collapse even more violently. At the same time, Qinghua's aura also began to slowly weaken. She's killing herself. Everything was drifting. The god continued to hug the goddess, his eyes filled with grief. Will all this vanish into thin air? Qi Aoshuang's consciousness also became more and more fuzzy, but she could faintly feel her hand being held tightly by a warm big hand. It was a very warm hand, a very familiar feeling. It was Feng Yixuan, the Feng Yixuan who had never left. It's him. Xiao Aoshuang's heart gradually calmed down. With him by his side, death didn't seem to be a scary thing. However, would his friends in the Silent Continent disappear together with him? Chiao Shuang's heart was filled with unwillingness and worry, but there was nothing he could do now. Leng Lingian closed her eyes and slightly frowned. Things ended like this, but he didn't have the power to change anything. Her strength was as shocking as ever, and her manner of handling things was as incomprehensible as ever. However, why did he feel her aura slowly weakening, and his heart was filled with intense sorrow? Lily pulled on the corner of Jin Yang's clothes, her consciousness gradually becoming blurry. From start to finish, Jin Yang carried Camille on his back, unable to open his eyes no matter what. In his blur, Jonathan felt a pair of big hands tugging at his arms. Jin Lian and Lu Li also floated in the air, unable to control their own bodies. The world was collapsing faster and faster, and everything would be destroyed. Suddenly, a gentle ray of light descended from the sky. The collapsing world instantly stopped, and everything quieted down. The huge rocks on the ground slowly descended, forming a flat ground once again. The wilted flowers grew again, and the sky gradually became brighter, and the air also became fresher. Everything was gradually returning to normal, and everyone's consciousness was gradually becoming clearer. After everyone stood still, they discovered that everything seemed to have returned to how it was before. What was going on? Juming, you're being willful again. A gentle voice came from the horizon, but it also seemed to be right beside his ears. This voice seemed to have a calming power, calming the hearts of the crowd. Mother, mother, the god looked up at the sky in shock. It was the chief mother. Ever since the chief mother had created him and the mother god, she had never shown herself again. Today, she had actually appeared here. Who was the matriarch talking to? The netherworld? Was it that crazy woman? Mother, a tear seeped out from the corner of blue and white flower's eyes. It flickered, but did not fall for a long time. It's been so long. You still don't understand what true love is. How can I not worry about you? The gentle voice in the sky gradually approached and the image of a person slowly appeared in the sky. Her benevolent and beautiful face exuded a motherly glow. Her black hair and delicate figure made her lower body a little blurry. It was as if she did not have legs, but rather a very long snake tail. However, this kind of appearance did not seem abrupt at all. Instead, it gave people the feeling of reverence. You go where you're supposed to go. Maybe it's my fault. This time, I will not seal your memories, but I will seal your power. When you know what love is, your strength will recover. Go on, the mother's gentle voice sounded again. Mother, Viridescent Flower wanted to say something, but hesitated. His mind was in a state of chaos. You were too willful, and this time you almost destroyed the world. Go ahead. After the matriarch said this, a black whirlpool immediately appeared behind Blue Flower. Before Blue Flower could say anything, she fell into it. With a long shout, she fell into the whirlpool without a sound. At this time, Leng Lingian rushed to the black whirlpool. She turned her head and looked at Ling Xuan and Feng Yixuan. She smiled and said, Feng Yixuan, remember, make Lingian happy. Before the crowd could react, he had already dove into the black vortex and followed the azure flower. Things happened too fast, and everyone was still in a daze. This is the end of it, go on. The matriarch said those words to Xiao Aoshuang gently. As soon as he said those words, the sight before them blurred. Opening his eyes, he found himself standing in a familiar spot. This place was actually the secret chamber of the Feng Yi family. All of them were here. Feng Yixuan, who was still tightly holding Qi Aoshuang's hand, carried Camille's Jin Yang on his back and pulled Jin Yang's Lily along by the sleeve. Dittos, who was holding Jonathan's arm, was lying unconscious on the floor with golden lotus and glass. Lingian, Qi Aoshuang opened her mouth and said a few words hoarsely. He's a good old man, always has been. He always appeared cold and emotionless, but in reality, he was very soft-hearted. In the end, he still couldn't let the 9 netherworld follow him. Feng Yixuan sighed softly. Qi Aoshuang went silent, her heart in chaos. She did not know what to say. What had just happened was unbelievable. The chief goddess had actually appeared and quelled the battle. And the mother god's relationship with her seemed very unusual. It was obvious that there was a lot of love involved. Was her real name Nine Nether? The names are so sad. In fact, she was lonely and lonely. Even until now, she still didn't understand what love was. To think of possession is love. Where was she now? As for Leng Lingian, was she staying by her side to guard her? However, it's best that the matter be settled like this, isn't it? Jonathan grinned. Here, where is it? It's my house. Although Feng Yixuan seemed calm as he spat out these 3 words, his voice still contained a slight tremble to it, and his heart was also incomparably excited. After experiencing so many things, he never thought that he would be able to return to the continent safely. Those days in his dreams were right in front of him. Feng Yixuan felt as if he were in a dream. Everyone was in a daze. What had just happened was too unexpected. Everything had happened too quickly. The chief mother would actually appear to solve all of this. We're home, Aoshuan, we're going home. Feng Yixuan, who had finally regained his wits, shouted out loud in excitement as he carried Chi Aoshuan in his arms. Aoshuan, we're really back. Ian, I'm back, I'm back. Chi Aoshuan's heart was extremely complicated, and tears were slowly rolling down her face. Some were happy, some were excited, some were sad, some were disappointed, and some were reminiscing. After experiencing so many things, Chi Aoshuan had never thought that she could still return to the Silent Continent. She could even return with Feng Yixuan to meet her friend, Master. Only Lingyan left just like that. Thinking of this, Chi Aoshuan looked a little disappointed. Feng Yixuan let go of Chi Aoshuan and hugged her tightly. Feng Yixuan gently closed his eyes, and in his heart, he softly spat out, flame-like, thank you. He knew that the first choice Leng Lingyan had was to not let the 9 Nether Realm go, but also to help himself and Chi Aoshuan. I won't let you down, I will definitely make you the happiest person. Feng Yixuan swore silently in his heart. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out. Feng Yixuan let go of Chi Aoshuan and revealed a smile. He was too familiar with this footstep. It was the mother Tyrannosaurus Rex's mother. His mother finally sensed the presence of so many people in the secret room. With a peng sound, he opened the door and his mother was completely stunned on the spot. In the secret room, the person who had been thinking day and night was there. Feng Yixuan bared his teeth as he laughed. His hand was tightly holding onto Chi Aoshuan's hand. Beside them, Jin Yang carried a young man who was still unconscious. A girl pulled on the corner of Jin Yang's clothes. There were a pair of delicate girls and boys on the floor, and 2 distinguished men. Dream? Was it a dream? The tyrannosaur reached out to pinch her face. Mom! However, Feng Yixuan threw himself forward and hugged the mother tightly. I'm not dreaming, I'm really back. I'm back. It's not a dream, it's not a dream. Ha ha, it's not a dream. Mother Baolong's mother laughed loudly before crying again. She stretched out her hand and slapped Feng Yixuan on his back. You stinking brat, you bastard. You're leaving just like that. You don't want to explain yourself to your mother. I thought you'd never come back. Hateful, hateful, bastard. Ha ha, Mom, not only have I returned, I've also brought my wife back. Feng Yixuan released his mother and pulled Chi Aoshuan over. Chi Aoshuan was startled, and before she could recover, she was fiercely hugged by Mother Tyrannosaurus Dragon Mother. You're finally back. I have nightmares every day. I thought you weren't coming back. Mother Baolong's mother was no longer as domineering as she used to be. She was now a delicate mother. She hugged Chi Aoshuan tightly as she sobbed uncontrollably. Chi Aoshuan's eyes also became a little sad. I wonder how Lexia is doing now. The only one worthy of my concern. The only sister. I'm back. I'm really back. The next day, the Feng clan. You're leaving. Originally, Feng Yixuan and Chi Aoshuan were sitting in the garden, drinking tea and resting. Suddenly, Ditters and Jonathan came before them to say their goodbyes. Yes, although he was still expressionless, his tone was no longer as cold as before. Where to? Xiao Aoshuan stood up and asked. Accompany this ice cube to experience life and let it understand what love is. Jonathan grinned and shrugged. Chi Aoshuan and Feng Yixuan looked at each other, smiled understandingly and nodded. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Ditto's eyes at this time. He had regained the cold look on his face. That's fine, but keep in touch. You must come back to the wedding between me and Aoshuan. Feng Yixuan grinned. Che, did I agree to marry you? You're not afraid of biting your tongue when you talk to yourself. Jonathan pursed his lips. Who says no? If you don't marry me, then marry you. Go away. Feng Yixuan snorted coldly. He wasn't a fool. He had already seen the difference in the way Dittos looked at him. Jonathan was a little strange. He looked at himself with different eyes, but there was also something strange in the way he looked at Dittos. Could it be that this guy eats both men and women? Feng Yixuan guessed vulgarly in his mind. Hey, what kind of eyes do you have? Looking at the wretched expression on Feng Yixuan's face, Jonathan knew that what he was thinking was not a good thing. Nothing. Go. Anyway, when we get married, it will be announced to the world. Ha ha ha, you will definitely receive the news. Also, prepare the grand gift. Feng Yixuan was laughing so hard that his eyes narrowed into slits. TCH, Jonathan and Yixuan bickered. Dylan stood at the side in silence, staring at Chi Aoshuang. Dittos, Xiao Aoshuang said in a low voice. Soda, maybe you're right. A strong person always needs a reason. I will find out. Diant said in a deep voice. He looked at Xiao Aoshuang with some sadness in his eyes. All right, Xiao Aoshuang smiled faintly. You will find it. Take care of your body. Yes, you too. At this moment, Dittos finally revealed a smile. Chi Aoshuang was stunned when she saw this smile. Ditto smiled. To think that it would be such a stunning feat. Chi Aoshuang and Feng Yixuan sent the two of them to the door and watched as they got on the carriage. The carriage slowly drove away and gradually disappeared from their sight. That ice cube will know what love is. Feng Yixuan stroked his chin as he pondered. Before Chi Aoshuang could reply, he said, it should be fine. He already knows how to laugh. Sigh, why don't we hurry up and have the wedding ceremony? Why is my sense of danger so intense? Xiao Aoshuang only smiled and didn't say anything, turning around and walking back. Aoshuang, don't pretend you didn't hear me. We're going to find the guys tomorrow, see them, then assemble. Come to our wedding. Feng Yixuan chased closely behind, yelling. A smile appeared on the corner of Chi Aoshuang's mouth, and his heart was filled with warmth. Just as he reached the entrance of the main hall, he ran into Jin Yang and Lily. Miss, I'm going out with Lily. When Jin Yang saw Chi Aoshuang, he smiled and asked for instructions. Where to? Do you want to go out and train as well? Do you need it? Does this world still need your stuff? Feng Yixuan rushed up from behind. He was worried to hear that these two were going to leave. No, I'm looking for Judy. Come back if you can. She should still be waiting for me there. Jin Yang said softly. Chi Aoshuang was stunned. She immediately remembered that the young female dragon was not fully grown yet. I'm afraid he's an adult by now. She had done a lot for Jin Yang. Go. Be careful on the road. Chi Aoshuang nodded, feeling guilty in her heart, blaming herself for not having thought of this. She should have let Emmy find Judy right away. I don't know how Lexia is doing, but I've already sent someone to fetch her, and she should be back in a few days. Their existence had already destroyed the order of this world, so Chi Aoshuang had clearly made it so that no one could use power that exceeded that of this world. Everyone had reached an agreement. Jin Yang and Lily left together. Chi Aoshuang and Feng Yixuan looked at each other. Chi Aoshuang sighed. Why is Camille still not awake? Don't worry, his condition is fine. He will wake up very soon. Nothing will happen to him, because he is Camille. Chi Aoshuang nodded gently, her brow creased in worry. Gold Lotus, stop right there. What are you running for? Luli's voice came from inside, causing a commotion. Why don't I run? I told you, we're still children, we can't do things that only adults can do. A somewhat angry and bashful voice came from the Golden Lotus. Nonsense. I am hundreds of years old this year, a child on the outside, but I am no longer a child in my heart. Luli scolded. I'm a child. Golden Lotus was on the verge of tears. I'll call you no child right now. Luli's voice came viciously. And then there was nothing. Chi Aoshuang and Feng Yixuan looked at each other and smiled. Their eyes were filled with happiness. Tomorrow, we'll go look for the dungeon. It's best if he finds it within the dragon's vein. Feng Yixuan suggested, then he giggled and said, actually, Aoshuang, after we find this dungeon, announce to the world that we're going to get married and do whatever we want. The news will quickly reach other people's ears. We'll do it for 3 months, ha. Chi Aoshuang looked at him, then Feng Yixuan held his head, thinking that he was going to be scolded again. Who knew that Xiao Aoshuang actually laughed sweetly? This is a good idea. Yes, a most luxurious, grand, and enduring wedding. All our friends. Those guys will definitely get the news. Feng Yixuan happily said, how can those flying dragon clan fellows not make use of me? Let's go to the dragon's vein, then find Ben and let him spread the news. Qi Aoshuang smiled, but she did not say anything, tacitly agreeing. The next day, Feng Yixuan and Qi Aoshuang left early in the morning and headed straight for the dragon's vein. At the entrance of the dragon's vein, the guard dragon felt its vision blurred and a breeze blew past. He didn't even notice that Qi Aoshuang and Feng Yixuan had already entered the dragon's vein. Entering the dragon's vein, the two of them saw the beautiful white palace at first glance. However, there was something strange about it. The palace was noisy, and the human figures seemed to be busy with something. As they flew closer and closer, they saw the dragons in human form. All of them were in a panic, their faces full of worry and nervousness. Some of the maidservants were carrying hot water while others were carrying towels as they sprinted in one direction. The two of them landed lightly on the side. Those people were too flustered to notice that there were more people in the corridor. What are you doing? Feng Yixuan grabbed a person and asked. You actually still have the heart to ask, do you really not know or are you pretending? The princess was about to give birth, but it was going to be difficult to give birth to. Princess's life is in danger, the maid said in a panic and was about to rush over. Wait, princess, Summer? Qi Aoshuang instantly thought of what was going on. How dare you call the princess by her name? Ah, who are you? Someone, there's an assassin. The maid shouted in panic. Without waiting for her to finish yelling, Feng Yixuan tossed her aside. Qi Aoshuang frowned, and quickly ran towards the direction where the people had gathered. Feng Yixuan quickly followed. The dragon clan members recovered from their shock when they heard the female servants shout. They wanted to stop the two, but they were shocked to discover that the speed of these two people was so fast that they couldn't even see them clearly, much less capture them. Xiao Aoshuang ran to the end of the corridor, and faintly heard the painful sounds of Summer. Who else could it be other than Ben, who was scratching his heart and lungs at the door? What's going on? Xiao Aoshuang said. The black dragon turned to look at Xiao Aohan, then its face filled with ecstasy. Aoshuang, you're back. Ah, you're here. Summer, she has trouble giving birth. Save her. You have a way, don't you? Isn't it? Why would it be difficult to give birth? Xiao Aoshuang frowned and asked. However, she did not stay idle and hurriedly pushed the door open. I knew it. I would never have let her have a baby. The black dragon was extremely upset, grabbing at his hair at the door, his heart aching. Could this be the legendary curse? Humans and dragons cannot be combined. Don't worry, Aoshuang will definitely find a way. Feng Yixuan comforted him. Before the black dragon could say anything, a cry of surprise came from within. What are you doing? Princess, shut up, get out of here. This is a broken stomach. Qi Aoshuang's angry voice rang out, followed by a gust of wind rushing towards the door. The maids inside were all thrown out by Qi Aoshuang. The painful sounds of Shnian in the summer gradually died down. From inside, Xiao Aoshuang shouted in a strange tone, Ben, come in, the child has been born. Huh? Feng Yixuan was shocked. Shouldn't this child cry after birth? Why is it so quiet? Upon hearing this, the black dragon hurriedly rushed in. Looking at the extremely weak Summer lying on the bed, he saw the relieved Xiao Aoshuang, as well as a huge white egg on the bed. May I come in? Feng Yixuan stood at the door and looked around. Come in later, Xiao Aoshuang scolded. This is the delivery room after all. It's not bad for a father to come in here. Feng Yixuan waited outside the door, puzzled. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Summer, are you all right? Black Dragon was the first to rush to the bed, holding the Summer hand and anxiously and worriedly asked. It's fine, it's all thanks to Aoshuang. Otherwise, I would have, but I seem to have had a strange thing. Summer's face worried. This is. Only then did the Black Dragon turn its head and see the so-called strange thing. Then, it began to stutter as it pointed at the ridiculously large egg on the bed and asked, Your children. Qi Aoshuang smirked as she said, You are so skinny in the summer. It would be strange if you could bear such a big dragon egg. The Black Dragon stared wide-eyed at the huge dragon egg, scratching its head, then scratching its head. What should we do now? Qi Aoshuang rubbed her chin as she thought. this is a human and a dragon child. The children in here cannot be compared to pure dragon children. This exhale should use your power, otherwise it will suffocate to death. When the black dragon Ben heard this, its face turned green, and it hurriedly went up to knock on the exhale. Summer panicked, too, and in spite of her weak body, she kept telling Ben to move faster. At the same time, Xiao Aoshuang furrowed her brow and pursed her lips as she said, "So this is the reason why humans and dragons cannot join hands. The egg is too big to bear." The black dragon had been pounding the floor and finally broke the egg's hull. As soon as he broke through, a wet baby crawled out. It didn't even open its eyes before grabbing onto the black dragon's big hands. It was not like a human child that was born weak. Although the baby had its eyes closed, it still had the strength to tightly hold onto the black dragon's hand. Seeing this, Black Dragon Ben and Summer let out a sigh of relief. It was all right, the child was fine. Then they were both full of joy, and at that moment they were both mothers and fathers. Just as Black Dragon Ben let out a sigh of relief and couldn't begin to feel happy, the baby held onto Black Dragon's hand and continued to climb upwards. As it climbed, it closed its eyes and continued to arch around with its mouth closed. "What are you doing?" The black dragon looked curiously at his child's actions. Chi Aoshuang spread out her hands and revealed a mischievous smile. In the next moment, Black Dragon's original miserable cries filled the entire room. The little baby arched before the black dragon's chest, immediately grabbing onto its body and taking a deep breath. The black dragon's face was distorted, but it did not dare to throw away its child. It opened its mouth wide and was at a loss of what to do. This scene almost made Chi Aoshuang laugh to the point of internal injury. "Give me the baby, idiot!" the Summer scolded. Only then the black dragon Ben hurriedly gave the child in front of his chest to the Summer. The sound of milk being fed echoed in the room. Summer was weak, but there was a smile of happiness on her face. Black Dragon rubbed his forehead and laughed foolishly. Chi Aoshuang watched this scene as she quietly retreated outside. Feng Yuxuan was still waiting at the door. When he saw Chi Aoshuang come out, he hurriedly asked, "How is it? How is it? A boy or a girl?" "Boy," Chi Aoshuang replied with a smile. Then, she leaned against the side of Feng Yuxuan and only smiled without saying a word. "Aoshuang, let's have a baby." Feng Yuxuan chuckled. Chi Aoshuang turned to look at Feng Yuxuan and smiled. "Do you want a boy or a girl?" "All of them." When Feng Yuxuan heard this, he was overjoyed. "We will continue to live after giving birth. We will continue to live after giving birth." A black line appeared on the back of Chi Aoshuang's head. She twitched her mouth and said, "You can give birth to your own life. How can I give birth to my own child?" "No, we have to come together." Feng Yuxuan giggled. 3 months later, every corner of the continent knew. In Ragka, there was a high-profile wedding. The main characters of the wedding were the people who overthrew the false rule of the Radiant Temple, Chi Aoshuang, Kei Lei Ya, and Feng Yuxuan. This shocking wedding had alerted all the influential people on the continent. The sky was filled with flowers that were like rain that filled the streets of Ragkadi. The intoxicating fragrance made people feel relaxed and happy. In the imperial city's plaza, the wine was freely opened for drinking. Every day was filled with the clamor of people, and everyone was happy. The wedding ceremony finally started. A snow-white wedding dress Chi Aoshuang stood on the carriage. Behind her were layers upon layers of lace, adorned with all kinds of beautiful gems and feathers. Under the carriage, 10 pairs of girls were holding onto the carriage skirt, led by Glass. Today, Chi Aoshuang's beauty broke one's heart, and her beauty made it hard for people to look away. Feng Yuxuan, who was standing beside Chi Aoshuang, was wearing a suit that fit perfectly. He was in high spirits and was extraordinarily handsome. What a pair of peerless beauties. They were truly unparalleled in this world. The man in charge of the wedding had bright blonde hair, beautiful blue eyes like the deep sea, and wore a black dress. He stood at the highest point of the square and waited for the bride and groom to arrive. The corners of his mouth curved into a gentle, charming smile. Who else but Camille could smile like this? Camille laughed as the bride and groom stood in front of Camille. There was even a hubbub of voices below. "My little Aoshuang, a sheep entering a tiger's den." Waldo rubbed his eyes and wailed. "TCH, this is called unparalleled." Chao Chushan glared at Waldo. "What are you doing? You don't even allow me to be hurt in this day and age." Waldo protested sadly. No, if I'm not sure, I'm not sure. If you don't accept it, I'll beat you up later. I'm warning you, you're no match for me. Be careful not to beat you up to the point that you don't even recognize Aoshuang. Waldo was so angry that he wanted to retort, but when he saw the threatening gaze of the Eastern Wind Marquise, he swallowed his words. He had wisely chosen not to provoke Chao Chu's interest. The Eastern Wind Marquise would do anything for his wife. It was best to be cautious. Vua, my good disciple, I got married today. Cliff was crying so hard that Raoul, who was watching from the side, couldn't stop pouting. Dylan and Jonathan stood quietly below, looking at the snow-white Chi Aoshuang. She's beautiful today. Jonathan smiled. All right, her smile, very happy. That's good. Say, back then, did that ice-cold kid love more Aoshuang or that crazy goddess? Jonathan touched his chin and suddenly said, why do I feel like the kid loves both of them? Dittos only smiled and did not speak, but continued to look up. Black Dragon Ben hugged his precious son with one hand and his beloved wife with the other, grinning as he looked up. Summer gently laid her head on the Black Dragon's chest, also smiling. This is. Both of Jin Yang's arms were occupied. On one side was a fire-tempered and enchanting girl, while the other side was a pure girl. The hot and flirtatious lady was naturally the adult Judy, and the other was Lily. The two of them held one of Jin Yang's arms and stared viciously at each other, not showing any sign of weakness. With a headache, Jin Yang smiled wryly as he watched the ceremony. He couldn't stop them. As long as the two girls didn't fight, he would leave it to them. Lexia stood to the side excitedly, her heart brimming with joy. Next to her was a handsome young man who would occasionally look at her with a gentle gaze. When the elven princes came, Li Yuan and Li Mingyu were excited and happy. Elder Saikom Lin, Long Sars, 11 Shaoxi, all the royal members of the various kingdoms rushed over to fawn over the strong and win over the strong. In this wedding ceremony, all the powerful warriors of the Zilan continent had gathered here. They were all brilliant and dazzling, making it an eternal and splendid stroke in the history of the Zilan continent. Okay, the ceremony begins. Camille's voice was very soft, but it was clearly heard by everyone in the square. The plaza instantly turned silent. The ceremony started. Camille, as the host, should start the first step of the ceremony. However, Camille, as the host, suddenly grabbed hold of Chi Aoshuang's hand and solemnly said, Bride, Chi Aoshuang, I want to ask you a question. Are you willing to abandon this silly kid and elope with me? Everyone was petrified as they looked at this scene in a daze. What did that host say? Abandon the groom? Elope? What and what? Chi Aoshuang, ha! Chi Aoshuang was also stunned. Camille still had a gentle, elegant smile on his face. Go to hell! Feng Yixuan was the first to regain his senses. He kicked Camille and Camille dodged. The two of them clashed. They're robbing the bride! Waldo let out a strange cry as he flew up into the air, flying towards the high platform. This sound completely disturbed the scene. Seize it! Quick! Snatch the bride! So beautiful! Protect the bride! Protect your ass! Robbing the bridegroom is so handsome. Fight for it! Who cares? Let's rob him together! In an instant, the square was in a complete mess. The clamor of voices rose up into the sky, and the atmosphere was extremely heated. This grand wedding was the unparalleled beginning of the world, the unparalleled end. Laughter resounded across the sky. Feng Yixuan, you XXXXXXXXXXXX. It's fine if the bride is not robbed, but from now on, you will give her to me when she is born. It seemed to be Camille's voice. Go to hell, you pervert. Feng Yixuan cried out as he fought with Camille. Chi Aoshuang looked up into the sky. The sky was very blue, very blue. His heart was very warm, very warm. It felt good to be with everyone.